Hello everyone and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 2899, Nether God Statue. Nether God Mark. The next time we meet, it will be your death. 1. That's impossible, right? Many people couldn't believe this guess. Even they questioned themselves, but soon they looked at Wang Teng's master. He was the strongest here, and was Wang Teng's master. He should understand Wang Teng well, and might be able to see something. That's possible. However, the probability is low, and we can't confirm it. Wang Teng's master opened his mouth slowly and shook his head. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still astounded. The probability was small, but that didn't mean it was impossible. What's more, the other party said it too. He just couldn't confirm it. This explanation couldn't deny everything. Is it possible that the formidable warrior is using Wang Teng's battle technique? After all, at that stage, any battle techniques are just a piece of cake. They can even be deduced to a higher level. Someone couldn't help but whisper. Or did Wang Teng have some similarities with that formidable warrior, so he was able to borrow Wang Teng's body? Based on how powerful he is, he won't be able to grow to that stage in a short time. Wang Teng is only at the peak of the cosmos stage. He's still a long way away from that stage. Maybe he's a powerful martial warrior that has existed for a long time. We just don't know. But who knows where that formidable warrior came from? It might be a few million years or even tens of millions of years from now. At that time, who can guarantee that Wang Teng won't be able to mature? Never mind, we can't guess who this formidable warrior is. Everyone was in a mess. Speculations flew everywhere, but no conclusion was reached. This guess involved time and space. Just like what Wang Teng's master said, there was no way to confirm it. It was just a guess. Wang Teng's master's eyes were shimmering as he watched the battle in the distance. Occasionally, a thoughtful look would appear on his face. He had to admit that he was astounded by the intensity of the battle, especially the martial warrior who had merged with Wang Teng. All his skills were suffocatingly powerful, whether it was the sword lotus, the finger battle techniques, or the 12 clones. All of them were terrifying battle techniques that ordinary people couldn't grasp. He had never seen them before. The sword lotus contained all kinds of sword intents and attributes. Only martial warriors who had mastered all kinds of attributes would be able to execute it. Most importantly, he needed to be talented. Without talent, everything was bullshit. If he couldn't even grasp the attributes, he wouldn't be able to grasp the sword enlightenment. Until now, except Wang Teng, who possessed all the talents, he had never seen anyone else with such talents. Also, he felt that he had seen that finger battle technique somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. This seemed to be a unique and powerful legacy. He shook his head and looked at the 12 clones Wang Teng was executing. He was even more astounded. These 12 clones were as powerful as the real one. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. This cloning skill was extremely rare. Or rather, it didn't exist. He had never seen it before. Maybe he created it himself? An astonishing thought suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's master's mind. Actually, he was lying. The probability wasn't small. It was huge. He knew that Wang Teng cultivated all attributes and created this amazing scripture. They had a discussion about the Tao together. Now that he thought about it, with that scripture, his disciple might be able to walk on an unprecedented path. However, the other party came back from an unknown future and interfered with the past. It might change something. The dark apparitions might not notice anything now. but they might in the future. At that time, they would do everything they could to stop the other party from maturing. What a headache! The figure rubbed his forehead and sighed in his heart. However, he didn't believe that the other party wouldn't think of this in the future. Maybe they had other plans. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. He shook his head uncontrollably and lamented that the other party was too good at creating trouble. This time, even he might not be able to handle it. Boom! The space trembled. The dark apparition's body kept getting hit. Fist marks, palm prints, sword glows, blade glows, axe glows, spear glows, and many other attacks landed on his body. Ah! The dark apparition roared and slashed his black battle sword out furiously, clashing with the attacks around him. Who can suppress me? He was infuriated. He wanted to retreat with his ancient battle sword, but it was useless. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. What's more, there were 12 formidable warriors of the same level. He couldn't handle them at all. There were 12 Wang Tengs. Some were bare-handed while others were holding different weapons: swords, blades, spears, axes, spears, and many others. All of them were skilled and released terrifying battle power. Boom. The dark apparition was thrown off his feet and vomited blood. He suffered serious injuries continuously, and the power of origin in his body was obliterated. It was tragic. I said, "I'll suppress you." A shout came from Wang Teng's mouth. It echoed in the universe, leaving no room for doubt. It was like the decree of a god. No one could disobey it. Roar. The dark apparition was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. He roared furiously, and a terrifying divine kingdom suddenly spread out from his body, enveloping the entire space. Chapter 2900. Nether God Statue. Nether God mark. The next time we meet. It will be your death, too, huh? The 12 clones stopped their attacks at the same time and looked at the dark apparition from all directions. They frowned slightly. Boom. Endless black mist surged over from all directions. Dark force and dark matter filled up the air. The terrifying divine kingdom was expanding too. Absorbing all the dark force and dark matter, Roar, the dark giant on the dark altar, suddenly roared in anger. Then it disintegrated and turned into a patch of dark purple blood mist, which was absorbed by the terrifying divine kingdom. All the human martial warriors were flabbergasted. They didn't expect this scene. The terrifying dark giant that everyone was helpless against was absorbed. What did that dark apparition want to do? Everyone was horrified. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Wang Teng's 12 clones stood in the air, but they didn't move. They retreated and temporarily evaded the range of the other party's divine kingdom. Nether God. At this moment, a furious roar came from within the terrifying divine kingdom. The space trembled, and the divine kingdom gave off a boundless black glow. It shot out in all directions and turned into a rain of black light that swept through the sky. Then, under everyone's astounded gaze, a huge shadow gradually appeared. Numerous dark runes appeared around the giant figure. They turned into dark rune chains and dropped down. Chains of order appeared one after another. Numerous divine patterns covered them and formed a huge net. It flew towards the giant figure. They wanted to stop it from appearing. Everyone found it unbelievable. The chains of order was preventing the appearance of the giant figure. Until now, this had only happened when the long river of time and space appeared. Now the appearance of this giant figure caused the chains of order to reject and bind it. It was terrifying. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from the giant figure and filled up the entire space. The chains of order rattled. They were pushed away and couldn't get close. Everyone's head turned numb. They felt an uncontrollable chill all over their bodies. Their backs were drenched in sweat. Nether God. Everyone was flabbergasted. They remembered the angry roar of the dark apparition and found it unbelievable. This dark apparition is from the Nether God race. The dark apparition looked no different from a normal person, only his long hair was dark purple. He was vastly different from Ming Ku hence. No one expected him to be a dark apparition from the Nether god race. He forced the Lord to use the Nether god statue. The devil god was flabbergasted, as if he saw something unbelievable. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart. Devil, Titan, Bloodslayer, and the other dark apparitions were flabbergasted too. They looked at the giant figure in the sky with respect and fanaticism. They might not be from the same race, but when they saw the shadow representing the frightening presence of the Nether god race, they couldn't help but bow down to it. The human martial warriors were flabbergasted too. Everyone felt their hearts trembling uncontrollably when they saw the giant figure floating in the air. Terrifying, scary. They could feel the terrifying fluctuations just by looking at the giant figure, which wasn't even in the battle zone. I think I sense an extremely evil power from that giant figure, some people said with trembling voices. Nether god statue? What is that? Ruler Heaven Flame and the others turned pale. They couldn't help but ask. They had never seen such a skill before. It was unbelievable. As eternal stage rulers, they had seen countless dark apparition skills, yet unknown things were popping up one by one. Nether god statue. A soft sigh came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He seemed familiar with it. Indeed, I have to face this irritating thing. The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded beside the dark apparition's ears like a clap of thunder. They were shocked. This human martial warrior who crossed the river of time and space knew about the Nether god statue. Also, he didn't seem afraid at all. He remained indifferent in front of the Nether god statue. The devil god turned grim. He didn't dare to look at Wang Teng directly. Even if he did, he would only glance at him from the corner of his eyes. Then he quickly shifted his gaze away, afraid of attracting Wang Teng's attention. That was a devil god. He didn't even dare to look at Wang Teng. Without a doubt, the power of this human martial warrior was enough to astound him. He even felt a tinge of fear in his heart. Boom! A huge dark purple shadow gradually appeared in the divine kingdom. It was blurry, but one could see some unique external characteristics. It was enormous. It sat cross-legged on the ground. Under its legs was a huge black altar which looked similar to the dark altar. There were 2 sharp horns on its head like 2 ancient spears. They were extremely sharp. There were 12 thick, dark purple arms on its body. Some were hanging beside it. Some were forming strange seals behind it, and some were placed on its knees. They were preparing strange and evil seals too. Everyone couldn't help but get attracted by this strange and mysterious Nether god statue. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. They didn't expect the Nether god statue to look like this. Chapter 2901, Nether god statue, Nether god mark. The next time we meet, it will be your death. 3. Terrifying. Some people were horrified. They felt their bodies turning cold. Boom. At this moment, the face of the god of the underworld started squirming. Close your eyes. Wang Teng shouted softly. His voice echoed beside everyone's ears, and they closed their eyes involuntarily. They couldn't disobey him. What happened? Some people couldn't help but ask. That's the Nether god statue's eyes. It's about to open its eyes. Someone thought of something and exclaimed, "That was dangerous." Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, the powerful martial warrior who merged with Wang Teng allowed them to close their eyes in time. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. You could imagine how terrifying the Nether god statue was if it opened its eyes. Boom. When everyone closed their eyes, the Nether god statue finally opened its eyes. That's right, there weren't just one pair of eyes. There were 12 of them, lined up side by side on the huge face. However, the eyes weren't small. After they opened, they filled up the entire face, leaving only a huge mouth below the rows of eyes. At first glance, it looked horrifying. Divine-level martial warriors like Great Elder Dan Chen and the real divine-level martial warrior in the pagoda didn't close their eyes. They were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. The scarier part was yet to come. As the rows of giant eyes opened, a strange gaze shot out and swept in all directions. The pupils were dark purple and looked like stars. They gave off a strange and evil glow in the air. It was terrifying. At the same time, wisps of chaotic, evil, and disorderly spiritual fluctuations spread out and invaded everyone's mind. It was obvious that closing one's eyes wasn't enough to resist the frightening gaze. Troublesome. A soft sigh came out of Wang Teng's mouth again. Boom. However, the moment he finished sighing, a powerful spiritual fluctuation swept out from Wang Teng's body and swept through the universe. This spiritual power was completely different from the dark purple spiritual fluctuation. It was filled with light and turned into a holy rain of light that sprinkled down, peaceful, magnificent. The powerful and majestic spiritual fluctuation spread out in all directions, resisting the dark purple chaotic spirit completely. Roar. The next instant, a loud roar resounded in the air. Boom! The Nether god statue suddenly moved and stood up from the black altar. Then, the 12 hands stretched out and expanded in space, grabbing towards the 12 Wang Tengs. Every hand seemed to contain a terrifying divine might. When they stretched out, the space trembled, and the chains of order evaded them uncontrollably, as if they were making way for him. Boom! The 12 Wang Tengs attacked at the same time and released their frightening battle power to resist the 12 giant hands. A terrifying battle erupted in the space once again, sweeping through the entire space. The long river of time and space shook violently again, and waves thousands of feet tall rose up and crashed out. The impact was huge. Odd stars appeared in the long river of time and space. Every wave seemed to contain the image of a certain time. At this moment, the 12 Wang Tengs suddenly froze for a moment. The glow on their bodies fluctuated violently as if they were distorting. They were about to fall out of their powerful state. Ha! A peal of laughter came from the Nether god statue. It was the dark apparition. He couldn't help but laugh. Your time is almost up. Our battle has affected the long river of time again, and you can't stay in this space anymore. You should leave. You can't suppress me. All the human martial warriors were astounded. They opened their eyes and looked at the frightening battlefield. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng. His time is almost over, great Elder Dan Chen, and the others tensed up when they saw Wang Teng's state. They were filled with worry. It's almost time, Wang Teng sighed. He seemed a little regretful. I wanted to torture you for a while longer, but it looks like I can only wait for the next time. The dark apparition. The dark apparition's face started twitching uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with anger. This was too much. This was too much. He was just an afterimage that crossed the river of time and space, yet he was boasting shamelessly. It wasn't enough to torment for half a day. He even wanted to torment him for a while longer. Pfft. He, Tian, wouldn't be tormented. It was just a temporary defeat. The other party couldn't suppress it. What right did he have to torment it? The devil god felt the corners of his eyes twitching too. He took a deep breath and decided to bury this sentence deep in his heart. He would never mention it again. If other people knew that this lord was beaten up, it would probably cause a huge commotion, right? Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions were numb. This human martial warrior was extremely arrogant. He even said that he wanted to torture the Lord for a while longer. They didn't know how to describe their feelings. Everyone. The human martial warriors were speechless too. This formidable warrior was a little arrogant. Even at this moment, he still didn't take the dark apparition seriously. Chapter 2902, Nether God Statue. Nether God Mark, the next time we meet, it will be your death. 4. Wang Teng's master shook his head and smiled. However, he quickly retracted his smile and looked at the Nether God statue sternly. He was surprised by how powerful this Nether God statue was. There wasn't much time left for him to travel through space and time. Would he be able to destroy the Nether God statue? How arrogant! An angry shout came from the statue of the Nether God statue. The Nether God statue moved horizontally in the void. Its speed didn't slow down because of its huge body. It was still extremely fast. The 12 hands slammed towards the 12 Wang Tengs. Boom. The space trembled violently. Terrifying spatial turbulence appeared along with the appearance of the 12 hands and intertwined around them, making its attacks even more terrifying. The 12 Wang Teng retreated at the same time at a fast speed. One could only see rays of light cutting through the universe, shuttling back and forth between the 12 hands. Do you only know how to dodge? A shout came from the Nether god statue. It rumbled and formed an echo in space. It echoed continuously and was filled with contempt. Boom. The 12 hands covered the sky as they chased after the 12 Wang Tengs. Some of them even formed hand seals and turned into dark fist marks. They smashed towards the space below. It was terrifying. Die. A shout was heard, and the space trembled. How dare you boast in front of me after getting a shell? A helpless voice came out from Wang Teng's mouth. In an instant, the 12 Wang Tengs gathered together. Boom, after an explosion, the 12 Wang Tengs merged again and turned into one person. They merged. Many spectators were surprised and flabbergasted. Why did the powerful martial warrior choose to merge when facing the terrifying Nether god statue? However, before anyone could react, Wang Teng pointed at the sky and shouted, "I'm the chaos. The chaos is mine. I can turn into thousands of constellations, the myriad of things in the universe, and the endless years." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the air vibrated and endless light blossomed from Wang Teng's body. It turned into a huge divine kingdom. Numerous streams of chaos, aura evolved in the divine kingdom. Yin and Yang appeared. The 5 elements evolved. Constellations appeared in the sky. The birth of a vast universe, the flow of time, the change of time, the passage of time. This scene was too astonishing. Within a split second, an unimaginable scene was formed. It shook the entire universe and caused countless chains of order to fall. They formed a dense net and engulfed the divine kingdom, preventing it from appearing. This scene was even more terrifying than the appearance of the Nether god statue. Swoosh! Numerous chains of order intertwined around him, causing the space to shake uncontrollably. Boundless time and space currents swept over. The river of time and space changed its path and wanted to flow through this place to bring Wang Teng away. Boom. Space-time waves crashed into the sky, submerging an entire patch of space. It was estimated to be a few 100,000 feet. It was terrifying. Sigh. I can't release much of my strength. It's not even 1%. This is the only way a soft sigh came out of Wang Teng's mouth. It was filled with regret. The dark apparition felt offended. The scene in front of him made him extremely serious. Yet the other party said that he hadn't even used 1% of his ability. What a joke. The devil god's expression froze as if he heard something absurd. His expression kept changing, but he couldn't help but feel worried. Was this human so powerful? Devil, Titan, Bloodslayer, and the other dark apparitions were in disbelief. Their vision turned black, and they almost lost their balance. 1% of his ability. Was it true? They were weak. Don't lie to them. At this moment, these high-tiered Devil, Titan, dark apparitions, who could be called formidable martial warriors anywhere, felt that they were too weak. They couldn't catch up with their opponent's thoughts at all. They weren't on the same level. The human martial warriors couldn't believe it either. The terrifying divine might wasn't even 1% of his ability. Was he boasting? Even the formidable warriors on the human side couldn't help but complain in their hearts. They felt that this formidable warrior's personality was a little weird. Thisk. The figure was flabbergasted. He touched his chin and was caught between laughter and tears. Boom. The divine kingdom vibrated and resisted the power of the chains of order. It evaded the waves in the long river of time and space. Everything happened within a split second. Even the long river of time and space didn't have the time to wash over. But at this instant, the attack of the Nether god statue was already in front of him. The instant it touched Wang Teng's divine kingdom, it disintegrated and dissipated. Too weak. Wang Teng opened his mouth. His expression was calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. He didn't look like he was facing a terrifying nether god statue. Everyone was astounded. The dark apparitions were appalled. They were horrified. Nether god, Mark. A shout was suddenly heard from the nether god statue. The gigantic nether god statue stopped in midair and formed a strange seal with his 12 hands. Boom. Space trembled, and ripples spread out. An enormous and strange black devil mark gradually congregated in the air. An evil aura soared into the sky, and an extremely thick, dark power intertwined around it. It was exceptionally terrifying. After seeing Wang Teng's divine kingdom, the dark apparition didn't dare to be careless. He finally released the full potential of the nether god statue. Boom. The terrifying devil mark pushed out along with the 12 hands of the nether god statue and pressed down on Wang Teng's divine kingdom. The surrounding space distorted and shattered. What a terrifying devil mark. What skill is this? All the human martial warriors tensed up. They were flabbergasted. The figure turned grim, too. Even he found it strenuous to deal with the devil mark. If that creature didn't cross the river of time and space, his lingering shadow wouldn't be able to change anything. He might be able to ask Wang Teng to leave. But the others at this moment. "It's time to end this," Wang Teng muttered to himself. His expression remained calm as he stood in midair with his hands behind his back. However, his gaze was intense. Boom, the next instant, the divine kingdom behind him shone brightly. It was as if the gates of the divine kingdom were slowly opening. Countless droplets of light rained down, washing away the darkness and lighting up the entire space. Everyone closed their eyes uncontrollably. Their eyes were stinging and they couldn't see anything. Even the God-stage dark apparitions and the human figure couldn't see the interior of the light. Boom! An ear-shattering explosion resounded in the air for a long time. No one could see anything, but they could hear angry roars of unwillingness. They sounded like the roars of an injured wild beast. "I can't accept this. How can I be suppressed? Why are you so strong? You're just a lingering shadow in the river of time. The human race shouldn't have you." How do you know that it's impossible? A calm and carefree laughter resounded in the air. "What a pity. There isn't enough time this time. I can only kill you another time. The next time we meet, it will be your death. In the endless river of time and space, I will be invincible. I will become stronger." Chapter 2903. Separate 3 territorial domains, small trend changes, major trend never changes. 1. Boom. A loud explosion resounded in the air. Then all sounds disappeared. No one could hear it anymore. Whether it was the dark apparition or Wang Teng's voice, they disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone's heart dropped. They were extremely tense. Everyone understood that this was probably the last battle between the two sides. Was the dark apparition suppressed from his words just now? It wasn't hard to tell that the dark apparition was at a disadvantage. His voice was filled with unwillingness. However, the powerful martial warrior who crossed the river of time and space was leaving too. His time was up in the endless river of time and space. I will be invincible. This was the last sentence left by the powerful martial warrior. It shook everyone's heart. Invincible in the endless river of time. How bold was he? Even a God-stage martial warrior didn't dare to say this, but the other party said it. If they hadn't witnessed his ability personally, they might have scoffed at him. But after witnessing his ability today, what's more, this was just the strength of the other party's lingering shadow. How powerful must he be to be able to suppress a dark apparition with a single shadow? They didn't understand. Many people tried their best to open their eyes to see what was happening in the center of the explosion. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see anything. Only the residual impact kept sweeping out, forcing them to retreat again and again. Many people were injured by the impact. Their injuries were already serious, so it made things worse. Invincible? A cold and indifferent voice came from the center of the dazzling light again. It was filled with disdain and contempt. Who dares to say that they're invincible in the universe? Anyone who dares to say that they are invincible will die in the end. No matter how talented you are, you will turn into bones in the end. Only darkness will last forever. Voices were heard continuously. They echoed in the universe like devilish chants. It was terrifying. The dark apparition is still here. Many people turned pale. Fear appeared in their eyes uncontrollably. Wasn't it already suppressed? Why was it still here? Suddenly, a cold snort resounded in the air. You're already suppressed, but you still dare to create trouble. Everyone was shocked. They looked in a certain direction. It was the figure of light. That was Wang Teng's master. He was still here. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as if they found their pillar of support. Even if the powerful martial warrior had left, as long as his master Wang Teng was still around, he would be able to stop the dark apparition. Roar. This sentence seemed to have angered the dark apparition. He couldn't help but roar in anger. I can't accept this. Who dares to suppress me? You're just a lonely ghost wandering in the river of time and space. What right do you have to suppress me? The figure snorted. A lonely soul. He said that the next time will be your death. You're just deceiving yourself. Leave. You have no chance. The voice turned silent. Everyone tensed up uncontrollably. Will the other party leave? It looked like he was really suppressed and couldn't cause any trouble. If not, he wouldn't be angered by the human figure's words. Also, he didn't move anymore. He seemed a little afraid. This meant that he wasn't confident. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Did the human martial warrior who crossed the river of time and space really suppress it before he left? Time passed slowly, gradually. Everyone was able to see things clearly. They were flabbergasted by the scene in front. Boom. The space collapsed and turbulent currents swept out. The long river of time and space churned and terrifying waves swept through the sky, submerging an area. The long river of time and space didn't disappear. It was still sweeping towards them as if it wanted to submerge this entire area. This was the power of time and space. There seemed to be an unpredictable change causing the power of time and space to shake. It wanted to clear everything and get them back on track. In an instant, everyone's body turned cold. They felt a certain power entangling them. Swoosh! Numerous chains of order appeared and fell from the sky, forming a dense net that covered the entire universe. From the outside, this place had turned into a forbidden ground. The power of laws surged out like a sea, and the power of time and space churned. Waves crashed into the sky, and no one was able to get close to it. Even if a God-stage martial warrior came, he wouldn't dare to get close. If not, there would be unforeseen consequences, and they would be greatly affected. Let's go. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others regained their senses and shouted to remind everyone. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately escaped into the distance. Boom! The pagoda was glowing. Beams of light shot out from it, suppressing the power of time and space and buying time for everyone. Oh my God, I don't want to be submerged in the long river of time and space. In the air, a giant turtle cawed and turned into a beam of light as it escaped into the distance at an extremely fast speed. No one would have thought that this was a turtle. Get on my back, you're too slow. As he ran, he shouted at the people escaping around him. Silence. For a moment, everyone was speechless. A turtle found them slow. This was absurd. Chapter 2904, Separate 3 Territorial Domains. Small trend changes, major trend never changes. 2, however, even though they were complaining, they had a sudden thought. They took the chance when the giant turtle slowed down and landed on its spacious back. Swoosh! The giant turtle turned into a beam of light again and escaped into the distance. Wait, what about Wang Teng? Lian and the others suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously. The expressions of Great Elder Dan Chen and the others changed slightly. They turned around. Ignore him. With that formidable warrior around, he must have planned everything. "Is there a need for us?" the giant turtle shouted. Everyone was stunned. Then they understood. This cowardly turtle made sense. Besides the formidable martial warrior who could travel through time and space, there was also Wang Teng's master. Those two presences wouldn't abandon Wang Teng. They felt at ease when they thought about this. However, before seeing Wang Teng safe and sound, many people were still worried. Boom. The river of time and space surged over, wanting to drown everyone in it. The waves were more than 10 feet tall and terrifying. It sent chills down everyone's spine. "Lord Turtle, hurry up. If not, we might drown in the long river of time and space." Lei Yan and the other young talents shouted. "Why are you shouting? You're just a bunch of little kids. I'm already fast enough. You can't run as fast as me." The giant turtle shouted angrily, "But the river of time and space is catching up with us." Everyone screamed in fear when they saw a huge wave sweeping towards them from behind. It was about to land on their heads. "Fuck," the giant turtle raised its head. It was so frightened that its soul almost left its body. It cursed uncontrollably. "Run," everyone shouted. "Shut up. I can see that. I'll throw all of you down if you continue." The giant turtle shouted in anger as it increased its speed. Its 4 pillar-like legs intertwined at an unimaginable speed. Quick, quick, faster. The group of people didn't dare to speak. They could only stare nervously at the river of time and space, closing in on them, as well as the huge waves that were about to land on them. Their hearts turned cold. They clenched their fists and shouted in their hearts, "Suppress." A shout came from the pagoda above his head. A powerful force surged down and blocked the long river of time and space. Boom. The river of time and space seemed to have slammed into an invisible wall. The giant waves froze for a split second. But only a split second. Boom. The next instant something shattered and a loud explosion was heard. Bang. The pagoda was thrown back. Then the frightening river of time and space swept over again. Fortunately, it gave the giant turtle a chance to escape. His speed increased exponentially, and he managed to widen the distance between them in an instant. "Oh my God, that person is a monster! What kind of battle technique was that? It's so terrifying!" The giant turtle couldn't help but exclaim. Great Elder Dan Chen, Ruler Heaven Flame, and the others were flabbergasted too. They looked at the scene behind them and were still in a state of deep astonishment. They couldn't get rid of it. Boom! At this moment, the abyss-suppressing pagoda stabilized itself in the void. A dazzling light blossomed at the top like a burning star. "Look, the abyss-suppressing pagoda is opening the dimensional rift again." The loud explosion attracted everyone's attention. They exclaimed in surprise when they saw the familiar scene. "That's great. Once we open the dimensional rift, we will be saved." Everyone was overjoyed. They stared intently at the pagoda. It was unrealistic to compare speed with the long river of time and space. If this continued, none of them would be able to escape. They could only escape if the dimensional rift was opened. "Everyone, get ready. The dimensional rift is about to open." Great Elder Dan Chen's eyes lit up. He was elated. Everyone was shocked. They immediately activated their forces and formed a defense around their bodies. They tensed up and prepared to enter the dimensional rift. The space in this area was extremely chaotic. Even if the dimensional rift was opened, it wouldn't be as stable and safe as before. There would definitely be some risks. Thus, they needed to make preparations. If not, they might get sucked into the turbulent flow of space. Boom. An explosion resounded in the air. Everyone saw a dazzling beam of light shooting out from the top of the abyss-suppressing pagoda. It soared into the sky, space fluctuated, and circles of ripples spread out. Then a dimensional rift opened. "It's open." The giant turtle gave a strange cry. Its speed increased a little, and with a bang, the space around it exploded. Then it turned into a ray of light and shot into the dimensional rift. Boom. The abyss-suppressing pagoda turned into a ray of light and followed closely behind him. The dimensional rift was opened. There was no need for the abyss-suppressing pagoda to maintain it. Boom. the long river of time and space swept over quickly. Huge waves, tens of thousands of feet tall, crashed into the dimensional rift. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard. The entrance of the dimensional rift shattered instantly and turned into pieces of space fragment like glass. Turbulent currents swept into the dimensional rift. Boom. In the dimensional rift, the abyss-suppressing pagoda and the giant turtle evaded the chaotic flow of space and turned into rays of light as they flew away. I can't accept this. The dark apparition's voice resounded in the air once again. At first, it was extremely small, but it gradually became louder. Then, it turned into an angry roar that echoed in the air. Chapter 2905, Separate 3 Territorial Domains. Small trend changes, major trend never changes. 3. I was just revived, but I'm going to be suppressed. I cannot return empty-handed. My race's plan can't be delayed because of me. No one could hear him anymore because everyone had left. But boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion was heard in the dazzling area. Then a hand stretched out. Boom! The power of time and space exploded, and the chains of order wrapped around the hand. There seemed to be a powerful force hidden within, preventing it from appearing. Ah! An angry roar came from behind. The dark apparition seemed to be bearing with the pain. Back off! The hand enlarged infinitely in the void and stretched towards the starry sky in the distance. However, along the way, blood mist kept spurting out. The hand was badly mutilated, revealing the ghastly white bones. It was a ghastly sight. Boom. However, it continued moving forward, zooming in and covering a large area of the planetary sector. It headed towards the borders of the Solar Dragon Territorial Domain, the Tianlin Territorial Domain, and the Mecha Territorial Domain. Everyone knew that the Secondary Career Alliance was situated at the intersection of the 3 territorial domains. Yet this hand was heading towards the borders of the 3 territorial domains. One could imagine how huge and terrifying it was. What's that? On some planets closer to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, countless living creatures raised their heads and saw this scene. They were appalled. However, they didn't know that this was a huge hand. It was too huge, so they couldn't recognize it. Bang, bang, bang. The planets exploded one by one. They were too fragile and turned into dust under the pressure of the giant hand. The martial warriors couldn't escape in time. They turned into blood mist and got absorbed by the expanding hand to heal its injury in an empty space. The space suddenly fluctuated violently without any warning. Then, a light lit up and a passageway appeared in the space. Boom! A huge figure dashed out from the passageway. Then, there was a huge pagoda. They were the people who escaped from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Oh my God, we finally escaped. The giant turtle let out a long sigh and said loudly, the people on the turtle's back still had lingering fears. They looked behind them and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no turbulent river of time or terrifying dark apparitions. Finally, we're saved. Many people were in a daze. They didn't think that they could escape alive. It felt like a lifetime ago. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. They looked behind them as if they were looking at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters that had disappeared. They remained silent for a long time. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from the void. What's that? Everyone's relaxed mood was lifted again. They looked in the direction of the explosion in astonishment. Boom! Space trembled. A large hand stretched out. It's that dark apparition. He's catching up again? Everyone's expression changed. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't think that they would be caught even after escaping to this place. Let's go. Someone shouted and wanted to escape. No matter what, they wouldn't sit and wait for death. Even if they were to die, they would make one last struggle. Boom. Damn it. I just woke up and I'm getting chased. How tragic. A strange cry came from the giant turtle's mouth. It turned into a ray of light and escaped again. He didn't need anyone to remind him. No one was more enthusiastic than him when he was escaping. If not, he wouldn't be able to move so quickly. This was specially prepared for escaping. This great Elder Dan Chen and the others stood on the back of the giant turtle and stared at the giant hand in astonishment. They didn't understand how the other party was still able to catch up when he was already suppressed. Everyone looked at the figure and realized that he had disappeared. This place is quite a distance away from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Why is it still able to catch up with us? Ruler Heaven Flame asked grimly. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but no one replied to him. There are many wounds on that huge hand, revealing the bones. Is it crazy? It's willing to use the power of time and space to catch up with us? Ruler Greenwood exclaimed in astonishment. He seemed to have discovered something. No, this isn't right. An eternal stage ruler frowned. The power in this hand is terrifying. Is it worth it if it's just to catch up with us? Boom! The moment he finished speaking, the hand had already reached behind them. It was only a few thousand miles away. For a formidable warrior like him, he could cover it in a blink of an eye. We can't escape. It's too fast. Everyone's face turned pale. Oh my God, am I going to die here today? The giant turtle's face was scrunched up. It looked extremely funny. He was even prepared to shrunk his head and limbs into his turtle shell. This was his last act of stubbornness. Boom. However, something unexpected happened. The giant hand stretched out and ignored them. It continued stretching into the distance. The terrifying pressure still made them uncomfortable. Fortunately, the abyss-suppressing pagoda gave off a glow and resisted the terrifying pressure. Chapter 2906, Separate 3 Territorial Domains. Small trend changes, major trend never changes. 4. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The giant hand chased after them, but it didn't do anything to them. For a moment, everyone was confused. I have a bad feeling that something big is going to happen. Great, Elder Dan Chen suddenly said with a grave expression. Everyone turned silent. They had a premonition. If the hand wasn't targeting them, it must have other motives. At the same time, in another void, a huge dark red planet was floating silently. Rings of flames formed around the planet, protecting it. It was a peculiar sight. Outside this planet, there were many islands floating in the void attached to the planet. Spacecrafts flew over from all directions. It seemed exceptionally prosperous and lively. This was the Solar Dragon planet. The main planet of the Solar Dragon race. Many powerful martial warriors from the Solar Dragon race were cultivating in seclusion. There was no lack of God-stage martial warriors among them. As for whether there was anyone stronger, no one knew. But no matter what, the Solar Dragon race was a powerful race in the universe. Outsiders wouldn't dare to offend them. One could imagine how prosperous the Solar Dragon planet was. Even the 5 burial stars couldn't be compared to the Solar Dragon planet. What's more, these two places were completely different. One was from the chaotic planetary sector, while the other was from the stable sector. They represented different rules of the universe at this moment. The lively Solar Dragon planet suddenly quietened down. A terrifying aura swept over from the distance. Who is it? A shout came from the Solar Dragon planet. A formidable warrior appeared and floated in the air. He looked into the distance with a grim expression. The dark apparitions were well prepared for the invasion of the Secondary Career Alliance. They cut off everyone's contact with the outside world. Thus, from the start to the end, no one outside knew what happened to the Secondary Career Alliance. What's more, there was a huge distance between every faction and the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It was impossible to rush there immediately. Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from afar. Ripples appeared in the space, and a terrifying hand stretched out. This, the martial warriors from Solar Dragon Planet were astounded. Retreat. Return to the Solar Dragon Planet. Please activate the array. The martial warriors panicked. However, they reacted quickly and rushed into the Solar Dragon Planet. Shouts were heard continuously. The Solar Dragon Planet started vibrating. Boom. In an instant, an enormous array was activated, enveloping the Solar Dragon Planet and the surrounding starry sky. one could see powerful figures appearing around the array. They were the ones controlling the array on the solar dragon planet. Boom. A large hand quickly spread out, covering the sky and the sun. The people on the solar dragon planet instantly fell into panic. Boom. A huge pressure spread out. The array outside the solar dragon planet suddenly vibrated violently as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. The formidable warriors on the solar dragon planet shouted in anger. Powerful force fluctuations were released and instilled into the array. The array lit up brightly and managed to resist the terrifying pressure. However, the spacecrafts outside the solar dragon planet weren't so lucky. The instant the hand landed, the spacecrafts exploded one after another. No one was spared. It was the same for Eternal-level spacecrafts. Within a few seconds, all the spacecraft turned into scrap and floated in the cold universe. The martial warriors in the spacecrafts were all dead. The giant hand came and left quickly. After it stretched above the solar dragon planet, the pressure on it decreased. The martial warriors on the solar dragon planet heaved a sigh of relief. What happened? Why was there such a terrifying presence? A god-stage martial warrior stared at the sky in bewilderment. I sense a thick, dark force. I'm afraid something huge is about to happen. Another god-stage solar dragon race martial warrior said worriedly. For a moment, the entire solar dragon planet was silent. In the Mecha territorial domain, there was a huge planet that looked like a mechanical battle fortress floating silently in a mysterious void. This planet was strange. There were all kinds of strange metal structures on it, and no plants could be seen. All kinds of mechanical objects covered the entire planet. There were even all kinds of mechanical force weapons poking out of the planet, facing all directions. There were no blind spots. It was like an iron bucket. There were all kinds of mechanical war chariots floating around this planet. Some looked like pyramids, some looked like deep-sea war chariots, and some looked like obelisks. Every mechanical war chariot was different. Even the most powerful spacecraft blacksmiths wouldn't be able to find the same war chariot here. But then again, if they saw this scene, they might go crazy over it. This was the main planet of the most mysterious Mecha territorial domain. Mecha territorial domain. Mecha planet. At this moment, an ear-piercing alert rang on the planet. Alerts rang simultaneously. This sound could be heard in every area and every corner of the planet. If a universe-stage martial warrior was immersed in this sound, he might lose his mind from the impact and find it unbearable. Chapter 29207, Separate 3 Territorial Domains. Small trend changes, major trend never changes. 5. Then the war chariots around them quickly gathered together as if they had received an order. They gathered on the Mecha planet. Then a strange scene appeared. These war chariots had merged with the Mecha planet. If you looked at them from the outside, you wouldn't be able to see any connection. It was as if they were one to begin with. Boom! A loud explosion came from the Mecha planet. A glaring light lit up and formed layers of defense around the Mecha planet. If you counted carefully, you would realize that there were more than 10 layers of defense. It was terrifying. The entire Mecha planet seemed to have turned into a giant iron ore. It was sturdy enough to astound everyone who saw it. Unfortunately, no one could see this scene. Boom! After some time, the giant hand stretched out and caused the Mecha planet to shake violently. However, it didn't break its defense. After some time, the pressure subsided and a strange sound was heard on the Mecha planet. It sounded like metals rubbing against each other. The ingredient evaluations show that there's terrifying dark matter in the big hand. We can't measure the specific percentage. The appearance of dark force. Based on past battles, the probability of dark apparitions appearing is 97.85%. I think the range of the dark force is enough to cover the solar dragon, Mecha, and Tianlin territorial domains. We seem to be surrounded. Voices were heard continuously. Then, there was an eerie silence. Tianlin territorial domain compared to the solar dragon territorial domain and the Mecha territorial domain was nothing special. Big. Besides big, there was only big left. As the main planet of a territorial domain, the Tianlan planet must be big enough. It was prosperous, too. This was the only thing it had in common with the main planets of the other two territorial domains. However, the distribution of factions in the Tianlan territorial domain was more complicated than the Solar Dragon territorial domain and the Mecha territorial domain. It was formed by a few factions. At this moment, as the giant hand came closer, the factions on the Tianlan planet were in a state of panic. They activated their arrays to resist the pressure of the giant hand. What is this? Why is there such a terrifying presence in the Tianlan territorial domain? No, that's the power of darkness. What? Are the dark apparitions going to invade the Tianlan territorial domain? How is this possible? Are the martial warriors at the front line all dead? Panic and fear could be heard everywhere in the Tianlan territorial domain. Everyone was immersed in the fear of being controlled by dark apparitions. Boom. The large hand covered with dark purple blood mist filled up the universe of the three territorial domains. It was vast and boundless. Some weaker planets exploded, and the living creatures on them turned into nourishment for the giant hand, helping it to spread through the universe. Many powerful martial warriors wanted to help, but they felt powerless in front of this giant hand. They couldn't stop it. This scene was extremely frightening and astounding. Mind you, any of the territorial domains was vast and boundless. They contained countless galaxies and planetary sectors, yet they were enveloped by a huge hand that shook the universe. It was extremely terrifying. On this day, all the living creatures in the three territorial domains were in fear. Their hearts trembled as if they were witnessing the end of the world. They were in despair. Under the cover of the dark purple hand and the contamination of the thick, dark matter, the world turned dark and was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. All the living creatures were in despair. They felt that the world had fallen into darkness. There was no hope at all. The universe in the three territorial domains were trembling. Dimensional rifts appeared in many areas, turning many areas into forbidden zones. Even the God Stage martial warriors didn't dare to do anything in this frightening scene. They were afraid of triggering a terrifying accident and causing them to suffer. In this situation, they could only wait and see. Acting rashly was equivalent to seeking death. Catastrophe. This was a terrifying catastrophe. It had been a long time since such a terrifying catastrophe happened to the human race. In the past, even if there was an invasion of dark apparitions, it was only on a small scale. There had never been such a large-scale invasion. Only the remaining old fellows remembered this terrifying scene which only appeared when dark apparitions first appeared in this universe. Even if they managed to recover that area, they had to pay a huge price. Also, that place became a forbidden ground. It was no longer suitable for martial warriors to cultivate. Wherever the dark apparitions went, every inch of land would turn into darkness. And beyond that area was the foreign battleground. Boom. The giant hand finally reached the borders of the three territorial domains. A terrifying explosion occurred, and it gradually stopped. Today, I, He, Tian, will block the three territorial domains of the human race. The next instant, a loud shout came from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It swept through the universe and entered the ears of all the living creatures in the three territorial domains. Everyone was in despair. Boom. The dark purple blood mist churned and slammed down. It cut off the connection between the three territorial domains and outside world like a terrifying blade. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, terrifying waves were formed in the void torrent belt. Countless powerful creatures living in the void torrent belt howled in agony and turned into blood mist. They died instantly as the giant waves tossed and turned. Countless divine patterns appeared in the void torrent belt. They turned into the rules of heaven and earth and spread throughout the void torrent belt. Infinite dark purple blood mist merged into it and turned into strange black patterns. Dark force and black matter spread out instantly. In the long river of time and space, a lotus flower floated to who knows where. Figures appeared in the past and the future. The small trend can change, but the big picture won't. Everything will return to the right path. but everything will be different. A soft voice was heard. No one heard or knew what it was. It seemed to resound in the past and the future. However, it seemed to come from this age too. Chapter 2908, Gone Memories, famous throughout the universe. Everyone shocked. 1. The 3 territorial domains were blocked and the void torrent belt was turbulent. No one could get close to it. A terrifying black mist filled up the 3 territorial domains. A few hours later, almost all the factions in the universe received the news. The horrifying scene spread to all the factions. They turned silent and lost their voices. A huge change. This was a huge change. The human race had 136 territorial domains, but 3 of them were cut off. This included the Solar Dragon territorial domain and the Mecha territorial domain, which were extremely powerful. The impact was huge. All the factions sent their martial warriors out to investigate. Within a few days, detailed information was sent back. Dark apparitions. The dark apparitions had invaded. An extremely powerful dark apparition cut off the 3 territorial domains single-handedly, creating this scene. All the factions were flabbergasted. There was a dark apparition who managed to cut off 3 territorial domains. What kind of presence was this? It was unimaginable. Boom, this day, many powerful factions caused a huge commotion. Some true god-level martial warriors were dispatched to the 3 territorial domains to take a look. A powerful dark apparition who was able to cut 3 territorial domains into 2. How frightening was this? It was enough for a true god-level powerhouse to come personally. Unfortunately, when they reached the edge of the 3 territorial domains, they couldn't enter. The void torrent belt outside the 3 territorial domains underwent a strange change. There were black patterns intertwined on it, containing terrifying dark power. The rules of heaven and earth appeared too. It was terrifying. Even a god-stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to overcome this obstacle. If they tried, they would be corroded by the dark force, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't underestimate the dark force inside. This was a move left behind by a dark apparition who had surpassed the true god level. Normal god-stage martial warriors would be affected by it. For a moment, all the factions were helpless. However, at this moment, a mecha race spacecraft appeared at the edge of the mecha territorial domain and contacted the people outside. The technology of the mecha race had always surpassed the other factions. Even the Virtual Universe Corporation couldn't be compared to the mecha race in certain aspects. What's more, the mecha race was extremely mysterious. No one knew what technology the mecha race possessed that exceeded that of a normal civilization. However, it was rumored that the mecha race was a high-tech race. After contacting the mecha race, the factions outside the 3 territorial domains finally knew what happened. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was breached. The appearance of a terrifying dark apparition sealed under the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. The dark apparition was the one who blocked the 3 territorial domains. All the factions were flabbergasted by this piece of news. They couldn't calm down for a long time. But what made them even more agitated was what happened later. The appearance of dark apparitions meant that there were formidable warriors on the human side too. A formidable warrior stopped the dark apparition and a huge battle ensued, and this powerful martial warrior was the master of a Cosmos stage martial warrior at first. No one would pay attention to the Cosmos stage martial warrior. They would only pay attention to his master. However, this Cosmos stage martial warrior wasn't a simple person either. He rose in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters and became a saint-level secondary professional. What's more, he was a saint-level secondary professional in multiple aspects. Many people found it unbelievable when they heard this piece of news. They even wondered if they heard wrong. Everyone knew about the exchange competition at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. After all, many powerful factions sent formidable warriors to watch the competition. This was a special honor. The factions that were able to go to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to watch the competition were all reputable presences in the universe. At the same time, these factions would send their talented secondary professionals to participate in the competition. As long as they rose in the competition, They would be able to make a name for themselves in the universe and become the object of pursuit of many powerful martial warriors. No faction would let go of such a good opportunity. They might even scramble for it. However, it was rare for someone to become a saint during the exchange event at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. The Secondary Career Alliance headquarters had held many exchange competitions, but only a few saint-level secondary professionals appeared. Just the saint of one aspect was already so difficult. Much less a saint of multiple aspects. Many people couldn't help but wonder if this piece of news was true, but soon they had to believe it. The image of the match was broadcast and everyone saw it. Saint-level poison master. Saint-level doctor, saint-level force chef. Saint-level blacksmith, a saint-level rune master, saint-level mining engineer, 7. All 7 secondary professions had reached the saint level. This was unbelievable. Was there really someone so monstrous? But the truth was laid out in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it, especially the last 3 secondary professions, alchemy, smithery, and runes. The young talent with multiple saint-level skills performed exceptionally well. During the alchemy competition, dark apparitions appeared and reached the second calamity of the saint level. What was even more outrageous was that the dark apparition was an abandoned disciple of the core alchemy family, the Dan family. He came back to take revenge. However, the talented martial warrior only managed to make a first-level saint-level pill he had already lost. In the end, he used a secret skill to push the pill to the second calamity of the saint level. Its quality was even higher than the Dark Apparitions, Chapter 2909. Gone Memories, famous throughout the universe. Everyone shocked. 2. The tides turned in an instant. He turned defeat into victory. Many people had a deep impression of him for turning the tides. As for runes, there was nothing to say. The dark apparitions invaded the city, and the core of the divine level array was destroyed. Yet this talented saint-level martial warrior replaced the core of the array with his own and activated the divine level array. This profound rune array mastery astounded everyone who saw the match. They were in awe. They didn't come personally, but they could feel the urgency and danger. Yet the other party managed to change the core of the divine level array in such a situation. It was unbelievable how confident he was. What's more, this immortal level array was a 5-element array. It was more complicated and occult than a single attribute array. Many saint-level rune masters felt emotional when they saw this scene. They felt inferior. This Saint Wang Teng is the #1 talent in the world in terms of secondary professions. Many divine-level secondary professionals spoke up, shocking all factions. All divine levels universally acknowledged him. In an instant, the name Wang Teng entered the ears of all the factions. His name had spread throughout the entire universe. This was truly making a name for himself in the universe. Every faction knew his name and viewed him with high importance. Even if it wasn't martial arts reputation, it was still extremely rare. A saint with 7 secondary professions. What a monster. No matter what his future achievements were, the current situation was enough for many factions to pull him over at all costs. Moreover, the man's master was someone who could fight with dark apparitions. Just a lingering shadow was enough to render the dark apparition helpless. If it was the true form, how powerful would it be? Unfortunately, there was too little information about the figure. There were no voice recordings or videos left during the battle, so no one was able to analyze it. Also, the other party was too powerful, so many people didn't dare to investigate rashly. They didn't want to offend this formidable warrior. This was the most basic respect for a formidable warrior. Only some true God-level martial warriors would dare to investigate this matter. However, they wouldn't go too far. They didn't dare to probe further. Another piece of news astounded everyone. A human martial warrior crossed the long river of time and space and came to this world. When everyone heard this piece of news, they were even more astounded and in disbelief than when they heard the previous few pieces of news. Crossing the river of time and space. This piece of news was too astonishing. It was unimaginable. Some people were filled with doubts. They suspected that someone purposely spread this piece of news to create an illusion. But after some time, all the factions contacted the people they sent to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to watch the competition. They received the same news. There was really a human martial warrior who crossed the river of time and space. Also, the humans suppressed the dark apparition and forced him to retreat in the end. If not, the consequences would be worse. The same news came from all the different factions. Everyone turned silent. At this stage, even if they didn't believe it, they could only choose to. Everyone's description was the same. There was no need to doubt anything, but this was unbelievable. All the factions took a long time to digest this astonishing truth. A formidable martial warrior crossed the river of time and borrowed Wang Teng's body. Wang Teng. It was Wang Teng again. Many people found it strange. Why was Wang Teng everywhere? Some powerful martial warriors sensed something and asked for more details. In the end, everyone only remembered that there was a formidable warrior who crossed the river of time and space. They had forgotten about the rest. This was a strange situation. There seemed to be a problem with everyone's memory. Even the God stage martial warriors had forgotten about the earth-shattering battle they saw. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remember the details. Everyone went silent. Everything was possible when it came to the power of time and space. No one dared to say for sure. Many people had to put down their guesses temporarily. This guess was absurd. Without any clues, they couldn't continue their speculation. However, they still had their doubts. They decided that if they had the chance in the future, they must meet Wang Teng personally. His martial arts stage aside, his mastery in his secondary profession was already exceptional. He was worth their attention. They were even more astounded when they saw Wang Teng's information. Wang Teng possessed a frightening talent in martial arts, too. As a Cosmos stage martial warrior, he was able to defeat a peak Heaven Lord stage martial warrior and even fight with a Universe stage martial warrior. This talent was a little monstrous, but whether he could grow up was another matter. Compared to the formidable warrior who could travel through the long river of time and space, the difference in their stages was vast. It was hard to link them together. The only thing that surprised them was that Wang Teng possessed the space talent. He used his space talent on many occasions. It was well hidden, but they could always find some clues. This discovery astounded everyone. In summary, Wang Teng's talent had already attracted the attention of the various factions. Even when Wang Teng went on the star rankings and entered the 7 stellar academies, he didn't attract so much attention. After the huge battle, Wang Teng entered the eyes of all the factions. Chapter 2941, Den, Gone Memories, famous throughout the universe. Everyone shocked. 3. Wang Teng has multiple attributes and the space talent. What's more, he has 7 secondary professions. He's not just a monster. Also, he's very young. He's only a little over 20 years old. At this age, if he was a talent from a powerful faction, no one would be astounded. However, he came from an underdeveloped planet. He rose from an underdeveloped planet. I can see many shadows of unparalleled talents in him. Oh, it's him. He was once on the star rankings and entered the 7 stellar academies. I planned to inspect him again, but he rose in the blink of an eye. Many factions were discussing and lamenting behind his back. It was astonishing that a talent who rose from an underdeveloped planet managed to reach this stage. Wang Teng had entered the star rankings, entered the 7 stellar academies, and even recently signed a God Stage Prodigy contract with the Virtual Universe Corporation. Naturally, this matter appeared in front of the powerful martial warriors from the various factions. Many factions were astounded and helpless. Damn it, it's the Virtual Universe Corporation again. Their speed is too fast. It can't be helped. The Virtual Universe Corporation has the most comprehensive virtual data in the universe. They have too many advantages. They found a treasure again. Damn it, sighs were heard from the Mercenaries Alliance's headquarters. It was a pity. The Virtual Universe Corporation beat us to it again. The God Stage Prodigy contract. They're really decisive. Why don't we try poaching him? We have money anyway. Of course. As long as you swing the hoe properly, you can dig anything you want. It's just a God stage prodigy contract. We have it too. We can even give him more. Similar voices were heard in the headquarters of the Universe Bank. Some of them even wanted to poach Wang Teng. They had done this many times. Although they weren't as talented as the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Mercenaries Alliance in terms of unearthing talents, the Universe Bank was definitely the strongest when it came to poaching talents. It was all because of the money. I wonder which faction his master is from. It's highly likely that his master doesn't belong to any faction. There are many powerful martial warriors in the universe who are living in seclusion. They seem to be waiting for something. That's right. I'm lucky to have seen one before. He's terrifying and definitely above the God stage. It's impossible to predict the future of a formidable warrior like him. It looks like besides the 7 stellar academies and the Virtual Universe Corporation, Wang Teng also has a powerful background. No wonder he was able to rise from an underdeveloped planet and grow until now. Then, some people started talking about Wang Teng's master. They felt that Wang Teng was able to get to where he is today mostly because of the grooming of that formidable warrior. If not, he wouldn't be able to rely on himself to reach this stage at his age. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. Wang Teng didn't know that because of his performance during the secondary Career Alliance exchange, the appearance of his master, and the formidable warrior who crossed the river of time and space, he had entered the eyes of all the factions and became famous in the universe. Now everyone knew who he was. This was scary. The universe was huge and there were 136 territorial domains in total. It was hard to tell how many life planets, factions, and living creatures there were. Now they knew about Wang Teng's existence. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. A saint-level secondary professional. And that terrifying presence as his master. Why is Wang Teng so lucky? He's our archenemy. What should we do now in the great Qian Empire? Within the Parkers family, everyone was in a mess. Valteru, the head of the Parkers family, had an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. At first, he thought that the man was just an ant he could control easily, but in the end, he was a tough nut to crack. What's more, this tough nut was getting tougher and tougher, yet he was still able to get tougher. Ever since the League of Talents, he had gotten many times tougher. What the fuck? Sinclamen, Andres, and the others from the Parkers family felt extremely uncomfortable. Dad. Andres looked at his father. His heart was trembling. He regretted provoking that bastard in the past. Valterk's face turned black when he saw his unlucky son. Damn it, was this son really his biological child? He should have shot him on the wall. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the Parkers family had the same attitude towards Wang Teng. It wasn't Andre's fault. After all, Wang Teng was just a small planet martial warrior who came from an underdeveloped planet. He could be squashed to death with one hand. They didn't know how things progressed to this stage. It was surreal. Everyone, this isn't the time to blame anyone. Let's think about how to deal with this matter. After a moment of panic, an eternal-level ancestor from the Parkers family finally opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Valtero looked at his ancestor and was in a dilemma. He didn't know what to say. If they continued to deal with Wang Teng, they would be afraid of the master behind him. If they gave up and allowed Wang Teng to continue growing, he might not let go of the Parkers family in the end. Chapter 2911, Gone Memories. Famous throughout the universe. Everyone shocked. 4. Everyone knew this too. They turned silent. Why don't we stop here? We will pay a certain price to appease his anger. A universe-level martial warrior hesitated. Maybe we can ask the Imperial family to intercede. Another universe-level martial warrior suggested, if we really bow down to him, where will the Parkers family put their face? However, there were also people who objected. The Parkers family's many years of pride made them unable to bow down easily. Wang Teng's master won't act easily. If not, our Parkers family wouldn't exist anymore. He's probably using our Parkers family as Wang Teng's whetstone. We are one of the 8 duke families of the great Skian Empire. The imperial family won't let anything happen to us. Everyone spoke one after another, but no one came up with a definite solution. This problem was enough to give the Parkers family a headache for a long time. They were being barbecued on a stove. Even if they didn't die, they would suffer terribly. Of course, they might give up and fight to the death. There was a huge commotion in the 7 stellar academies when the news spread. This is Wang Teng. Yu Chikiao, Ji Haochen, Timothy, and the other talents close to Wang Teng widened their eyes in disbelief as if they saw a ghost. A saint with 7 secondary professions. Was this really the Wang Teng they knew? Shouldn't that fellow be a martial arts genius? Why was he a saint with 7 secondary professions? They knew that Wang Teng's alchemy mastery was outstanding, and he had once made a supreme rank pill. He even attracted the attention of the Azure Dragon God in the chaotic Star Sea. However, they never thought that Wang Teng could advance to the saint level so quickly. What's more, a saint with 7 secondary professions. This was unbelievable. They had never seen a talent who could accomplish such achievements in all 7 secondary professions. It was unimaginable. All the talents who knew Wang Teng were in deep shock. They couldn't regain their senses. They were in a daze. Everyone found it unreal. They were in a daze, President. You're amazing. After the initial shock, the members of the Constellation Society started cheering. They seemed even more excited and happy than if they made this achievement themselves. Their boss was truly amazing. Most of the members who could join the Constellation Society went through rounds and rounds of screening. There weren't many of them. If they didn't make any contributions to the society, they wouldn't be able to enter. After they entered the Constellation Society, they received many benefits, and their cultivation speed increased tremendously. Also, they recognized Wang Teng's ability. Everyone treated him as a role model and a target to catch up with. Thus, these talented students respected Wang Teng from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone in the Constellation Society felt honored and proud when they saw Wang Teng rising to prominence in the Secondary Profession Alliance's exchange event. The boss is indeed the boss. He's so powerful wherever he goes. Wade was elated. He laughed uncontrollably. He suddenly admired himself. He was able to find such an impressive boss in the vast sea of people and cozy up to him. This was his ability too. Who would dare to say that Wade couldn't do it in the future? With such a monster boss, he had to do it even if he couldn't. Yunshen, Barate, Tai Beisha, Reynolds, Baishuan Liu, and the other talents exchanged glances with one another. They didn't manage to react in time. They were flabbergasted. The status of a saint-level martial warrior far exceeded theirs. What's more, there were 7 of them at the saint level. As talents, they felt that the gap between them and Wang Teng was getting bigger and bigger. It was so big that they couldn't catch up. At first, these talents gathered around Wang Teng because his martial arts ability was powerful enough. They treated Wang Teng as their goal and wanted to catch up with him as soon as possible. They didn't expect the other party to leave them in the dust even before they started chasing. Suddenly, these talents felt a little dispirited. They felt that no matter how hard they chased, they wouldn't be able to surpass this monster. A saint with 7 secondary professions? Somewhere in the 7th Stellar Academy, Yuan Mu was cultivating furiously when he received this piece of news. He was in a bad mood. Repeat that. He looked at the martial warriors who came to deliver the news and said in a low voice, Wang Teng became a saint with 7 secondary professions during the Secondary Career Alliance's exchange event. 2 of his secondary professions didn't receive any explicit assessment, but the Secondary Career Alliance has already announced that Wang Teng is indeed at the 7-star saint level. It can't be fake. The martial warriors didn't dare to look Yuan Mu in the eye as they lowered their heads. Bang! Yuan Mu's fist landed on a small mountain and shattered it into pieces. The martial warrior shuddered. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Yuan Mu didn't say anything. He turned and flew towards the 7th Stellar Academy. He wanted to meet his brother and ask him about the details. Did Wang Teng really become a saint with 7 secondary professions? No matter what, he found it unbelievable. He also knew what happened at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, so he didn't probe further. However, he was also astounded and needed to go to his brother for more detailed information. Chapter 29:12. Gone Memories. Famous throughout the universe. Everyone shocked. 5. What's more, that was a saint with 7 secondary professions. If he was right, his elder brother wouldn't be able to sit still anymore. This was a saint with 7 secondary professions. His status was no longer something the Stellar Academy could control. The leader of the Flying Cloud Alliance, Ji Feiyun, and the leader of the Witch Tower Alliance, Wu Ming, received the news too. They contacted each other immediately. "You came out of seclusion?" Wu Ming asked in surprise. "This is such a huge matter. How can I not come out?" Ji Feiyun gave a bitter smile. The aura around him was fluctuating. He was at the crucial moment of his breakthrough, but he had to come out. This showed how much attention he placed on this matter. He stopped wasting time and asked directly, "Is the news reliable? Of course. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters is gone. Is this a joke?" Wu Ming took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to suffer such a calamity." Ji Feiyun shook his head. "You're right." Wu Ming turned serious. "There will be a fierce battle soon. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. As a martial warrior, I have to face this." Ji Feiyun shook his head. "Wang Teng surprised me. I didn't expect him to advance to the saint level during the exchange event at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. What's more, he became a saint with 7 secondary professions. I was shocked when I heard this piece of news. That fellow is outrageously perverted," Wu Ming said with a bitter smile. "It might be a good thing for us, but it won't be good for Feng Qingyan." Ji Feiyun suddenly thought of something interesting and smiled. "You have a bad sense of humor. But if you think about it, Feng Qingyan's expression must be ugly." Wu Ming laughed too. He seemed to be gloating. They were already at loggerheads with the Qingyan Society. Now that Wang Teng had risen as his enemy, Feng Qingyan wouldn't feel good. He probably wouldn't have an easy time in the future. It was interesting just thinking about it. Just like what they thought, one day the sound of objects breaking was heard in the Qingyan Society. It was said that the president of the Qingyan Society, Feng Qingyan, smashed many good things and wore a black face for a few days. He looked as if someone owed him a few trillion universe coins. There were also rumors that the vice president of the Qingyan Society, Ruan Banlian, got slapped by Feng Qingyan. Her beautiful face was swollen. In summary, there were all kinds of rumors. Many people knew the reason and couldn't help but laugh at them. Sister, sister. In a manor in the 7th Stellar Academy, Tong En flew over excitedly. She barged into the manor due to her high speed. A certain part of her body that was obviously overdeveloped started trembling violently. If some men saw this scene, they might get dizzy and lose themselves in it. "How old are you? Why are you still acting so recklessly? Can't you see that I'm receiving guests?" In the manor's lobby, a beautiful lady was talking to a few martial warriors. When she saw Tong En barging in without knocking, she shook her head helplessly and reprimanded her softly. "Haha, this is Tong En's personality. We are used to it." There were males and females among the martial warriors. A young man waved his hand nonchalantly and laughed. Tong En finally noticed that there were other people in the hall. She stuck out her tongue and felt a little embarrassed. "Sister, did you hear the news?" But soon she couldn't care about anything else and said excitedly, "If it's about Wang Teng, I know." Tong Yan nodded gently. "Huh? You already know?" Tong En was a little disappointed. However, she was a lively person, so her expression turned gloomy instantly. She said excitedly, "Sister, a saint with 7 secondary professions. That fellow has already become a saint with 7 secondary professions. Making a pill for you will be a piece of cake. It's not a loss, right? We made a huge profit. That fellow didn't disappoint me." As she spoke, she suddenly placed her hands on her waist and laughed. She was so impressive. The people in the hall were caught between laughter and tears. However, they were more astounded. From Tong En's words, they could tell that Tong Ya had already invested in Wang Teng and befriended him. However, they didn't know about this. The martial warriors in the hall were all close friends with Tong Ya. They often went on missions together, so they were quite close. He came for Wang Teng and the Secondary Career Alliance. He didn't expect Tong Ya to befriend Wang Teng first. This was a huge piece of news. After the ceremony ended, Tong En kept pestering me. She said that Wang Teng is extremely talented and hoped that I would take him seriously. I couldn't convince her, so I sent him a gift as an investment. Tong Ya explained with a smile when she saw everyone's expression. She was calm and rarely showed this expression. Even when she met someone familiar, she would nod her head slightly and rarely smiled. This was a rare sight. It was clear that she was in a good mood. The people in the hall exchanged glances with one another. They understood that Wang Teng had become a saint with 7 secondary professions. It was said that he had a powerful background and had a bright future ahead. It was a happy thing that Tong Ya was able to befriend him and form a good relationship with him. They were envious. Chapter 2913, The Start of the War. The Missing Wang Teng, The Decayed Body. One time passed. News from the 3 territorial domains spread continuously through the Mecha race's technology. The dark apparitions only blocked the 3 territorial domains. There was no war. However, the martial warriors from the 3 territorial domains had already discovered many dimensional rifts. It was highly likely that this was a prelude to a war against the dark apparitions. This piece of news caused the various factions to get nervous again. Numerous dimensional rifts had appeared in the 3 territorial domains. This was incredibly terrifying. Once a war broke out, the 3 territorial domains would be riddled with holes. Dark apparitions could appear anywhere. It was hard to guard against them. What's more, they were only discovered in conspicuous areas. There were many hidden places in the 3 territorial domains. If dimensional rifts appeared there, they wouldn't be discovered. This is a sign that the dark apparitions are starting a war, someone said directly. Without a doubt, the powerful martial warriors from the various factions were familiar with this scene. It was the same every time dark apparitions appeared. Dimensional rifts appeared everywhere. It was useless, even if powerful martial warriors were sent to repair them. Many of these dimensional rifts were fake. After they were repaired, new dimensional rifts would appear. The speed of repair couldn't catch up with the speed of new dimensional rifts. At this stage, a war was almost inevitable. In an instant, all the factions entered battle readiness mode. Martial warriors started gathering and war chariots started gathering. The atmosphere in the 3 territorial domains was heavy, especially when they knew that the 3 territorial domains couldn't get reinforcements from the outside world. Their hearts turned even more serious. Fortunately, the Mecha territorial domain and the Solar Dragon territorial domain were among the 3 territorial domains. There were also powerful presences like the divine-level martial warriors that escaped from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. They had the ability to fight with the dark apparitions at the same time. The people outside were trying to find a way to break the seal left by the dark apparitions in the Void Torrent Belt. All the 133 territorial domains of the human race, including the Mecha territorial domain, were working hard too. They believed that they could find a way to break the lockdown. Outside the Solar Dragon planet, on a huge piece of land, this was where the Secondary Career Alliance was stationed. The people who escaped from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters were all stationed here. A humongous turtle and an ancient pagoda floated above the mainland. This scene astounded many people. No one dared to get close. Just the powerful aura exuded by the giant turtle was enough to astound people. What's more, there was the pagoda that no one dared to see. The Solar Dragon race was polite and friendly towards the Secondary Career Alliance. They didn't dare to be careless. Although the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was destroyed, one could tell that the advanced stage secondary professionals and the powerful martial warriors were still present. They didn't die. As long as they existed, the Secondary Career Alliance wouldn't disappear. What's more, there were branches of the Secondary Career Alliance in various parts of the universe. No one dared to underestimate them, not even the Solar Dragon race. Thus, when they saw the people from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, the Solar Dragon race welcomed them. They would come over whenever they were free and express their concern. They sent supplies and care for the secondary professionals. They didn't take good care of them. Did you find Wang Teng? At this moment, everyone in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was gathered in a huge building. Great Elder Dan Shen asked a martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race. The martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race was covered with crimson scales. He was muscular and gave off a scorching and terrifying aura. He was extremely powerful. This was an eternal stage duke. The Solar Dragon race placed high importance in the Secondary Career Alliance since they allowed an eternal-level martial warrior to do it personally. We searched the planetary sector but couldn't find any traces of Wang Teng. The eternal-level Solar Dragon race martial warrior shook his head. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Also, the area where the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters used to be has turned into a forbidden ground. There are numerous dimensional rifts and a thick dark matter and dark force. We can't spy on it anymore. Great Elder Dan Chen exchanged glances with Great Elder Tambeli and the others. He frowned and asked, "Have you searched the surroundings?" "We have searched the area within a few light years." Another universe-stage Solar Dragon race martial warrior said, "Great Elder Dan Chen and the others didn't look good." They sighed in their hearts, but they still said to the Solar Dragon race martial warriors, "Thank you for your help. If you can't find him, forget it. The overall situation is more important now. It's all right." The eternal-level Solar Dragon race martial warriors said, "We need to keep an observer nearby. It's all right." Great Elder Dan Chen and the others nodded and kept quiet. The martial warriors from the Solar Dragon race left sensibly. I didn't expect the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to view Wang Teng with such high importance. Even the divine-level martial warriors are concerned about him. The eternal-level Solar Dragon race martial warrior exclaimed along the way. A saint with 7 secondary professions, the Secondary Career Alliance will definitely view him with high importance. If this matter didn't happen, Wang Teng would have become a core member of the Secondary Career Alliance. Another universe-level Solar Dragon race martial warrior said, "That's right. How can the Secondary Career Alliance give up on this talent so easily? If he continues to grow, he will definitely become a powerful figure in the Secondary Career Alliance. When he advances to the immortal level, he will be able to fight with multiple divine-level secondary professions." The eternal-level Solar Dragon race martial warrior said with a glint in his eyes, Chapter 2914, The Start of the War, The Missing Wang Teng, The Decayed Body, 2. Anyway, Wang Teng seemed to have found a universe-level body for us. The universe-level Solar Dragon race martial warriors suddenly thought of something and said, "I have some impression of this matter. I didn't expect it to be Wang Teng. What a coincidence." The eternal-level Solar Dragon race martial warrior blinked and said, "Elder, I remember that one of the young fellows from my lineage has a good relationship with him in the Stellar Academy." The universe-level Solar Dragon race martial warriors was stunned. He asked, "Do you mean Schwanger at the Stellar Academy?" "Yes, it's Zhulong Shuang." The universe-level Solar Dragon race martial warriors nodded. If the students from the Stellar Academy knew that Zhulong Shuang was called Schwanger, their eyes would probably drop. Such a huge size with such a cute name. Only the Solar Dragon race would call her Schwanger. Although Schwanger's talent isn't as good as Zhulong Ye's, your eyesight is not bad. The eternal-level Solar Dragon race martial warrior chuckled. I heard that the little fellows from Elder Ding's faction don't like Wang Teng. The universe-level Solar Dragon race martial warriors laughed too. That old fellow Zhulong Ding is so proud of himself because he has a genius called Zhulong Ye in his lineage. He keeps opposing us. Let's see if they can still smile now. One Zhulong Ye can't be compared to Wang Teng. It's beneficial for us if they offend him. The eternal-level Solar Dragon Race Martial Warrior chuckled. However, the only worry is Wang Teng's safety. We haven't found any traces of him. I wonder where he went. The universe-level Solar Dragon Race Martial Warrior frowned. Let's wait and see. Didn't they say that Wang Teng has a powerful master? He might have been taken away. The eternal-level Solar Dragon Race Martial Warrior said, after the Solar Dragon Race Martial Warriors left, Dan Chen and the others started discussing about Wang Teng. They were worried about Wang Teng's safety. It had been a few days, but they didn't see him. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. Even though they knew that the other party had a powerful martial warrior supporting him and wouldn't die so easily, they couldn't help but worry. I wonder where he went. Great Elder Dan Chen sighed. Did he fall into the river of time? Great Elder Tambeli hesitated for a moment before asking, how is that possible? If he gets sucked into the river of time and space, he will be? Great Elder Byers started coughing uncontrollably when he got excited. He used the divine weapon of space in the past, so he was heavily exhausted, even though he consumed many saint-level pills and replenished some of his origin temporarily. He was still greatly affected. His hair was white, and he looked much older. It was impossible to tell that he was at the immortal level. Don't get excited, I was just making a casual remark. Great Elder Tambeli felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He should be fine. I don't believe that the powerful martial warrior will let Wang Teng die, so you don't have to worry too much. Great Elder Dan Chen glanced at Great Elder Byers and consoled him. That area is filled with dark force. It might become the base of the dark apparitions, if Wang Teng is still there. Great Elder Byers didn't finish his sentence, but everyone's heart sank. As long as he appears, there will be news. There's no use worrying here. A great elder who had never appeared before walked in and said, after he entered, many figures walked in. They were all grand elders. If outsiders saw so many divine-level martial warriors, there would be a huge uproar. Great elders, you're all here. Dan Chen and the other two great elders stood up to welcome them. These great elders guarded the abyss-suppressing pagoda and rarely appeared. They were the pillars of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Nothing must happen to them. This time they were able to minimize the losses because they guarded the abyss-suppressing pagoda and protected the foundation of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. We're sorry about Saint Wang Teng. At the same time, we view him with high importance, however. This isn't the time to think about those matters. The most important thing is to complete the follow-up arrangements of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. A great elder said in a low voice. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded with a stern expression. After inviting all the great elders to their seats, they started discussing the future plans of the Secondary Career Alliance. This time, the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters suffered a huge blow. Fortunately, Wang Teng's master and the formidable martial warrior who traveled through the long river of time and space appeared. This allowed the high-class martial warriors, the majority of the saint-level martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance, and even the immortal-level martial warriors to remain. The losses were still manageable. Unfortunately, many of these talented secondary professionals died and couldn't be saved. There were also some grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance who died in the Dark Apparitions invasion. This was a huge loss for the entire universe. A Grandmaster-level secondary professional was the treasure of many factions, yet many of them died. Many factions couldn't afford the loss. That was why the various factions were so excited when they heard that the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was invaded by dark apparitions. Also, the legacies and resources of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters were all in the pagoda. The important legacies weren't lost. It was a blessing in disguise. Chapter 29115. The Start of the War, the Missing Wang Teng. The Decayed Body, 3. Of course, this was a huge loss for the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, which had stood tall in the universe for countless years. Now Dan Chen and the others were responsible for the rise and fall of the Secondary Career Alliance. If they didn't handle this matter properly, the Secondary Career Alliance might go downhill. Thus, there was no room for carelessness. Ouch, it hurts. Wang Teng woke up in a daze. He felt pain all over his body as if he was being mutilated. What's happening? He was a little confused. He didn't know what happened, so he tried his best to open his eyes and look around him. This is the space behind the dimensional rifts. In the end, he realized that he was floating in a patch of dark void. He was surrounded by darkness and coldness. This kind of dark void was colder than the darkness in the universe. It was full of dangers, and there was chaotic space turbulence everywhere. If you weren't careful, you would be sucked into it and torn into pieces. However, when the space turbulence passed by Wang Teng, it evaded it automatically. This was why he was able to remain unconscious for such a long time. "I've been thrown into the void." Wang Teng struggled to get up. The excruciating pain on his body made him grit his teeth. He almost couldn't sit up. He finally realized that there was a huge rock below him. It was floating in the void, and he didn't know where it was going. "Wang Teng, you're finally awake." Roundball's excited voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. It was filled with worry and anxiety. God knew how worried it was for the past few days. For the past few days, Wang Teng had been lying on the giant rock, half dead and floating in the void. His condition was extremely bad. His origin of life and origin of soul were like candles flickering in the wind, as if they could be extinguished at any moment. Roundball was really worried, afraid that he would die. Fortunately, the origin of life and origin of soul were weak, but they didn't extinguish. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Wang Teng was awake, he could finally feel at ease. Although he was still worried about his current state, he wouldn't die. This fellow was always able to create miracles. For some reason, whenever it saw him waking up, it seemed to have found its backbone. "What happened to me?" Wang Teng took a deep breath and asked. His mind was filled with emptiness and exhaustion. Then he felt a sharp pain as if someone was stirring him violently with a stick. But the voice he heard was so weak that he found it unbelievable. He didn't notice it a moment ago. Now that he had collected his thoughts, he realized how bad his condition was. What other reason can there be? The powerful martial warrior who traveled through time used your body to fight with the dark apparitions. "It's not easy for a Cosmos stage martial warrior like you to survive," Roundball said angrily. Wang Teng immediately remembered what happened. Before he could reject the offer, he got merged by the human figure. This is bad. As a Cosmos stage martial warrior, he suffered a power he shouldn't have. Has the powerful martial warrior left? Wang Teng glanced around him and whispered in his mind. "He left a long time ago." Roundball was caught between laughter and tears when it saw Wang Teng's cautious expression. The power of time and space is frightening. It's already impressive that he can stay for a short time. It has been a few days, so he can't stay for so long. "You're right." Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. He recalled how his body was controlled and saw the man fighting with the dark apparitions. However, it was a blur. His consciousness was almost in hibernation. He asked again, "Did you see the battle?" "I didn't. At that time, everything on you was sealed, so I couldn't see anything. I didn't dare to do anything either." Roundball appeared beside Wang Teng and floated in front of him. It seemed to have lingering fears. "That person is too scary. I don't dare to provoke him." "What if I get killed? You coward." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. "Aren't you the same?" "How dare you talk about me?" Roundball was speechless. Cough. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said helplessly, "It looks like there's no useful information left. I want to see who that person is. He can travel through the long river of time. It's heaven-defying for someone like him to appear here. He can't leave too many traces and let everyone know who he is. If not, the impact will be huge." Roundball crossed its legs and floated in midair. It touched its chin. "Never mind, it's useless to think about this." Wang Teng shook his head and placed his attention on himself. "Look at yourself first." Roundball's expression turned strange. It suddenly took out a mirror and placed it in front of Wang Teng. "Fuck." Wang Teng seemed to have seen something unbelievable. He snatched the mirror and stared into it. In the end, gasped. Due to the huge movement, he couldn't help but gasp pain. It was too painful. His entire body was hurting, but he didn't have the time to care about it. He stared at his reflection in the mirror in a daze. How did I become like this? Wang Teng finally let out a scream after some time. Chapter 2009-16, The Start of the War, The Missing Wang Teng, The Decayed Body, 4. He looked like an old man in the mirror. His hair was white and his face was haggard. He didn't look young at all. He went from a handsome young man to an old man in his twilight years. Who could bear with this? Roundball understood his feelings. No one would be able to accept this. My handsome face is gone just like this. Wang Teng touched his face and said in frustration, Roundball. Why was he still being narcissistic at a time like this? It should be the influence of the power of time and space. It looks like there are repercussions after the other party borrowed your body, it said. This price is too high. Wang Teng remained silent for some time before he accepted the truth. He sighed helplessly. Actually, he had already thought of this. He possessed the time and space talent, so he knew how scary the power of time and space was. At that time, he only used some power of time, but it had already exhausted much of his power of origin. Now, this formidable martial warrior had traveled through the river of time and borrowed his body. The impact was too great. One could imagine how much power of origin he used up. Wang Teng immediately looked at his attributes board. Origin of life, 1,000, 15,000. Origin of soul, 3,000 as expected. Wang Teng felt his vision turning black when he saw the 2 powers of origin on the attributes board. He almost fainted. Damn it, too ruthless. There were only 1,000 points of origin of life left. The origin of soul was even more outrageous. There were only 1,000 points left. How was he supposed to live? Wang Teng had never exhausted his origin of life and origin of soul to such a frightening extent. He didn't dare to imagine if it was a little lower. Would he have died on the spot? I'm afraid this is the reason why I'm aging so much. Wang Teng sighed in his heart. However, he wasn't in despair. Other people might have a hard time replenishing their origin of life and origin of soul. They needed the help of extremely precious treasures to make up for it. But to Wang Teng, it was much easier. It would be great if he could get some treasures that could mend his origin of soul and origin of life. If not, it didn't matter. He could snatch other people's origin of soul and origin of life. However, he had exhausted too much power of origin this time. Without a large amount of it, he wouldn't be able to recover completely. This is a little troublesome. Wang Teng touched his chin and went into deep thought. He looked like an old man. Roundball found it funny. It wanted to laugh, but it didn't dare to. It hurriedly turned its head away. It almost couldn't control itself. I need a large number of dark apparitions. An idea flashed through Wang Teng's mind. Humans couldn't be killed casually, and there would be massacres. However, dark apparitions weren't a problem. He could kill as many dark apparitions as he wanted. He gritted his teeth uncontrollably when he thought of the dark apparitions. All in all, it was the dark apparitions that caused him to be in this state. The dark apparitions must be held responsible. You must take the blame, Wang Teng thought to himself furiously. He had turned into an old man with white hair. The resentment in his heart wasn't small. If he met a dark apparition, he would let him know what regret was. The most important thing now is to heal my injuries. Wang Teng's mind worked furiously. He sat down cross-legged with difficulty and took out healing pills. He stuffed them in his mouth. Roundball, protect me. All right. Roundball nodded sternly when it saw this. Wang Teng didn't say much and closed his eyes as the pills entered his mouth. A medicinal power spread throughout his body. Some turned into warm streams and flowed through his limbs and bones, allowing his injuries to heal quickly. Some turned cold and entered his mind, alleviating the pain and tiredness in his head. Wang Teng had ample medicines to heal his injuries and spiritual power. He was planning ahead. Now that he had advanced to the saint level, he could prepare more saint-level medicines in the future. The effects would be better. There was no concept of time in the void. After some time, Wang Teng's injuries were almost healed. His injury might be serious, but it didn't affect his root. Hence, it wasn't difficult for him to recover. At a certain moment, Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. There was a sharp glint in his deep eyes. Then he stood up abruptly. "Crack! My back!" Wang Teng's expression changed. He immediately held his back. He felt that it was about to break. He used too much force, so his old arms and legs almost couldn't handle it. Wang Teng looked at his body and wanted to cry. He didn't expect it to be so weak. He was used to having a strong body, so he couldn't accept his current state. "Are you all right?" Round Ball asked with a strange expression. "Good, very good. I'm very good." Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Round Ball's expression turned strange. However, it didn't expose Wang Teng's stubbornness. If not, he might get angry from embarrassment. "What do we do now? Do you have any plans?" It glanced around and changed the topic. No hurry. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He shifted his gaze to the Attributes Board, Chapter 2917. The Start of the War, the Missing Wang Teng, the Decayed Body, 5. He was in a hurry to recover, so he didn't look at the changes on the Attributes Board carefully. This was a good chance for him to take stock. The void was dangerous, but he possessed the space talent, so he could evade the traps in advance. It wasn't that dangerous for him. In comparison, this place was better without anyone disturbing him. The battle was tragic, but many formidable warriors had died. Hence, many attribute bubbles were dropped. Wang Teng looked at the attribute bubbles he had saved during the battle and started absorbing them furiously. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the attribute bubbles merged into his body, he was shocked. Explosions were heard continuously in his body. He had a breakthrough. What's more, all his forces advanced at the same time. Besides the Constellation 5-element constellation forces and the Poison constellation force, which had already reached the peak of the cosmos stage, the constellation forces of the other attributes rose tremendously. Light constellation force, 338 Euro 80,000 ETH level cosmos realm. Wind constellation force, 90,000 9th level cosmos realm. Ice constellation force, 90,000 9th level cosmos realm. Poison constellation force, 90,000 9th level cosmos realm. Wang Teng immediately noticed the change in his body. He took a deep breath and couldn't hide the happiness on his face. Besides the light constellation force, which was only at the 8th level of the cosmos realm, the other constellation forces were at the peak of the cosmos realm. This increase was astonishing. Wang Teng even felt that if he was at the heaven realm, he might be able to reach the 4th or 5th level of the heaven realm. There were too many attribute bubbles this time. Just these constellation force attributes were enough for him to gain many benefits. He rose a few levels. Originally, his light and ice constellation force were at the 4th level of the cosmos realm. Now, they had reached the 8th level and the peak of the cosmos realm. Normal martial warriors would need a long time to cultivate. The wind constellation force was at the 6th level of the cosmos realm, while the lightning constellation force was at the 7th level. Both of them were at the peak of the cosmos realm now. Unfortunately, Wang Teng's situation was too special. If he wanted to break through to the heaven realm, it would be more difficult than anyone else. He needed to create the corresponding scriptures first. If not, he wouldn't be able to advance. If not, this wouldn't be the only increase in his realm. Wang Teng took a deep breath and suppressed the palpitations in his heart. He felt that he was too greedy. It wasn't easy for him to rise so quickly. He couldn't ask for more. Wang Teng shook his head with a bitter smile. Facing these formidable warriors gave him a huge stimulation. He felt that he was still too weak, so he was in a hurry to break through. This was unacceptable. He mustn't be impatient in his martial arts cultivation. He must take it one step at a time. If not, there would definitely be weaknesses in the future. Even if there was only a single weakness, it could expand infinitely at a crucial moment and cause unimaginable consequences. Wang Teng was overjoyed. Powerful forces erupted from his small universe and flowed through his limbs. However, he quickly realized the problem and frowned. His body couldn't withstand the powerful force and was about to collapse. What's going on? After a few rounds, Wang Teng's expression turned grimmer. He was astounded, but he understood immediately. If he was aging naturally, his body wouldn't be unable to withstand the huge amount of force. This was because the force rose along with his physical body. There was no problem of not being able to control it. However, if some martial warriors got old and couldn't achieve a breakthrough, their ability would decrease tremendously. They wouldn't be as powerful as the martial warriors at their prime. Wang Teng was in this state because his origin of life and origin of soul were exhausted too much. His body was also corroded by the power of time and space and became extremely weak and decaying. At this moment, he finally understood how scary the power of time and space was. No wonder in the past, only a few talents with the space and time talent were able to mature. The power of time and space was indeed powerful, but if he overused it, the consequences would be too serious. Even Wang Teng's strong body couldn't resist it, much less the others. However, other people wouldn't be corroded by such a power of time and space like him. This was a special situation. A formidable martial warrior crossed the river of time and borrowed his body. The price was unimaginable. Am I going to bear all the consequences? Wang Teng suddenly felt like crying. He highly suspected that the other party made him bear all the consequences. Why did that powerful martial warrior have to use his body? Wait, was it because he noticed that he possessed the time and space talent? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He thought of this possibility. This was possible. He couldn't just find someone to borrow his body. Wang Teng possessed these two talents, so he knew how scary the power of time and space was. Even eternal-level martial warriors might not be able to withstand it if their bodies were borrowed by that powerful martial warrior. From this point of view, Wang Teng possessed a talent that others didn't. But then again, does that powerful martial warrior possess the time and space talent too? Wang Teng wondered to himself. An astonishing guess appeared in his mind, but he didn't dare to think further. He shook his head and said, "No, that's not right. The other party might be powerful enough to travel through the river of time and space, but he might not possess the time and space talent." Chapter 29118, Counting Gains Space Fragment Expansion. Abyss Fragment. 1. Wang Teng didn't think too much about the identity of this formidable warrior. That presence wasn't something he could guess at the moment. He could only say that anything was possible. As for the absurd guess in his heart, he didn't mention it again. He just buried it deep in his heart. That possibility was extremely low. If he wasn't, it would be awkward. Also, there was no point in thinking about this now. It was a waste of time. Wang Teng kept his thoughts and turned his attention back to the attributes board as the attribute bubbles got absorbed by him. Besides the force attributes, the other attributes rose too. Wang Teng waited hopefully for the origin of life and origin of soul attributes to appear. Unfortunately, they didn't. He was a little disappointed. By right, there should be some origin of life and origin of soul attributes dropped during the war. However, he didn't pick up any attribute bubbles. This was a little strange. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. What else could he do if he didn't pick it up? Suddenly, Wang Teng's mind shook. The emptiness disappeared and he felt full again after consuming the pill. His spiritual power had recovered a little. However, it was only slightly relieved. It wasn't a complete recovery. However, things were different now. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng's spiritual power increased exponentially. His head felt a little swollen. Wang Teng was elated. He immediately looked at his spirit attributes. Spirit, 463,000, 6,000, Heaven Realm. Fuck. When Wang Teng saw the spirit attribute, his eyes widened in surprise and he cursed. He was surprised and elated. There were so many of them. He didn't expect his spirit attribute to rise to more than 400,000 points after a single battle. This was terrifying. When he participated in the secondary Career Alliance's exchange event, Wang Teng didn't even dare to think about the Heaven Realm spirit. After all, his force hadn't advanced to the Heaven Realm. By right, his spirit shouldn't be able to advance. But now, not only had his spiritual power reached the Heaven Realm, it had also reached more than 400,000 points. This attribute was equivalent to the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. It only took 1 month for him to rise from the Cosmos Realm to the 7th level Heaven Realm. No one would believe it. The only regret Wang Teng had was that he couldn't use his powerful spirit completely. He was able to use spiritual power below the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm because of his powerful physique. Now there was no point mentioning it weak. Wang Teng looked at his decaying body and shook his head expressionlessly. Based on his current state, he was able to use the spiritual power of the Cosmos Realm. Next was his enlightenment. Unfortunately, there were no changes. Wang Teng's enlightenment had reached the peak of the universe stage, so he couldn't increase it temporarily. Wang Teng felt helpless, too. Sometimes it was bad to rise too quickly. Once the limit was reached, it was useless, no matter how many attributes he absorbed. Huh? Wang Teng suddenly gasped when he saw the rise in these 2 attributes. Luck, 48, limit of a normal person is 10, handsomeness, 136, limit of a normal person is 100. His luck and handsomeness attributes increased. His luck attribute was originally at 45 points, but it rose by 3 points and reached 48 points. Mind you, the luck attribute of a normal person was only 10 points. Now it was almost 5 times that of a normal person. This was the treatment of the favored child of heaven and earth. Some people with great luck had higher luck attributes than normal people. Gu Luo was an example. But why did his handsomeness attribute increase too? Wang Teng thought of his current appearance and felt a little puzzled. He had turned into an old man, but his handsomeness attribute had increased. Seriously. At first, he had 121 points of handsomeness. Now he had 136 points. This was an increase of 15 points. 15 points of handsomeness was the most handsomeness attribute Wang Teng had received so far. In the past, he had never collected so many handsomeness attributes at once. It didn't seem like much, but at his stage, even raising 1 attribute point wasn't an easy task. This time, he was able to raise 15 points of attributes. This was probably related to the powerful vampire dark apparitions, a devil titan vampire dark apparition. The devil titan vampire dark apparitions must have provided him with these attributes. After a long time of understanding, Wang Teng had more or less grasped some patterns. The more powerful the vampire dark apparitions were, the more handsome they would be. Their appearances would gradually become abnormal. Wait, they would gradually defy the heavens. Multiple devil titan vampire dark apparitions appeared in the previous battle. A few of them were killed by the human martial warriors. They must have dropped the handsomeness attribute and helped Wang Teng. If not, with Wang Teng's current appearance, it wouldn't be easy for him to improve. The 121 points of handsomeness attribute was already heaven-defying enough. It was enough to suppress many talents. Normal people wouldn't be able to give Wang Teng handsomeness attributes. He wondered how handsome he would be now. Wang Teng was filled with anticipation. He finally understood. His handsomeness attribute didn't decrease. This meant that when his origin of soul and origin of life recovered completely, his handsomeness would return to its peak. Chapter 2919, Counting Gains. Space Fragment Expansion. Abyss Fragment. 2. In other words, his handsomeness was temporarily sealed. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he thought about this. He could still be saved. Before he could think further, another enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He shuddered uncontrollably. Primordial consciousness. The primordial consciousness attribute increased. Wang Teng had only received this attribute twice. The first time was when he was on the Scorpion King star in the Poison Erosion world. He received it from the primordial oceanic serpent's figure on the ancient giant python. The other time, he found it in an ore. There was an ancient Skywind cyan vulture sealed inside. That was how he got the primordial consciousness attribute. This meant that the attribute was extremely rare. They could only appear under special circumstances. He didn't expect it to rise this time. It was a surprise. Primordial consciousness, 15,000, 40,000, 4th level. Wang Teng's primordial consciousness attribute was only at the 3rd level. This time, it rose to the 4th level. Enlightenment appeared in his mind. It gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he had turned into an ancient creature. An ancient scene appeared in front of him. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, an ancient feeling gradually appeared in his eyes. This ancient feeling wasn't purposely revealed. It was formed naturally. It was like a person experiencing too much, and his eyes would reveal the vicissitudes of life uncontrollably. Wang Teng took a deep breath and calmed down gradually. His gaze flickered slightly in the past. The 3rd level primordial consciousness could reach the universe level. Now, the 4th level primordial conscious was equivalent to the eternal level. This was good news. The eternal level primordial consciousness was able to resist the aura of an eternal level martial warrior. He wouldn't be easily suppressed by the eternal stage ruler's aura either. With his unyielding, lating battle conscious, he could fight with an eternal stage ruler. Wang Teng's 2 wills were extraordinary. Normal wills couldn't be compared to them. The primordial consciousness possessed a trace of the strength of time. It seemed to have experienced the baptism of time. Normal auras wouldn't be able to affect it. The unyielding, lighting battle conscious possessed an unyielding will that wasn't afraid of death. It also possessed the majesty of lightning. It was extraordinary, too. The effects were better if both were used at the same time. Wang Teng had always hoped that he could raise his primordial consciousness to the eternal level. Now his wish was fulfilled. I wonder where the primordial consciousness attribute came from. Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. He was puzzled. He was curious. The primordial consciousness attribute was rare. Where did he get it? The pagoda above the abyss, or the long river of time, or the dark apparition's war chariot. The primordial consciousness might be born from those places because they were ancient. The moment they appeared, they gave off an ancient vibe. It could be seen at a glance. As for which one it was, he could only wait and see if he had the chance to get more attribute bubbles in the future. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He had just digested the enlightenment of the primordial conscious when he received another one. There were too many of them. It was too much to handle. This time, it was a battle-conscious, unyielding battle-conscious. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Unyielding battle-conscious could be used to raise unyielding lighting battle-conscious. He combined the unyielding lighting battle-conscious left behind by the Naga race martial warrior and the lightning conscious he had understood by himself to obtain the unyielding lighting battle-conscious. Now that he had obtained the unyielding battle-conscious again, his unyielding lighting battle-conscious could continue to rise. Boom! An enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was an image of numerous martial warriors fighting with dark apparitions. They were unafraid of death and full of stubbornness. Kill, kill, kill shouts echoed in Wang Teng's mind. He seemed to have returned to the scene of the battle that day. His expression turned serious. The human race must not give in. A thought flashed past Wang Teng's mind. His gaze turned firmer. Unyielding lighting battle conscious, eternal level 28,000, 4,000, 4th rank. As he digested the knowledge, Wang Teng's grasp of the unyielding lighting battle conscious rose exponentially. It went from the initial eternal level to the middle stage of the eternal level. He needed 12,000 more attribute points to break through to the eternal level. By right, he could raise it further. However, Wang Teng's unyielding lighting battle conscious was still lacking the will of lightning. Relying solely on the unyielding battle conscious wasn't enough to raise it. They must advance together. Even so, Wang Teng still felt the power of this aura. There seemed to be a strong desire to fight in his heart. He had the urge to fight like a maniac. Sigh. Wang Teng took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He retracted his aura and gradually got rid of this state. With these two wills, I won't have to be afraid of an eternal stage ruler anymore, Wang Teng thought to himself. Of course, this was just his aura. If they really fought, he should run away quickly. After absorbing the enlightenment, another one appeared. Boom. In an instant, an indomitable sword glow flashed past Wang Teng's mind. It seemed to be able to cut through the sky and the earth. It was terrifying. The sword caused the space to collapse. All obstacles were destroyed. A figure could be seen amidst the sword glow. The man and the sword merged into one. This was the unity of man and sword. Chapter 292L, Counting Gains, Space Fragment Expansion, Abyss Fragment 3. Wang Teng was stunned. There was a strange look in his eyes, as if there was a sword glow flashing past them. All kinds of enlightenment appeared in his heart. His unity of man and sword was rising rapidly. Unity of man and sword, 3,500, 2,500, 10,000. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and felt a little excited. 3,500 attributes. It had increased so much. He received the unity of man and sword attribute from the ancient sword he cut out the previous time. It rose to 26,500 points. At that time, he was certain that his unity of man and sword had surpassed Lu Tian Yu Yinxian and the other sword talents. Now that he saw the 2,500 points of attributes, he was even more certain. His unity of man and sword had far surpassed Lu Tian and the others. They wouldn't be able to catch up with him unless they had some special opportunity. Even universe stage sword talents might not be able to grasp this stage. That way, the power of Wang Teng's sword skills would increase tremendously. His ability would rise again. Boom! Before Wang Teng could feel happy, he heard a deafening explosion in the depth of his mind. Even the inner cosmos in Wang Teng's body started vibrating. Huh! Wang Teng was shocked. Before he could react, he immediately sent his consciousness into his mind. It's the space fragment. His gaze was instantly attracted by an abnormality. In a certain corner of his mind, a strange space was vibrating, triggering an upheaval in the small universe in his body. Wang Teng's space fragment and devour space, as well as the space in his spatial sight, were all special. They seemed to be in the small universe in his body, but at the same time they seemed to be independent. This situation was similar to Wang Teng's original universe. The primordial universe was the foundation. In the primordial universe, there were still various spaces of different sizes, as if they were attached to it. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He immediately sent his consciousness into his space fragment. The space fragment was transforming. Boom. The space fragment was expanding furiously. The mist at the edge kept churning and flowing backwards, as if there was a huge hand pushing the mist away and reconstructing the world. This was a majestic and strange scene. In the space fragment, the floral fairy race ladies walked out of their houses and flew into the sky. They looked around them in astonishment. They had all reached the planetary realm, and Catalpa was at the 8th level of the planetary realm. She wasn't far from the celestial realm, hence they could see the situation at the edge of the space fragment with their eyes. What happened? Why did space become bigger? Flower Angel jumped on her short legs and widened her pitch-black eyes. She tried her best to see what was happening in the distance. Master is probably expanding the size of this space. Catalpa was astounded. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions and touched Flower Angel's little head. Is our home getting bigger? Flower Angel's eyes lit up as she asked happily. I think so, Catalpa nodded hesitantly. Really? Our homeland is getting bigger? Flower Iris asked in disbelief. Can it become as big as our original home? Another young lady from the floral fairy race couldn't help but ask. The other floral fairy race ladies looked at Catalpa with bright eyes. They were filled with anticipation. Catalpa was in a dilemma when she saw everyone's expression. She didn't know either. Ever since they were bought by Wang Teng, their perception and mentality had changed. At first, every floral fairy race young lady was filled with fear towards Wang Teng and this unfamiliar environment. However, after interacting with him for some time, They realized that Wang Teng wasn't that scary. Instead, he was easy to interact with. Under their management, the space fragment gradually became prosperous and beautiful. Looking down from the sky, it was like heaven. The energy was thick, and all kinds of spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. They gave off a faint fragrance. This was like the second home of the floral fairy race. No, it should be said that they had built this place into their second home. Also, compared to their original home, this place was safer and happier. They didn't have to worry about being captured and enslaved or killed by other powerful presences. Hence, they loved this place and hoped that it would be better. Surely it will, Master. You're amazing, Catalpa scanned the faces of her friends and nodded firmly. All right, that's right. Master is amazing. He can definitely do it. Yes. Yes. The floral fairy race ladies nodded and started dancing beautifully among the flowers. They looked like fairies in a painting. These little fellows are really. Some distance away on a white and holy tree, a beautiful lady was looking at the floral fairy race girls. A smile appeared on her calm face, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Then she raised her head and looked at the edge of space. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Did he become stronger again? A soft exclamation was heard in her heart. She felt that only when Wang Teng became stronger would the space fragment be able to expand, although her guess was right. She didn't know how bad Wang Teng's condition was. If she knew, she would be quite happy. Chapter 2921, Counting Gains, Space Fragment, Expansion, Abyss Fragment 4. Of course, they only dared to be happy for a moment. Now they had no choice but to lower their heads. The sunlight slug was lying lazily on the tree branch. It looked at the lady and said, "You seem surprised. His talent is powerful. I have never seen a human genius like him. Isn't that normal? Can you get off my body?" The lady glanced at the slug and asked helplessly. The corners of her lips twitched. This fellow was like a plaster. Ever since he came to this space and saw her, he laid on her and didn't move. He felt helpless. Although she was a tree at her stage, she wasn't weaker than a human. It felt awkward to have this slug-like star beast lying on her. However, the other party was stronger than her. They were both universe-level martial warriors and belonged to the light element class, but the other party was much stronger than her. She couldn't do anything to him. There was another point. She didn't want to admit it, but the light force released by this slug was of great help to her. "Why do you want me to go down? You seem quite comfortable." The sunlight slug asked curiously, "The tree of radiance?"
"What do you mean by quite comfortable? Something didn't feel right. No wonder that fellow put him in. They were jackals of the same lair.
The tree of radiance snorted. Her expression was stern and her gaze was indifferent. She didn't want to argue with the sunlight slug. "You're in an interesting state. You're a spirit born from a tree, but you act like a goddess of light," the sunlight slug said. The tree of radiance took a deep breath. Her chest heaved up and down uncontrollably. Was he mocking her? This slug's mouth was a little smelly. It was exactly the same as that fellow. "Hey, are you imitating a human martial warrior?" The sunlight slug asked persistently when she didn't reply to it. "No one will think that you're mute if you don't speak?" The tree of radiance said coldly. "No way. It's suffocating," the sunlight slug replied honestly. The tree of radiance, below the radiance tree, a muscular giant ape was resting. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard their conversation. The spirit of the radiance tree disappeared from the tree trunk, expressing that it didn't want to care about the sunlight slug. "You haven't answered my question." The sunlight slug slapped the trunk of the tree of radiance and shouted, "I don't know." The tree of radiance suppressed her anger and replied, "Why don't you know you came first?" The sunlight slug didn't believe him. "If you don't believe me, forget it." The tree of radiance said these two words coldly. Then she stopped talking and went silent. Her good mood was destroyed, so she decided to cultivate. Didn't this slug love to lie on her? So be it. It could help her with her cultivation anyway. I want to know more about him. The sunlight slug said regretfully, The Tree of Radiance kept quiet. This star beast was powerful, but its personality made people speechless. It was as honest as an idiot. If Wang Teng was here, he would give this comment too naive. After some time, the commotion in the space fragment finally calmed down. The area had expanded to 3 times its original size. Space fragment, 425,000, 1,000,000. Gasp. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He found it unbelievable. My space fragment has expanded 3 times. This result was out of Wang Teng's expectation. How many space fragment attributes did he pick up? How did it expand so much? The previous battle did cause a large-scale collapse of the space fragment. It was understandable why there was a large number of space fragment attributes. However, to increase his space fragment by more than 3 times, he needed at least 300,000 points of space fragment attributes. It was a huge amount. Wang Teng's consciousness entered his space fragment again. He looked at the space fragment that looked like a piece of land. He looked at the elated floral fairies and the astounded Tree of Radiance and sunlight slug. Happiness blossomed in his heart. In the past, he wanted to expand his space fragment, but he didn't have the chance to meet the corresponding attribute bubbles. Now, it expanded by more than 3 times. How could he not be happy? Seriously. If it doesn't come, there's no hope for you. When it's coming, you will be overjoyed. The system was amazing. Wang Teng immediately gave it a thumbs up. Now that he had a large area of space fragment, there were many benefits. He could expand the range of his spiritual herbs at the same time. He didn't have to worry about the metal armor flaming scorpion. Elizabeth and the others had nowhere to go. This was a huge space. It was enough for them to have fun. Later, he would make a few nests suitable for them and ensure that they lived comfortably. Also, with the addition of new members, the giant ape and the sunlight slug needed their territories. Before the space fragment expanded, it had been extremely crowded with so many powerful star beasts. Now, Wang Teng didn't have to worry anymore. One step at a time. What do you mean by giving a pillow when you're sleepy? Isn't that right? Wang Teng was about to retract his gaze when suddenly, boom, the space fragment started vibrating again. The sound was even louder than before. Chapter 2922. Counting Gains. Space Fragment Expansion. Abyss Fragment. 5. The Tree of Radiance, the Sunlight Slug, and the Floral Fairy race thought that the incident had ended, but they were stunned when they heard the commotion. Wang Teng was stunned too. What was going on? Why was there another commotion? Was the expansion of the space fragment not over? Wang Teng was puzzled. He had a sudden thought and scanned the space fragment. Very soon he noticed the edge. There was nothing at the edge of the space fragment. There was only extremely thick mist. The mist started churning violently again. Wang Teng found it strange. During the expansion, the mist around the space fragment was surging and spreading out. This time there was only one spot where the mist was churning. It seemed to be brewing. All right. At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly had an enlightenment. Beef fragment. This was an abyss fragment attribute. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect to pick up an abyss fragment attribute. The moment he saw the word abyss, he immediately thought of the terrifying abyss that suppressed the dark apparitions. The abyss fragments Wang Teng received were the attribute fragments left behind after the abyss collapsed. The abyss. Actually, this was an alternate space too. However, this alternate space was special. It contained a magnificent taboo power and was used to suppress dark apparitions. As the mist in the space fragment churned, a strange scene appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His enlightenment hadn't ended. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in Wang Teng's mind. Then a hologram appeared. It was a piece of emptiness. For some reason, a crack suddenly appeared, and as time went by, the crack continued to expand. Numerous rules of heaven and earth were nurtured inside and turned into a taboo power. After some time, some martial warriors accidentally entered and got obliterated. They died instantly. As time passed, more and more martial warriors discovered this place. They also noticed something strange. Many people thought that there were treasures inside, so they tried all means to enter. One could imagine the result. The weaker martial warriors would be obliterated, and the stronger ones would be suppressed. They wouldn't be able to escape and would be obliterated in the end. They wouldn't be able to survive. As time went by, everyone finally understood that there were no treasures inside. There was only the frightening forbidden power. This was the origin of the abyss. In an instant, a thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He finally understood the origin of this abyss and was astounded. Scary. This is scary. The universe is indeed full of dangers. Even a forbidden ground like this can be born. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was flabbergasted. If he didn't receive the attributes from these abyssal fragments, he wouldn't have thought that this was how the abyss was born. This wasn't the work of a formidable martial warrior. It was the birth of the universe. Even the dark apparition was suppressed inside. The heaven imprisoning lock and the abyss suppression pagoda were suppressing the dark apparitions so they couldn't escape. However, in the past, the human martial warriors chose to use the power of the abyss to destroy the dark apparitions. This proved how powerful the abyss was. However, I managed to obtain such a powerful alternate dimension. Wang Teng couldn't control the smile at the edge of his lips. He stared intently at the changes in his space fragment like a god overlooking his territory. Boom, after some time, a loud explosion was heard, and the mist finally dispersed. A huge pitch-black crack appeared at the edge of the space fragment. This scene was similar to the one that appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was like the scene in the abyss, of course. Wang Teng's abyss couldn't be compared to the original version. The original version of the abyss spanned across the universe. No one knew how big it was. Even with the Eternal Stage ruler's eyesight, it was hard to see the end of it. However, the abyss in Wang Teng's space fragment was only a few 100,000 kilometers wide. He could see the end of it at a glance. They couldn't be compared at all. So this is the abyss. Wang Teng stared at the pitch-black crack in astonishment. At this moment, he could already feel the terrifying taboo power emanating from it. Even if a universe stage martial warrior was suppressed below, he would be obliterated. Abyss fragment, 13,510,000. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and had a slight understanding of the value of this abyss fragment. Just like the space fragment attribute, it could be increased and expanded without any limit. This alone proved the value of the abyss fragment. The meaning was obvious. As long as Wang Teng had a way to expand it, the abyss fragment would be infinitely big. It might even reach the size of the original or bigger. At that time, suppressing the dark apparitions would be a piece of cake. Wang Teng thought to himself happily, but soon he shook his head. It was too far away. If he wanted to reach that stage, the attributes needed would be frightening. He didn't dare to think about it. Also, Wang Teng couldn't understand the taboo power in the abyss fragment. Even if he received the corresponding attributes, he wouldn't be able to touch this occult power. This caused him to place more importance on the abyss fragment, chapter 2923. Blood Sea Domain. Huge enlightenment transformation. 1. An abyss suddenly appeared at the edge of the space fragment. Wang Teng's consciousness looked down on it. Waves of emotions crashed into his heart. The sunlight slug, the black giant ape, and even the spirit of the Tree of Radiance and the young lady from the floral fairy race came to the edge and looked at the abyss in astonishment. I feel a terrifying power. The black giant ape was the first to speak. Scary. The sunlight slug said in a low voice, "Why is there a dimensional rift here?" "What did that fellow do?" the Tree of Radiance asked in bewilderment. "Strange, he doesn't seem to be able to grasp this power," the sunlight slug said. "Oh." The black giant ape was stunned for a moment. Then it asked, "Sunlight, did you see anything?" "No, I'm not sure either. It's just that the power inside is mysterious and profound." "I can't see through it." The sunlight slug said, "That's right, I can't see through this power either. I can only feel how scary it is." The Tree of Radiance remained calm, but it was astounded in its heart. What did that fellow do? Why is there such a terrifying crack at the edge of the space fragment? Is he trying to scare these two fellows? She couldn't help but glance at the sunlight slug and the black giant ape. From their auras, the slug wasn't the only one stronger than her. Even the black giant ape seemed stronger than her. Without a certain method of intimidation, that fellow wouldn't be able to control this presence. He wondered where the other party found these two powerful presences. The black giant ape was in deep thought. Its gaze flickered slightly, and it immediately gave up the thought of investigating. This insect and tree's foundation was much stronger than the black giant's. Even they said that it was scary. This was enough to prove how scary this dimensional rift was. It was better for him to be obedient. It looked like Wang Teng was indeed extraordinary. He was already afraid of this dimensional rift. Now he was filled with anticipation. The other party might be able to bring him out of the herb garden planet. He wondered what was the situation outside. Had the competition ended? The sunlight slug and the black giant ape had been staying in Wang Teng's space fragment ever since they left the herb garden planet. They didn't know what huge things had happened outside. This is so scary. The floral fairy race rushed over hurriedly. They felt the frightening forbidden power in the abyss and retreated, not daring to get any closer. They were the weakest. They felt that they would be obliterated the moment they got close to the abyss. Don't go near the abyss. Wang Teng's voice echoed in the space fragment as he warned everyone. Master. The floral fairy race young lady and the others were shocked. They raised their heads, but they didn't see anything. Abyss. The sunlight slug, the black giant ape, and the tree of radiance were moved. They looked up at the sky, but they didn't see Wang Teng either. They only felt a consciousness dissipating gradually. He didn't appear. The black giant ape was surprised. No, I sensed something wrong with his aura. The sunlight slug suddenly said, No, what's wrong? The black giant ape and the tree of radiance were stunned. They looked at the sunlight slug. His aura of life and soul are no longer as vigorous as before. There's a hint of decay? The sunlight slug was puzzled. It muttered, How did this happen? Why is there decay on his body? I just haven't seen him for a while. What happened? Decay? The expressions of the giant ape and the tree of radiance changed slightly. They were bewildered. Did something happen? The black giant ape frowned. I wonder what's happening outside. The sunlight slug muttered. Instantly they got worried. The black giant ape and the sunlight slug didn't know what was happening outside. They placed their hope of leaving the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, the herb garden planet, on Wang Teng. They hoped that nothing would happen to him. The Tree of Radiance had recognized Wang Teng as her master, so she didn't want anything to happen to him, even if she was unhappy with him. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts after giving the order. He was worried that the sunlight slug would think that he was powerful, so they wanted to investigate him. If anything happened, he would be the one to pull them out. He was still absorbing the attribute bubbles. He picked up many attribute bubbles this time. The rest were mostly enlightenment attribute bubbles. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, strange enlightenment appeared. Wang Teng closed his eyes instantly and immersed himself in the occult and complicated enlightenment. He didn't care about what was happening outside. In an instant, Wang Teng's understanding of domains skyrocketed. Metal domain, 1200, 4000, 4th level integration phase. Wood domain, 600, 3000, integration phase 3rd level. Water domain, 1100, 3000, integration phase 3rd level. Fire domain, 503, 4000, 4th level integration phase. Earth domain, 2300, 3000, 3rd level integration phase. First, his 5-element domains rose exponentially. All of them reached the integration phase. The integration phase. Jasp. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was pleasantly surprised. This was another stage after the actualization phase. Normally, only universe-level martial warriors could grasp this stage. It was similar to the unity of man and sword stage he had now. Chapter 2924, Blood Sea Domain. Huge enlightenment. Transformation, too, at this stage. One wouldn't be able to grasp it without a powerful talent. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to reach this stage even if they cultivated for their entire life. This was sad, but it was the best portrayal of martial arts cultivation. Thus, many martial warriors would rather spend their time cultivating their forces than waste too much time enlightening themselves in these areas. Many martial warriors stopped cultivating when they reached the normal stage. They didn't need to spend more time cultivating to them. Obtaining the power of origin was more cost-effective than continuing to obtain the power of domain. The integration phase domain was powerful, but the power of origin was equally powerful. With the help of the power of origin, he was able to fight with the integration phase domain. Of course, if you were able to grasp the integration phase domain within the same time, you would have an advantage others didn't. This was the world of talents. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to understand it. Wang Teng gradually calmed down. His gaze landed on the attributes board again. His metal domain had already reached the integration phase and was at the second rank. The attribute bubbles were from an eternal stage martial warrior. You could tell how rare an integration phase domain was. This time, Wang Teng was able to get so many integration phase domain attributes because of the eternal level martial warriors. Wang Teng's metal domain had jumped from the second level to the fourth level integration stage. His grasp of metal domain had increased tremendously. The wood domain jumped from the 8th level actualization phase to the 3rd level integration phase. The jump was greater than the metal domain. His water domain had also advanced from the 8th level actualization stage to the 3rd level integration stage. His fire domain rose from the 9th level actualization phase to the 4th level integration phase. It was on par with the metal domain. His earth domain rose too. It went from the 8th level actualization stage to the 3rd level integration stage. Wang Teng's 5-element domains had reached the 3rd and 4th level of the integration phase. This was a terrifying increase. If some universe-level martial warriors knew about this, they would be shocked. Besides the 5-element domain, Wang Teng's special domain attribute also rose tremendously. Lightning domain, 1500-2000, integration phase, 2nd level. Tempest domain, 2170-3000, 3rd level integration phase. Ice domain, 600-2000, integration phase, 2nd level. Poison domain, 850-1000, 1st rank integration phase. Light domain, 5200-7000, actualization phase, 7th level. The lightning domain had reached the perfected phase of the normal stage. Now, it had surpassed the actualization phase and reached the 2nd level integration phase. This improvement was even more terrifying than the previous 5-element domains, but it was understandable. After all, Wang Teng's lightning domain was too weak. It was only at the normal stage, so the increase was relatively large. His tempest domain rose from the 5th level actualization stage to the 3rd level integration phase. His understanding of the normal domain and the actualization stage domain had reached the perfected stage. His ice domain rose from the 5th level actualization stage to the 2nd level integration stage. The enlightenment of his normal domain and actualization stage domain were both perfected. There was no need to raise them. The advancement of the poison domain was even greater. It went from a normal 7th rank domain to the 1st rank integration phase. The light domain only rose from the 6th rank to the 7th rank of the actualization phase. However, Wang Teng was happy that it wasn't far from breaking through to the 8th rank. It was only 1,800 attribute points away. After all, there were only a few light element martial warriors. There were no eternal level light element martial warriors in that battle. These attributes were dropped from a universe stage, martial warrior. Wang Teng was already satisfied to reach this stage. The advancement of these special domains could also promote the advancement of some secondary domains, such as the 5-element sword domain, the flaming magnetic meteor domain, and the netherworld domain. To Wang Teng, this was more beneficial than others. It was obvious that these mixed domains were more powerful than a single attribute domain. Wang Teng had grasped the most basic force attribute domain now. All he needed to do was to merge them. It was much easier. Wang Teng also realized that he had a special domain attribute, Bloodlust Sword Domain, 350-6000, Actualization Phase, 6th level. It's the Bloodlust Sword Domain. Wang Teng was surprised he got this domain from Lu Tian. His scripture was special, so he possessed this lethal domain. It was hard to find this domain attribute on other martial warriors. At least until now, Wang Teng had never met another martial warrior who grasped the Bloodlust domain. He didn't expect to receive this domain attribute this time. What's more, it had reached the 6th level of the actualization phase. Lu Tian's Bloodlust domain was only at the 5th rank. It was far from the actualization phase. Wang Teng took a detour and overtook him. If Lu Tian knew that Wang Teng's Bloodlust domain had improved so quickly, he might cry in the toilet. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. He was suddenly anticipating that day. Actually, there were some special domains. However, they were all extensions of the most basic force attribute domains, and their stages weren't high. So Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to them. He just absorbed them to Wang Teng. These enlightenments were all for nothing. It would be a waste not to take them. He might be able to use them one day. Finally, Wang Teng's gaze landed on the dark domain. Chapter 29-25, Blood Sea Domain, Huge Enlightenment, Transformation. 3. There were many powerful dark apparitions, so naturally, they dropped many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's dark domain rose tremendously, too. Dark domain, 1200-3000, 3rd level integration phase, Wicked Eye domain, 2800-6000 actualization phase, 6th level, Blood Sea domain, 300-3000 integration phase, 2nd level. Blood Crow domain, 500-3000 integration phase, 2nd level. Blood Beast domain, 600-3000 integration phase, 2nd level. Bone domain, 4607,000 actualization phase, 7th level. Wang Teng looked at the dark domains on the attributes board and was shocked. Until now, he had obtained many dark domains. He didn't expect all these domains to improve so comprehensively. The first was the most common dark domain among the dark apparitions. Devil Emperor Bare Brain, the Devil Emperor told Wang Teng that the dark domain was ordinary, but as long as he cultivated it to a high level, it wouldn't be weaker than any other domain. At that time, Wang Teng only remembered this sentence. He didn't have any special feelings. Wang Teng finally understood how extraordinary the dark domain was. 3rd level integration phase. Wang Teng's dark domain rose from the 4th level actualization stage to the 3rd level integration stage. There was a qualitative change. The enlightenment of the dark domain appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was even more astounded. Darkness was the power of origin, evil, chaos, disorder. These were the essence of the dark force. They were the special forms of strength that came with the dark force. This was the same for the dark domain. If it was just an ordinary domain, the dark force it could release wouldn't be too strong. However, after reaching the actualization phase, or even the integration phase, this power would undergo a drastic change. The evil and chaotic power instilled in it would greatly affect the enemy who fell into the domain. Why were the dark apparitions so scary? Besides the powerful dark force in their bodies, the main reason was that they had a profound grasp of the dark force. Their bodies were filled with this frightening strength of darkness. It was like a natural field. This domain affected everything, whether it was living creatures or the environment. This was how powerful the dark domain was. If Wang Teng released his dark domain casually, it would cause a similar effect. He would be like a real formidable dark apparition. A large patch of the planetary sector would become fertile ground for the dark apparitions. Wang Teng shook his head with a strange expression. His dark domain suddenly rose to such a powerful stage, he couldn't get used to it. He didn't expect the dark domain to become so terrifying after reaching the integration phase. This was a human-shaped dark apparition maker. However, Wang Teng's expression turned serious when he remembered the frightening impact. He was only at the cosmos realm, but his influence was already so great. If the high-tier devil emperors or the devil titan dark apparitions were here, how powerful would their influence be? The dark force was frightening to begin with. After all the evolutions, it became harder to deal with. This was undoubtedly catastrophic for the human race. Wang Teng suddenly remembered the previous battle. He wondered what the result was. The secondary career alliance's headquarters should be gone, right? The frightening dark matter and dark force spread out. It was enough to turn the planetary sector where the secondary career alliance's headquarters was at into a forbidden ground, sigh. Wang Teng sighed uncontrollably. It was a pity that such a powerful faction disappeared just like that. Previously, he wanted to borrow the power of the secondary career alliance's headquarters. From the looks of it now, it was a little difficult. The only fortunate thing was, Great Elder Dan Chen and the others had escaped. There might be hope of rebuilding the secondary career alliance's headquarters. Come to think of it, Devil Emperor Bare Brain didn't grasp the integration phase of the dark domain. Right. Fortunately, there weren't many dark apparitions who could reach such a high level. If not, it would be unimaginable. Wang Teng took a deep breath and cleared his thoughts. He looked at the next domain, Wicked Eye Domain. A strange glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. This was a special domain that combined spiritual power and dark force. When he was on the No 29 defense planet, he received these attribute bubbles from devil mind dark apparitions. They didn't meet again for a long time. Now they met again. Wang Teng was elated. The domain formed by the combination of spiritual power and dark force was indeed powerful and extraordinary. What's more, this domain rose from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank of the actualization phase. It was a huge leap. The power it could release now shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Teng was satisfied. He was extremely satisfied. This domain hadn't improved much ever since he received it. Now, not only did it increase, but it also increased tremendously. This was worth celebrating. Huh? Wang Teng looked at the next domain and suddenly gasped softly, Blood Sea Domain. Wang Teng had heard of this domain on the known 29 defense planet, but he didn't receive it. He suddenly remembered the beautiful Bloodslayer Princess Euphyllia, Hiss. The beautiful face seemed to have appeared in front of him. Wang Teng gasped uncontrollably and shook his head hurriedly to clear his thoughts. He mustn't think about it anymore. His body couldn't withstand the stimulation. Chapter 2926, Blood Sea Domain, Huge Enlightenment. Transformation 4. He had to admit that this vampire dark apparition lady was quite strong. Wang Teng had seen many beauties, but none of them were as beautiful as her. Fortunately, he was a decent person and would never be enticed like this. Wang Teng sat up straight and continued studying the Blood Sea Domain. Euphyllia had grasped the Blood Beast Domain. It was said that if the Blood Beast Domain continued to evolve, it could become an extremely powerful domain. This was the Blood Sea Domain. As an outstanding talent among the vampires, Euphyllia, the Bloodslayer Princess, had exceptional talent. It was good that she could grasp the Blood Beast Domain, and there was hope that she could grasp the Blood Sea Domain in the future. However, surprisingly, Wang Teng grasped the Blood Sea Domain before her. Wang Teng was sure that the other party wouldn't be able to grasp the Blood Sea Domain within such a short time. The Blood Sea Domain was at least 10 times more profound than the Blood Beast Domain. The Bloodslayer Princess hadn't even mastered the Blood Beast Domain, so it was impossible for her to grasp it. It wasn't that Wang Teng was looking down on her. He just felt a little embarrassed because he was cheating. Wang Teng closed his eyes tightly. The Blood Sea Domain appeared in his mind, and a strange image appeared in his mind. It was a boundless sea of blood. The stench of blood was overpowering. Occasionally, strange roars could be heard. It was exceptionally horrifying. The sea of blood was calm. Only a few blood-red bubbles appeared occasionally. They gave off a thick stench of blood. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the sea of blood. Suddenly, the sea of blood churned and pillars of blood shot into the sky. Blood-red waves swept through and turned into a tornado around the light figure. Boom. A terrifying pressure spread out. The entire sea of blood churned. The blood-red waves were ever-changing, eerie, and unpredictable. An indescribable power filled up the sea of blood. The image changed. A planet suddenly appeared above the sea of blood. Blood-red waves swept through the sky, attempting to submerge the planet. Countless living creatures were struggling on the planet. They screamed in pain and were filled with unwillingness. There were even powerful martial warriors who screamed and wanted to rush out of the planet and escape. However, the blood waves in the sea had already reached a few 100 million meters. It was terrifying. The next instant, it submerged the planet. Countless living creatures died and turned into blood, merging into the blood waves. Even the powerful martial warriors disappeared instantly. They couldn't resist at all. The planet was riddled with holes because of the blood waves. All the living creatures on it disappeared and turned into a blood-red forbidden ground. Wang Teng stopped his enlightenment. A red light flashed past his eyes and he was dumbstruck. What a terrifying blood sea domain. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. No wonder Devil Emperor Bear Brain had high hopes for the Blood Sea domain. From the looks of it now, it was indeed powerful, as one of the stronger dark apparitions. The vampire dark apparitions weren't boasting. They relied on their real ability. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board in surprise. The Blood Sea domain had reached the second-level integration phase. It was even more powerful than the Wicked Eye domain. A vampire devil titan must have executed this domain. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he thought to himself. A devil titan dark apparition was definitely able to reach the second-level integration phase. He continued looking at the next few domain attributes. Blood Beast domain. Blood Crow domain. These two domains were also grasped by vampire dark apparitions. They weren't as powerful as the Blood Sea domain, but they were still extraordinary. Also, they were both at the second-level integration phase, so they could release great power. The last domain attribute was the Bone domain. It came from the spiritual bone race dark apparition. The spiritual bone race was an extremely powerful dark apparition race. However, there were very few of them, and they were rare. Wang Teng had only met a few spiritual bone race dark apparitions, so the level of his bone domain was pitifully low. It was only at the 3rd rank. This time, it rose directly to the 7th level of the actualization phase. It skyrocketed. These were the domain attributes that Wang Teng found more important. The other dark domain attributes were weaker, so Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to them. Next was the origin attribute. His domain attribute rose tremendously, so his origin attribute rose too. After all, many universe stage martial warriors died at that time. Origin of metal, 15,000, 30,000, 3rd rank. Origin of water, 16,500, 30,000, 3rd rank. Origin of water, 12,600, 30,000, 3rd rank. Origin of flame, 23,500, 30,000, 3rd rank. All the power of origins had reached the 3rd rank. They used to be at the 2nd rank, but now they had reached the 3rd rank. It was a whole level higher, mind you. It wasn't easy to raise the power of origin. Even some martial warriors at the peak of the universe level might not be able to grasp the power of origin to the 9th level. Most of them were at the 5th level universe level. That was why Wang Teng was able to grasp the origin of 5 elements to the 3rd rank at the cosmos realm. It was unbelievable. No one would believe it. Origin of wind, 6,530,000, 3rd rank. Origin of lightning, 8,530,000, 3rd rank. Origin of ice, 15,000, 20,000, 2nd rank. Origin of poison, 13,500, 20,000, 2nd rank. Chapter 2927, Blood Sea Domain. Huge Enlightenment, Transformation 5. The power of origin of special attributes rose tremendously too. The origin of wind and the origin of lightning were both at the 2nd rank. Now they had reached the 3rd rank too. These two powers of origin were more extraordinary than the power of origin of normal force attributes. Now that they were at the third rank, their power increased multiple times. If the situation allowed him to, Wang Teng would have tried this third rank power of origin. My body is dragging me down, Wang Teng sighed. The power of origin of these three forces rose from the first rank to the second rank. Although it wasn't as unusual as the previous three forces, it was still powerful. It wasn't something a cosmos stage martial warrior could grasp. There were also a few special power of origin of space. That's right, the origin of space. Wang Teng had grasped the first rank, origin of space. Now his origin of space had increased to the second rank too. Origin of space, 5602 20,000 second rank. Based on his attributes, his origin of space didn't increase much. However, it wasn't easy for it to rise from first rank to second rank. After all, this was the origin of space. Normal martial warriors would never drop the origin of space attribute. However, Wang Teng immediately remembered the situation when Great Elder Dan Chen and the others were fighting with the Devil God. Their ability was enough to affect the space. It might have dropped at that time. Of course, it was also possible that the powerful martial warrior who crossed the river of time and space fought with the dark apparitions and caused an upheaval in the river of time and space. Hence, the attribute bubbles were dropped. Unfortunately, his body was controlled at that time, so he couldn't go back in time. Hence, he couldn't find the source of the attribute bubbles. Getting attribute bubbles was a skill. Not only did he need to know how to get the attribute bubbles, but he also needed to know where they came from. It wasn't easy. There was also a special origin attribute, origin of slaughter. Wang Teng wasn't surprised when he saw this origin attribute. He even picked up the bloodlust sword domain attribute bubbles. The origin of slaughter must be here too. After all, a martial warrior who was able to grasp the 6th rank actualization phase, bloodlust sword domain, must have reached the universe level. It was normal for him to grasp the power of origin. Origin of slaughter 35L, 520,000 second rank. The origin of slaughter rose from the first rank to the second rank too. Its power increased tremendously. The last origin attribute was the origin of darkness. 18,000, 3,000, third rank. The origin of darkness rose the most. It went from the first rank to the third rank. It rose by 2 levels. Third rank, Wang Teng found it unbelievable. Everyone knew how difficult it was to increase the power of origin. Even some geniuses with immortal level talents wouldn't be able to rise by 2 levels in a short time. That was why Wang Teng was surprised when he saw the origin of darkness rising by 2 levels. The rise this time was a little frightening. But when he remembered how many terrifying dark apparitions appeared at that time, he understood. Whether it was the dark giant, the devil god, or the dark apparition who came out from the abyss, they weren't easy to deal with. A small drop of them was enough for Wang Teng to benefit greatly. But when he thought about it, Wang Teng felt that the increase in his dark attributes was too little before comparing. He didn't feel anything. After some comparison, he felt that there should be more dark attributes. Was it because their battle power was too high class and they didn't need these low-class strength? Wang Teng wondered to himself. However, he couldn't figure it out. The difference was too great. It was impossible to guess what kind of presence it was. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it. Anyway, with the transformation of his domain and the power of origin, his ability had undergone a tremendous change. It was unimaginable. This was enough, then. There was the world power. This was the power a universe stage martial warrior could grasp. It was a combination of domain, origin, force, and even origin of life. It was amazing. Normally, one wouldn't be able to grasp this power until they reached the universe level. However, Wang Teng had the system's help and managed to grasp this divine power when he was at the cosmos realm. As the world power merged into his body, an explosion occurred in Wang Teng's body. This was the vibration of the inner cosmos in his body. Wisps of strange energy flowed through Wang Teng's limbs and meridians. They merged into his small universe and stimulated a strange change. Wang Teng's world power had already reached the second rank, so there was a trace of vitality in his inner cosmos. Now the vitality was thicker. It covered every corner and merged into every planet. This was divine. Wang Teng had just reached the cosmos realm, but his inner cosmos had unknowingly transformed into a small world. It was astonishing world power. 15,530,000, third rank. The world power had reached the third rank. Wang Teng could feel that with every rise in level, this power would undergo a huge change. It couldn't be compared to strength improvements like Ultima or Domain. Hence, even though there was only one rank of increase, it was already heaven-defying. All kinds of enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His head almost burst. There were too many of them. Also, the enlightenment of each power was profound and mysterious. It contained the wisdom of heaven and earth. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Teng was too ahead. He shouldn't have grasped the power of domain, the power of origin, and the world power now. But he still managed to grasp them. It was completely out of his control. Now he had absorbed so many attributes at once. He fell into a strange state, as if he was hibernating. He comprehended and absorbed the attributes as he waited for the final transformation to be completed. He sat cross-legged in space and digested for a long time. He didn't move like a rock. Chapter 292, 8, Astonishing Talent Improvement, Heaven-Defying Physique. Nether God Statue. 1. The emptiness was pitch black and lonely. There were only occasional sparks of starlight in the distance. He didn't know what they were. A huge rock was floating in space. No one knew where it went. There was an old man with white hair sitting cross-legged on the rock. Not far away from the little old man, the outline of a round head and a round body floated in midair. It kept circling around the little old man. Its two small legs were crossed, and it was resting its chin on its hands. It looked bored. It has been more than 10 days. Why isn't he awake? Round Ball muttered uncontrollably. The void was too lonely, and it had to protect Wang Teng. It was boring. Its attention landed on Wang Teng again, and it started studying him for the past few days. Wang Teng's body had been exuding all kinds of enlightenment. Sometimes it was the power of the 5 elements, sometimes it was the power of lightning, and sometimes it was the power of ice. There was even the power of space and a strong killing intent. These powers were all scattered around him. They were extremely complicated and mysterious. It was astonishing. Round Ball observed him from a close distance and had a deeper understanding. It didn't understand why this fellow had so many enlightenments, and they appeared at the same time. Could it be that he had a photographic memory and could understand it with a single glance? The moment the battle ended, Wang Teng gained many insights. It wasn't strange that Round Ball thought of the previous battle. Anyone with a brain would think of this. However, it couldn't understand how Wang Teng got his enlightenment. It could only attribute it to his heaven-defying talent. It didn't understand, but it didn't stop. Round Ball from studying Wang Teng, this had already become its hobby. When it was beside Wang Teng, it seemed to be able to find all kinds of surprises and shocks. Swoosh, at this moment, Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes. A glaring ray of light shot out like 2 stars in the sky. The glow was extremely glaring, and it lasted for a long time. If you looked at it from afar, you might be able to see it. You're awake. Round Ball patted its chest and heaved a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Please warn me before you wake up next time so that I can be mentally prepared. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care about it. At this moment he felt good. All kinds of enlightenment were merged into his memory. He didn't feel any blockage. Normally, this wouldn't happen. However, there were too many enlightenments this time. If he didn't absorb them properly, it was easy for problems to arise. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He was in a good mood. His ability rose exponentially. With these enlightenments, his ability had jumped many levels. If his body recovered completely, he might be able to fight with a 3rd-level universe-level martial warrior. Wang Teng closed his eyes again. Again, Round Ball was dumbfounded. It wanted to speak to Wang Teng and ask him about the situation, but he closed his eyes again. It felt a little depressed. It hadn't ended after so many days. How many things did this fellow learn? Wang Teng ignored round ball and turned his attention to the last attribute, eternal matter, 300,000 first rank. He was shocked. If he remembered correctly, his eternal matter attribute was already at the second rank previously. Why did it drop now? What's more, there were only 300 points of attributes left. He almost didn't have any first rank attributes left. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. Suddenly, he understood. Ever since he obtained this eternal matter, Wang Teng had been guessing its uses. Now he understood completely. These eternal matters must have been used up when resisting the power of time and space. If not, with his origin of life and origin of soul, he would have used them up in a short time. Ever since he obtained this eternal matter, Wang Teng had been guessing its uses. Now he understood completely. Eternal-level martial warriors were hard to kill because they contained powerful eternal matter. They could only be killed if their eternal matter was obliterated. Wang Teng grasped eternal matter when he was at the cosmos realm, so he possessed this trait too. As long as the eternal matter was still in his body, it could keep him alive. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was surprised and elated. With this eternal matter, his safety would be greatly ensured. However, when he saw that there were only 300 points of attributes left, Wang Teng still had lingering fears. If he used up too much energy, he would be dead. For some reason, Wang Teng felt that the formidable martial warrior who traveled through the long river of time and space seemed to have calculated everything. He had 300 points of eternal matter, 1,000 points of origin of life, and 100 points of origin of soul left. These were just enough for him to survive. I've been squeezed to the extreme. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he had a large number of eternal matter attributes to absorb. Boom! A large amount of eternal matter merged into Wang Teng's body, causing his soul and body to feel extremely comfortable. He almost moaned uncontrollably, only one word satisfying. This felt amazing. This feeling was no different from absorbing the origin of life and the origin of soul. In an instant, Wang Teng's eternal matter skyrocketed. Not only did his attribute return to its original level, but it also surpassed the previous level and rose to the third rank. It was an entire level higher. Chapter 2929, Astonishing Talent Improvement. Heaven-defying physique. Nether God statue. 2, and it didn't stop. It was close to the peak of the third rank, eternal matter. 21,000, 30,000, third rank. Wang Teng was elated when he saw the changes to his attributes board. Hard. He only needed 9,000 points to the fourth rank. Wang Teng felt that his life was getting tougher again. At this moment, Wang Teng's body suddenly trembled again. A series of attribute bubbles merged into his body. His body underwent a transformation talent. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He immediately started absorbing it with all his might. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, all kinds of talent attributes merged into Wang Teng's body. Wang Teng's talents had all reached the divine level and above. Some of them had even reached the immortal level. He couldn't help but look forward to them. After all the attributes that could allow his talent to increase were definitely above the saint level. It would be great if there were a few divine-level attributes. The change in his talent didn't cause any huge commotion. It happened silently in the deepest part of Wang Teng's body. It was amazing. All these changes happened at the same time. They didn't affect each other at all. This situation was undoubtedly better than his previous enlightenment. He didn't need to spend so much time. After some time, Wang Teng's talents completed their transformation. He immediately looked at the attributes board and was astounded. Divine level metal talent, 6,800, 10,000. Divine level water talent, 5,723, 1,000. Divine level earth talent, 85,023, 300,000. Divine level earth talent, 85,026, 300,000. Divine level earth talent, 85,500,000. Divine level divine level, divine level. He scanned them. They were all divine level talents. Wang Teng realized that all his 5-element talents had reached the immortal level. This was beyond his expectation. At first, only 1 water talent had reached the divine level. Now, the other 4 had reached the divine level too. He had all the 5 basic elements. For a moment, he couldn't control his excitement. The gains this time really gave him surprises again and again. It must be the attribute bubbles dropped by the immortal level martial warriors. Wang Teng took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. However, the last few special talents remained the same. None of them reached the immortal level, saint-level light talent, 5,650,000. Saint-level wind talent, 1,350,000. Saint-level lightning talent, 4,250,050. The wind and lightning talents were still at the saint level, while the ice and poison talents were already at the immortal level. There was no improvement, so he didn't say anything else. Wang Teng was surprised when he received the light talent. He only had the light physique, so he didn't pay much attention to it. By chance, he managed to obtain a light talent. It was a good gain. The effects of the combination of the saint-level light talent and the light physique were amazing. Besides that, there were some special talents. Saint-level sword talent, 2,150,000. Saint-level battle axe talent, 2,680,50,000. Saint-level battle axe talent, 2,680,60,000, 50,000. Saint-level arrow talent, 2,550,60, 50,000. These were all weapon talents, and the last was a physical talent. Although it was still at the saint level, his attributes had increased greatly. It would be of great help in the future. The last talent was the dark talent. Divine level dark talent, 1,250 nulling the 1,000. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised that his dark talent had also advanced from the saint level to the immortal level. It skipped a level. This time, with the appearance of a devil god, Wang Teng wasn't surprised that his dark talent had reached the immortal level. He had to admit that his gains in the darkness class were huge. With this divine level dark talent, Wang Teng's cultivation speed would increase tremendously. The cultivation speed of the divine level was at least 10 times that of the saint level. Also, there was a huge advantage in understanding the dark force. The saint level talent couldn't be compared to it. Normally, only those who possessed the divine level talent would be able to advance to the divine level. As for the saint level, there was a chance, but the probability was small. Even if they advanced to the immortal level, they would be among the weaker ones. Just like what he said, if you didn't have enough talent, your understanding of power would be lower than a person with stronger talent. Their stages might be the same, but their abilities might not be the same. This was why Wang Teng was able to kill opponents at a higher stage. The ability of a martial warrior didn't depend on his stage alone. Boom, after all the talents were upgraded, another bunch of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. His body underwent another huge change. Space, a scorching glow suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. A space power swept out of his body and broke out. It circled around his body without any fear. Boom. It was like an invisible space tornado, sweeping around Wang Teng's body and creating a powerful, chaotic flow of space. The space turbulence not far away was all pushed away. They couldn't get any closer. Fuck. Round Ball was shocked. It immediately flashed and appeared some distance away. It looked at the space power around Wang Teng with lingering fears and muttered to itself. Chapter 2 and 930, Astonishing Talent Improvement. Heaven-defying physique. Nether, God statue. 3. What is he doing? Why did he suddenly release such a magnificent space power? Boom! The space power around Wang Teng was still increasing. He didn't hide it, and there was no need to. Besides Round Ball, there was no one else here this time. He picked up a lot of space attributes. No, it should be absurd. If not, this astonishing scene wouldn't have happened. Wang Teng could clearly feel that his control of space power was getting stronger. It was getting closer to the peak of the 5th rank. There were signs of a breakthrough. 5th rank, space power. There were 500,000 points of it. This was extremely frightening. Under normal circumstances, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to pick up so many space attributes. However, this was a special situation. The battle between formidable martial warriors caused space disturbance, and the devil god tore the dimensional rift apart forcefully. The dimensional rift created by the abyss-suppressing pagoda would drop a large number of space attributes. This was a dangerous situation. Other people wanted to run away, but to Wang Teng, it was an opportunity. It was a great opportunity. The large number of space attributes benefited Wang Teng, allowing his space physique to become stronger quickly. But soon, a problem arose. After his space physique reached the peak of the 5th rank, it stopped. No matter how much space power he absorbed, he couldn't break through to the 6th rank. What happened? Suddenly, Wang Teng frowned. He was puzzled. Is it because my body and realm aren't strong enough? Wang Teng could only guess that this was the reason. Most of the strength was restricted because of one's stage. If it was too powerful, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was inevitable that his body would collapse. Wang Teng shook his head and felt a little regretful. In the end, he still couldn't make a breakthrough in the space attribute. After absorbing all the attribute bubbles, he remained at the peak of the 5th rank. Space physique, 5,400,000, 5,000. Although it was a pity, Wang Teng was still satisfied and happy. Mind you, he didn't dare to think that he could raise his space physique to the peak so quickly. That was 500,000 attribute points. Normally, he wouldn't be able to accumulate so many attributes at once. He had to admit that this feeling was refreshing. For instance, if he applied for a mortgage of 500,000 RMB to buy a house, would it feel better to pay the installments slowly or all the 500,000 RMB at once? The answer was obvious. After absorbing all the space attributes, another special attribute bubbles appeared time. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He was amazed. It was the power of time, and there were many of them second only to the power of space. Boom! Wang Teng's body trembled. A strange power of time spread out and surrounded his body, replacing the power of space. The power of time was more domineering than the power of space. Once it appeared, it caused the space to vibrate. The space turbulence in the distance also retreated. Space was the king, time was everything. In front of time, even space had to retreat. Round Ball was astounded. It found it unbelievable. This fellow's grasp of the power of time had become so extraordinary. It had been with Wang Teng for a long time, so it knew that he grasped the power of time. Hence, it wasn't surprised when it saw the appearance of the power of time. However, Wang Teng's grasp of the power of time wasn't this strong in the past. How did he become so powerful? Round Ball was flabbergasted. It stared at Wang Teng intently. Waves of emotions crashed into its heart. The power of time that erupted from his body didn't stop. It rose continuously. It was astonishing. This fellow was getting more and more astonishing. The power of time turned into an invisible tornado around Wang Teng. It was terrifying. His white hair danced even though there was no wind. If someone entered the area around him, they would be corroded by the power of time. The weaker martial warriors, such as the Cosmos Realm, the Celestial Realm, and the Planetary Realm, would age instantly if they touched this area. Their origin of life and origin of soul would disappear over time. Even Heaven Realm and Universe Stage martial warriors couldn't withstand this terrifying power. After some time, the magnificent power of time calmed down and merged into Wang Teng's body. It was as if it had never appeared. The surroundings finally calmed down. Round Ball was bewildered. It widened its eyes and waited for some time before it dared to get closer. It heaved a sigh of relief. This was horrifying. He would be tempting fate if he got too close to the invincible power of time. This fellow was getting scarier and scarier. Wang Teng didn't know what Round Ball was thinking. He looked at the time attribute on his attributes board. Time physique. 35,000, 20,000, 2nd rank. Wang Teng was astounded. A strange look appeared in his eyes. The time talent had transformed into the time physique, just like the space talent. After reaching the limit, it finally transformed into a special physique. This physique was undoubtedly more powerful and comprehensive than his original talent. It wasn't just a simple talent. If it was just a talent, it would be the enlightenment of the power of time and the use of these superficial abilities. Chapter 2931, Astonishing Talent Improvement. Heaven-defying physique. Nether God statue. 4. If he turned into a time physique, his body would be more compatible with the power of time. He might even have a little more resistance towards time. Resistance was the ability to resist the power of time. Compared to normal martial warriors, Wang Teng could withstand the invasion of the power of time for a longer time. This was a great piece of news. What's more, his time physique rose from the first rank to the second rank. It was a whole level higher. He needed more than 100,000 points of the time attribute. It was terrifying. Normally, he wouldn't be able to get so many time attributes. However, the battle between the formidable martial warriors attracted the attention of the river of time and space, so a large number of time attributes were dropped. This was a blessing in disguise for Wang Teng. It was dangerous, but the gains were sizable. Wang Teng's mood got better and better. He even received heaven-defying talents like the space physique and the time physique. This was a huge gain, but his gains didn't stop. More attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. His body started transforming again. Divine light physique. Wang Teng was stunned. What was going on? Divine light physique? It wasn't the light physique. As the enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind, he immediately understood what the attribute bubbles that merged into his body were. It was the divine light physique and not the light physique. Wang Teng was astounded. However, it quickly turned into happiness. The divine light physique was a higher rank physique than the light physique. It was an advanced version of it. Just like the space talent and the space physique, the time talent and the time physique were similar. Also, the constellation light force cultivated by this physique would be different. It had incredible effects. If the constellation light force cultivated by a normal martial warrior could double the purity of the dark force, the purity rate of the constellation light force cultivated by the divine light physique was 10 times. The difference between them was huge. Even Wang Teng's light physique could only purify the dark force 3 times faster than a normal light constellation force. Wang Teng was astounded. He immediately increased his absorption speed. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, his light physique gradually transformed into the holy light physique. There was a qualitative change. Divine light physique. 450,000, 1 per 1,000. First rank. First rank. A strange light flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. It looked like the light physique, the space physique, and the time physique were all segregated according to level. Also, from the attributes, he could tell that the first-rank light physique required 100,000 points of attributes. It was the same as the space physique and the time physique. This proved how extraordinary this physique was. It was said that with this talent, there was a high chance that he could break through to the God stage and become a light element God stage martial warrior. He might even reach a higher level. As for how high he could go, no one knew. It might be related to Wang Teng's divine light physique. His level was too low, so he didn't have a complete understanding of the divine light physique. He just didn't know where this light element physique came from. Wang Teng couldn't help but recall the battle. If it was a light element martial warrior, he would have some impression of him when he picked up the attribute bubbles. Could it be Bai Xianer? Suddenly, a white light flashed past Wang Teng's mind. He remembered something. If there was one light element martial warrior that attracted Wang Teng's attention, it was the mysterious Bai Xianer. Her light element cultivation was extraordinary, and she was a doctor with great achievements. Her light talent shouldn't be weak. He might have gained some attributes from her. At that time, he wanted to wait for the competition to end before befriending Bai Xianer. That way, he might have a chance to get some attribute bubbles from her. He didn't expect so many things to happen in the end, causing him to miss this chance. But if he really got the divine light physique talent from the other party, it was worth it. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and continued absorbing the attribute bubbles. Heart of Darkness. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he saw these attribute bubbles. He had received them before, but he didn't expect to receive them again. What's more, the increase was huge. Art of Darkness, 13,500, 20,000, second rank. It rose from first rank to second rank. Wang Teng was astounded when he saw the change in his attributes. He knew how powerful the Heart of Darkness was. Even devil god dark apparitions might not have this talent. This proved how extraordinary it was. Wang Teng had just received this talent, and it had already advanced from the first rank to the second rank. The second rank Heart of Darkness was equivalent to the second rank Space talent, but it wasn't enough for a Cosmos stage martial warrior like him. However, this wasn't the case for his talent. It needed 100,000 attributes to rise from the first rank to the second rank. It wasn't easy to raise it. Hence, it wasn't easy to rise by a rank. What's more, the Heart of Darkness talent represented the ultimate stage dark talent. It had a high status among the dark apparitions and might be useful in the future. Chapter 2932, Astonishing Talent Improvement, Heaven-Defying Physique, Nether God Statue, 5. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and continued absorbing the attribute bubbles. Boom! At this moment a special attribute bubble appeared in Wang Teng's body and caused a huge change. This change wasn't any weaker than when he first received the Heart of Darkness talent. Wang Teng even felt that this change was more unique and domineering. Yes, domineering. It was hard to describe this feeling, but to Wang Teng it was domineering. Suddenly, an enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He immediately understood the reason for this change: Nether God Physique. This was another powerful dark physique, and it came from the Nether God race. Nether God Physique. Wang Teng squinted. In the previous battle, 2 Nether God dark apparitions appeared. One of them was Ming Ku. Wang Teng didn't get the Nether God Physique from him, but the other one was the dark apparition who came out from the abyss. Without a doubt, this Nether God Physique came from the dark apparition. This physique was too powerful. If you had to compare it, it was no weaker than the Heart of Darkness or the Space Physique. This was the highest talent of the Nether God race. It was said that there were very few Nether God dark apparitions who awakened this physique. There might not even be one in tens of thousands of years. The Nether God race dark apparitions who were able to awaken this physique would have a special status in the Nether God race. This was because possessing this talent was equivalent to having the prerequisites to advance to the Devil God stage. Good riddance. Wang Teng was astounded. He didn't expect the Nether God Physique to be so powerful. It was on par with the Divine Light Physique. He wondered if it was God's arrangement. He just received the Divine Light Physique, and now he received the Nether God Physique. This was a good balance. Wang Teng complained in his heart. Boom. The transformation of the Nether God Physique was intense. A strange change appeared on Wang Teng's body, too. His white hair turned purple, and purple-black patterns suddenly appeared on his skin. They looked like the patterns of the origin. They contained a strange power. In an instant, an invisible dark force erupted from his body and swept through the space. This round ball widened its eyes in shock. It looked as if it saw a ghost. He could still understand the changes in the past, but it couldn't accept the changes now. What the hell? This thick dark force and this powerful dark aura, was Wang Teng going to turn evil? If the aura wasn't so powerful that it couldn't get close, it would have slapped Wang Teng and wake him up to see if he was really going to turn evil. Wang Teng didn't know how much psychological burden his undisguised actions had placed on Round Ball. He was still focused on understanding the changes brought by the Nether God Physique. After some time, the changes in the Nether God Physique subsided. Wang Teng's purple hair turned pale again. The purple-black patterns on his body disappeared gradually. Round Ball was even more bewildered when it saw this scene. It couldn't calm down for a long time. Sometimes, it couldn't imagine what kind of person Wang Teng was. Why was there always something unbelievable about him? Unfortunately, it couldn't get an answer to this question. Wang Teng would only tell it when he stood at the peak of martial arts. Round Ball knew what was happening, so it felt a little helpless. Nether God Physique 865, Milio 200,000 second rank. It's at the second rank, too. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the Nether God Physique attribute on his attributes board. He just received this physique, and it was already at the second rank. It looked like his luck was not bad. Also, the second-rank Nether God Physique had reached 865,500 points. It was higher than the Heart of Darkness. After the transformation of the Nether God Physique, Wang Teng had a clearer understanding of the magical effects of the Nether God Physique. First, with this physique, he could practice the scripture battle techniques of the Nether God race. He would also be able to release greater power than the dark apparitions of the Nether God race. This meant that the dark apparitions with this physique had an absolute advantage in the Nether God race. That was why their status was so special. Wang Teng also knew that the Nether God physique contained many talents from the Nether God race. This sentence sounded a little awkward, so it wasn't hard to explain. Actually, the Nether God race had many talents. The Nether God physique was an ultimate talent that encompassed all the talents. As for what talents the Nether God race had, it was hard to explain. The most famous ones were the ghost concealment and ghost transformation that Ming Ku used to hide his identity. Ghost concealment was concealment. When one was using this talent to hide one's body, even a God-stage martial warrior might not be able to discover it. It was amazing. As for the ghost transformation, it was a talent used to change one's physical form. It was mysterious and extraordinary. Wang Teng had grasped the Nether God physique, which was equivalent to grasping the talents of the Nether God race. He was quite interested in this ability. Ming Ku was able to fool everyone while hiding in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. This proved how powerful these talents were. Wang Teng's high-rank morph talent and some concealing skills were nothing in front of a real God-level martial warrior. Hence, obtaining the Nether God physique was a great thing for him. I'm so lucky. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He took a deep breath to calm down. The talents he received just now exceeded his expectation. Even the dark talent couldn't stop his happiness. It felt amazing to have these elite-class talents. He wished he could shout a few times to express his happiness. After digesting the changes brought by the Nether God's physique, there were only a few attribute bubbles left. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and absorbed them all at once. Nether God statue, unknown, 1850,000, 20,000, 2-star, gasp. Wang Teng's emotions, which had calmed down, rose and fell violently again. He gasped uncontrollably. This was an unknown scripture from the Nether God race. He just learned that the Nether God physique was able to release the full potential of the Nether God race's battle techniques. Now, they sent a powerful Nether God race scripture over. Wasn't this giving him a pillow when he was sleepy? What's more, although the level of this scripture was unknown, one could tell from its attributes that this was a scripture that surpassed the immortal level. Until now, Wang Teng only had one scripture that could be compared to it. Ancient God's body. That's right, ancient God's body. Similarly, there were different levels based on the number of stars. Every level was marked by 100,000 attribute points. Wang Teng wouldn't believe that they weren't of the same level. Wang Teng didn't know what level it was, but he was sure that this scripture was extremely powerful. Chapter 2933, Nether God Sword, Void Seal, Entering the Darkland Again. One, the Nether God physique and the Nether God statue were an amazing combination. One was the powerful physique of the Nether God race, while the other was the most mysterious scripture of the Nether God race. What's more, this scripture wasn't just a simple cultivation method, it also had the corresponding battle techniques. It was similar to the ancient God's body and the Godslayer sword scripture. Also, after absorbing all the knowledge, Wang Teng realized that this scripture was a scripture that combined his spirit and force. His cultivation method was special. He was meditating on a terrifying Nether God statue in his mind. The Nether God was said to be the most ancient presence of the Nether God race. It was the origin of the Nether God race. It was unknown, invisible, unimaginable. The Nether God statue was a sculpture left behind by the Nether God. The Nether God statue didn't exist in the real world. Instead, it was an illusion. It was within the bloodline legacy of every dark apparition in the Nether God race. Once one awakened the Nether God's physique, one would be able to sense the presence of the Nether God statue and enter meditation. Hence, the Nether God statue wasn't enough. He needed to awaken the Nether God physique before he could meditate on the Nether God statue and cultivate. Also, this scripture was very special during a battle. You could form the Nether God statue and execute all kinds of powerful battle techniques. Some of these battle techniques were force battle techniques, while others were spiritual battle techniques. There were also powerful battle techniques that combined spirit and force. In summary, both the Nether God physique and the Nether God statue were heaven-defying. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't see the final scene of the battle. Otherwise, he would be even more astounded. Anyone who witnessed this terrifying battle would have the deepest memory in their hearts. They would never be able to forget it. Even God-stage martial warriors were no exception. Besides the Nether God statue scripture, the other powerful battle techniques that Wang Teng picked up in the past, as well as some forging attributes, rose again. Black Tortoise Divine Armor, Immortal Level, 12,500, 30,000, well-versed. Sky Imprisoning Chain, Unknown, 25,600, 500,000, well-versed. Dark Altar, Unknown, 4,800, 10,000, well-versed. These four attributes rose from the foundation stage to the well-versed stage. It was extremely rare. Mind you, the Black Tortoise Divine Armor alone was a divine-level defensive battle technique. It required 10,000 attribute points to advance from the foundation stage to the well-versed stage. It was very difficult to improve. However, the Black Tortoise Divine Armor was a good item. This was an immortal-level defense battle technique. With this battle technique, Wang Teng felt that his life was even tougher. As for the Sky Imprisoning Chain, the Dark Altar, and the Dark Sacrifice, these three attributes were all at unknown levels. Their levels were probably extremely high. The foundation stage required 50,000 points of attributes. It was terrifying. He was extremely lucky to be able to raise it to the well-versed stage. What made Wang Teng happy was, the Dark Altar was originally an incomplete attribute. Now the word incomplete had disappeared. It was obviously complete. This was a huge surprise, too. The Dark Altar was a little costly and evil, but who could resist a powerful method? Even if he didn't use it, it would be good to keep it as his collection. These were all attributes dropped previously. There were a few that hadn't been dropped before, but Wang Teng had them now. Abyss, Suppressing Pagoda, Unknown 16,000, Scaife, Million, 10,000, well-versed. Dark Godsword, Incomplete, Immortal, 28,500, Scaife, 50,000, well-versed. Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle, Unknown 23,000, 23,000, those versed. Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle, Unknown 23,000, 23,000, well-versed. Abyss Suppressing Pagoda. Wang Teng was astounded. This should be the Ancient Pagoda. He thought that it was at the immortal level, but it was at an unknown level. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, extremely complicated enlightenment appeared. The outline of an ancient pagoda appeared. Then it broke down into various materials. Hammers appeared one by one and started forging the various materials. The entire process was extremely complicated. After all, this was a pagoda. It involved many things. Also, he needed to carve all kinds of occult ancient runes all over the pagoda. This wasn't something a person could complete. Wang Teng had experience constructing the Nine Treasures Pagoda, so he knew how difficult it was. Although the Nine Treasures Pagoda was just a spiritual pagoda, its structure was similar. What's more, their complexity was almost the same. Speaking about it, this ancient pagoda was built with the help of numerous divine-level presences in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. There were even people above the immortal level carving ancient runes. However, this pagoda had been around for a long time. Some of the blacksmiths might have died. They might not even be able to forge a similar pagoda. That meant that this pagoda was the only limited edition. As for the function of the abyss-suppressing pagoda, it was the power of sealing. If he released all its power, he could seal a god-stage martial warrior. Also, the power of the seal was related to the strength of the person who activated it. The stronger the person controlling the abyss-suppressing pagoda, the more powerful the seal. If multiple god-stage martial warriors controlled the abyss-suppressing pagoda at the same time, they could even seal existences above the god-stage Wang Teng. Suddenly remembered that this ancient pagoda was used to suppress the terrifying dark apparition. There was also the sky imprisoning chain and the power of the abyss, but it was enough to prove how powerful the abyss-suppressing pagoda was. Chapter 2934, Nether God Sword Void Seal, Entering the Darkland Again, 2. Besides that, the abyss-suppressing pagoda also had the ability to create dimensional rifts. This ability reminded Wang Teng of the situation during the war. The abyss-suppressing pagoda did create a dimensional rift. Comparatively, Wang Teng didn't place much emphasis on this ability. He possessed the space talent and had the ability to create dimensional rifts. He didn't need to rely on the abyss-suppressing pagoda. Actually, even though he had obtained the attributes of this pagoda, he didn't think that he could forge it himself. After all, it was too complicated and the materials were rare. It was honestly too difficult. There was no need to do such an arduous and fruitless thing. Obtaining this attribute was just to increase his foundation. Next, this attribute, Nether God Sword. Wang Teng was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He opened his eyes abruptly and asked Round Ball, "Have you heard of the Nether God Sword?" Nether God Sword, Round Ball was surprised when he suddenly opened his eyes. However, after hearing his question, it regained its senses and frowned. It thought for a moment and said, "Isn't this the divine level battle sword sold in the 7th Stellar Academy of the 7th Stellar Academy?" Stellar Academy. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He remembered that he saw this item in the treasure pavilion. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Round Ball asked curiously. "Nothing." Wang Teng closed his eyes again. "Damn it, isn't this how you kick me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness?" Round Ball's face turned black. It was exasperated. Wang Teng ignored it and looked at the Nether God Sword. An enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was an ancient battle sword covered with dark purple patterns. It gave off a strange and dark aura as if it was a devil that woke up in ancient times. It was terrifying. The next instant, the dark ancient sword turned into rays of light and disintegrated into different materials. They were reforged and runes were carved. Wang Teng received the corresponding enlightenment and gradually grasped the forging method of the Nether God Sword. There was a strange glow in his eyes. Just like the abyss-suppressing pagoda, the Nether God Sword was an ancient item too. It had existed for a long time. What's more, this was a divine weapon exclusive to the Nether God race. It had an extraordinary status in the Nether God race. Only martial warriors above the divine level had the right to use it. Thus, few people knew how to forge this sword. The most important thing was, the forging method of the Nether God Sword was special, and the materials were extremely rare. It was said that it was made from the bones of the Nether God. This harsh requirement made the Nether God Sword impossible to replicate. It was almost impossible to forge another Nether God Sword. But why is there another Nether God Sword in the Stellar Academy? Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was puzzled. There was no information about this question in the enlightenment he received, so Wang Teng didn't know. It looked like Round Ball didn't understand either. Otherwise, it would have told Wang Teng directly. "Huh? Wait." Wang Teng noticed something and exclaimed softly. He was astounded when he saw the Nether God Sword attribute on his attributes board, incomplete. There was a word incomplete in the description of the Nether God Sword. Wang Teng knew what these two words meant. Here was the problem. The enlightenment he received just now was complete. The method of forging the entire Nether God sword was etched in his mind. Just in case he tried to recall it again, there was nothing incomplete. This was a complete smithery skill. With his current smithery mastery and rune mastery, he should be able to confirm this. What was going on? Wang Teng was stunned and confused. Where was the missing piece? Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed through his mind. Could it be there's more than one Nether God sword? This was possible. Maybe the Nether God sword was a set, and there was more than one. That was why it was incomplete on the attributes board. The more Wang Teng thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. There were many divine weapons in the universe. They weren't just a single weapon, there were whole sets of them, and a set was many times more powerful than a single weapon. Wang Teng knew this clearly. The Phoenix Golden Feather Blade was one of these weapons. He remembered that the Nether God race seemed to place high importance on spiritual cultivation too. He was even more certain. Maybe the Nether God sword was a spiritual kinesis weapon too. This guess was astonishing, but it wasn't impossible. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and looked at the third attribute. Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle. He was surprised when he saw this attribute. It was the attributes of a war chariot. His expression turned strange as he looked at the attributes of the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle. The corresponding enlightenment appeared in his mind. Boom! In an instant, a majestic enlightenment exploded in his mind, accompanied by a powerful and strange force. It was as if a devil was roaring and whispering beside his ear, creating all kinds of terrifying effects. Wang Teng had seen this situation before when he was absorbing the Dark Altar and Dark Sacrifice attributes. Could it be that the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle was comparable to it? Mind you, this didn't happen when he was absorbing the attributes of the Nether God Physique. Chapter 2935, Nether God Sword, Void Seal, Entering the Darkland Again. 3. Before he could think further, enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was smithery enlightenment too. This time, it was a terrifying black war chariot. Different materials were reforged and ancient runes were carved. Finally, they formed an ancient dark war chariot. When he was absorbing the enlightenment, the strange dark force kept sweeping over, trying to affect Wang Teng's spirit. However, his spirit was much stronger than before. With the experience of absorbing the Dark Altar and Dark Sacrifice, he wouldn't be affected. In an instant he activated the Heart of Darkness and the Nether God Physique talent. Before this, he only used the power of Origin of Darkness, but the effects were greatly reduced. Now that he used these two powerful dark talents, he believed that he wouldn't be affected. As expected after activating these two heaven-defying talents, Wang Teng was the purest and most powerful dark apparition. The strange force couldn't affect him at all. It dissipated instantly. Wang Teng felt that he was finally experiencing a special treatment. He was like a real talent of the dark apparitions. He didn't need to be affected by the dark force anymore. He was so touched he almost cried after some time. The enlightenment of the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle was digested by Wang Teng. He finally understood the uses of the Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle. In summary, it was very powerful. But Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He was caught between laughter and tears. The greatest use of this Abyss Ancient Battle Vehicle was to escape. Wang Teng was honestly surprised when he first knew this function. The vehicle of such a powerful martial warrior was used to escape. In an instant, the image of the dark apparition in Wang Teng's mind collapsed. The other party broke the seal and came out from the abyss. The three azure dragon corpses were pulling an ancient war chariot covered with all kinds of blade marks and bloodstains. It looked ancient and majestic. At that time, Wang Teng thought that the vehicle of this formidable warrior must be extraordinary. The other party was even more impressive when he acted. He held up the pagoda with one hand. It was terrifying. But now the system was telling him that this ancient and impressive war chariot was used to escape. The difference was huge. He couldn't accept it. Fortunately, besides this, the Abyss ancient battle vehicle had other uses. For instance, it could be used for battle. The Abyss ancient battle vehicle possessed powerful attacking skills. If a powerful energy was injected into it, it could release a frightening power above the God stage. This was indeed terrifying. Even the God stage spacecraft couldn't be compared to this attack. Honestly, Wang Teng had never seen a God stage spacecraft before. Yet he saw the terrifying vehicle of a dark apparition first. This was an eye-opener for him. This was great. He could boast to others in the future. Wang Teng thought to himself silently. It looks like the battle later had a huge impact. If not, they wouldn't have dropped so many attributes. Wang Teng suddenly touched his chin and wondered to himself. He was astounded. How powerful was this martial warrior who crossed the river of time? Did he really suppress that dark apparition? If not, he wouldn't have dropped these attribute bubbles. Wang Teng felt a little excited when he thought of this possibility. Amazing. But soon, he couldn't be happy anymore. These attributes were precious and rare. But it was precisely because they were so rare that he couldn't forge them. They were a little useless. Just when Wang Teng was about to retract his gaze, an inconspicuous attribute caught his attention. Void Seal, Pseudo, Saint Level, 5,500, 10,000, well-versed, Void Seal. With the additional Pseudo, Wang Teng was stunned. There was astonishment in his eyes. As he thought, an enlightenment surged into his mind. A hologram appeared. It was a square seal. There was a mutated beast carved on the top of the square seal. It looked strange and distorted. No one knew what it looked like. Then the square seal turned into light and dispersed. It turned into different materials and was reforged. Runes were carved again, space divine weapon. Wang Teng finished absorbing the enlightenment quickly. He was elated. This square seal was Great Elder Bayer's space sacred vessel. However, it was destroyed in the end. What a pity. Now, Wang Teng had the relevant smithery skill. He just needed to find the relevant materials and he would be able to forge it again. Compared to the divine weapons and items above the immortal level, this divine weapon was more suitable for Wang Teng's current mastery. With his saint-level smithery and rune mastery, as well as his space talent, it was possible for him to forge this divine space weapon. No one was more suitable than him. Wang Teng was elated. The frustration he felt a moment ago was gone. This was good stuff. If it was just an ordinary divine weapon, he wouldn't be so happy. However, this was an extremely rare space divine weapon. It was extremely powerful and normal people wouldn't be able to get it. Only someone like Great Elder Byers managed to get this divine space weapon by chance. This proved how rare it was. At the same time, Wang Teng knew that the Void Seal Pseudo wasn't the real one. It was a replica. If it was the real one, it could reach the immortal level. Chapter 2936. Nether God Sword Void Seal entering the Darkland again. 4. It was precisely because it was a replica that the requirements were lower. It was possible for Wang Teng to forge it. Not only that, but Wang Teng also received the enlightenment of the mutated beast pattern. The pattern on the Void Seal wasn't simple. It was formed by the combination of many space runes. With Wang Teng's rune mastery, he felt that he might be able to learn it. This pattern could be used on other things too. For instance, it could be used on other weapons. That way, all of his weapons would possess a little space ability. Mind you, this was a space rune. It was extremely rare. Normal people wouldn't have the chance to learn it. This was why Great Elder Byers was so valued in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. He knew the space runes and was one of the few people who could forge a space divine weapon. The space ability was the most mysterious and occult among all the powers. It was hard to learn. Only people with the space talent could master it. Wang Teng possessed the space talent, and he had the system's help. His mastery of space runes was extremely high. It was a pity that he rarely used them. Speaking of which, he still had a few space runes to study. It's time to go back and complete the rune I left behind in the 7 stellar academies, Wang Teng thought to himself. However, I still need to find a way to replenish my origin of life and origin of soul first. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered for a moment. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If his body was allowed to remain in this state, he would be a cripple. He couldn't even use his force. If he didn't recover quickly, it would be troublesome when he returned. What's more, a terrifying war might be coming. If he was in this state, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself. When I return, I need to find a way to replenish my origin of life and origin of soul. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings and said, "Where are we going now?" Round Ball asked. "We are heading to the Darkland." Wang Teng's eyes were sharp as he looked into the void. Since I've fallen into the void, it shouldn't be far from the Darkland. If he wasn't mistaken, the place where the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was at the intersection of the 3 territorial domains. There might be a passage connecting the Darkland. A large number of dark apparitions appeared out of nowhere. It meant that there was a space channel connecting the 2 worlds in the void, or rather there were dimensional rifts everywhere in this area. In the battle just now, the dimension was severely damaged. The dark apparitions might have opened many dimensional rifts. The void was a perfect hiding place. Round Ball was astounded. It asked, "You want to enter the Darkland?" "Yes," Wang Teng nodded. "The origin of life and origin of soul are extremely important. If I don't replenish them quickly, they will definitely affect my future cultivation." This was Wang Teng's biggest worry. His origin of life and origin of soul were almost exhausted. If he didn't replenish them in time, his foundation would be damaged. At that time, it would be difficult to recover. Even if he managed to recover, there would be a flaw. Thus, he needed to recover as soon as possible. Round Ball nodded in deep thought. It didn't object anymore. It knew the importance of origin of life and origin of soul. However, it was still a little worried. The Darkland is the territory of the dark apparitions. It's dangerous for you to enter with your current state. Why else would I have a clone? Wang Teng smiled. He had placed many clones in the Darkland when he visited it previously. He didn't know if they were still alive. However, as long as a clone was still alive, he could use the clone to move around. At the very least, he could use the clone to gather information and understand the situation in the Darkland. "Let's go." Wang Teng stood up. He used his spiritual power to communicate with the void mayflies and searched for the space passageway. The void mayflies were born in the void. They were extremely sensitive to the space passageway and could help Wang Teng find a way out. As long as there was a space passageway, they would be able to find a way to the Darkland. If they couldn't find a space passageway, Wang Teng would still be able to find the passageway to the human world. He could go back and rest first. However, the human world was dangerous too. It was better to go to the Darkland. Wang Teng had a clone in the Darkland, so it was much more convenient for him. His figure moved and turned into a ray of light, flying quickly in the void. "Hey, wait for me," Round Ball shouted and chased after him. They had only been in the void for a short time, but Round Ball was already feeling a little suffocated. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of the danger in the void because of his space talent. He could even use the void to train his space power. However, Round Ball didn't have the space talent. It felt uncomfortable in the void. It had been following Wang Teng all this while, but it didn't dare to let its guard down. It was extremely nervous. Now that Wang Teng had finally made a decision, it felt relieved. Wang Teng didn't need Round Ball to follow him. He could just return to his body. However, the intelligent life form decided to follow him, so he didn't stop it. Time passed slowly. Chapter 2937, Nether God's Sword, Void Seal, Entering the Darkland Again. 5 Round Ball heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. It asked, "How are we going back now?" "I left clones in a few places. It's easy to go back." Wang Teng replied calmly with shimmering eyes. He was no longer the person who couldn't do anything after falling into the void. When he fell into the void, he took a long time to find his way back to Earth. This time, with his spiritual power, he could sense where his clones were. He should be able to come back soon. Round Ball nodded when it saw his confidence. It didn't probe further. Boom. The next instant, a strange aura spread out from Wang Teng's body. It was his spiritual power and space power. These two powers were essential if he wanted to sense where his clones were. But soon, he frowned. His body was injured, so the strength he could use was too weak. The efficiency was low. "Are you sure you'll be all right?" Round Ball noticed this problem and asked worriedly. "It's all right. I just need to spend more time." Wang Teng shook his head and waved his hand. Countless droplets of light floated out. The void mayflies? These void mayflies circled around Wang Teng like stars. They gave off a happy vibe. They were living creatures in the void and were raised by Wang Teng. Now that they were back, they were free and unrestrained like fishes in the sea. "Go." Wang Teng smiled and sent out a thought. The void mayflies turned into rays of light and flew in all directions, trying to find a way out for Wang Teng. Approximately an hour later, he sensed something. His eyes flashed, and he looked in a direction. "Let's go." The giant rock's speed increased exponentially after Wang Teng shouted. It turned into lingering shadows in the air as it flew towards Wang Teng. The giant rock flew through the air while Wang Teng's spiritual and space powers continued to spread out. He sensed the situation outside and kept finding his position before making adjustments. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to find their way in this void where there was no direction at all. Wang Teng possessed the space talent, which was his greatest advantage. Hence, he wasn't afraid of the void. Time passed slowly. Round Ball didn't speak. It waited quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng waved his hand, and the giant rock below him stopped abruptly. "You found it?" Round Ball asked instantly. It had a sudden thought. Wang Teng frowned. He sensed his surroundings. "Strange, I think I sense a dark force. The power of darkness." Round Ball was shocked. It looked around and asked, "Did you find the exit of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters? If I'm right, that place has been taken over by dark apparitions. It will be dangerous to leave from there. Don't worry. Even if we reach the dark apparitions base, I have my ways of not getting discovered." Wang Teng waved his hand nonchalantly. He was extremely experienced in this area. Round Ball was speechless. It suddenly remembered what Wang Teng did and realized that he was right. The worry in its heart dissipated. Wang Teng sensed his surroundings carefully and controlled the giant rock below him to float in a certain direction. Indeed, it's the power of darkness. It's not far ahead. Just what I want. His gaze flickered. Suddenly he thought of something, and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. "Are you thinking?" Round Ball widened its eyes in surprise. It felt that this fellow was going to create trouble again. It shouted, "You're crazy. With your current state, shouldn't you go back to the original universe and find a way to mend your origin of soul and origin of life? Why would you run to the dark apparitions? You don't understand." Wang Teng shook his head. "If I want to replenish my origin of soul and origin of life, I have to go to the dark apparitions." "To the dark apparitions?" Round Ball widened its eyes in confusion. It wanted to say something. "All right, I've made my decision. There's no need to speak anymore." Wang Teng interrupted him. After he finished speaking, he moved his body and leaped up from the giant rock. He floated towards a spot where the space fluctuated slightly. There were many void mayflies floating in the sky. They were exceptionally conspicuous. This distance wasn't short. Wang Teng flew for more than half an hour before he reached his destination. When he flew over, dark force spread out from his body and enveloped him. It turned into pitch-black armor, making him look like a real devil-armored dark apparition. Even if the dark apparitions noticed him, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was a human martial warrior. Puff. A ball of chaotic space current swept in front, spinning and forming an invisible space whirlpool. This scene seemed ordinary, but it was filled with unimaginable danger. A universe-stage martial warrior would be seriously injured if he got swept into it. This is it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He sensed dimensional rifts in the chaotic space. If he entered from here, he might be able to reach an unexpected place. "Aren't you going to reconsider?" Round Ball couldn't help but ask. Wang Teng smiled. His actions explained everything. He moved his body and entered the chaotic flow of space with the protection of the space power around him. Swoosh, turbulent currents swept out. However, when they were 3 inches away from Wang Teng, they were pushed away and couldn't get any closer. He walked towards the rift step by step. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw a crack that couldn't be any smaller. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He turned his palm into a sword and congregated the power of space on it. It turned into a space sword glow. Activate. He released his palm and the sword glow slammed into the crack. Godslayer sword scripture void shatter. Boom, an explosion followed. One sword was enough to tear the dimensional rift apart. It was enough for Wang Teng to pass through. Without any hesitation, he turned into a ray of light and darted into the dimensional rift. The void mayflies followed him and returned to his body like a river of starlight. Behind the dimensional rifts, a space channel appeared in front of Wang Teng. He didn't know where it led to. Wang Teng sensed his surroundings and turned into a ray of light again. He dashed towards the side of the passageway. After some time, he suddenly saw a whirlpool-like exit in front of him. He dashed in without any hesitation. Boom! After a moment of dizziness, Wang Teng appeared in the wilderness. He took some time to get used to it and looked around him. The entire sky was extremely dark. Thick dark force filled up the entire sky. Just by breathing, he could feel strands of dark force entering his body. Darkland, this was the Darkland. I'm back. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes, then it turned into coldness. He sounded like a god of terror. Dark apparitions, wait for me. Chapter 2938, Wang Teng's motive. Dark Tyrannosaurus, son of the city lord, 1, Darkland. In the boundless wilderness, the sky was pitch black and seemed exceptionally depressing. Wang Teng floated in midair and scanned his surroundings. An astonishing scene entered his vision. A large patch of dark apparitions gathered over from afar. They were like a dark cloud moving towards a certain area. Wang Teng squinted. There was a chill in his eyes. Speak of the devil, who are you? A voice came from afar. It was speaking the dark apparition's common language. Wang Teng turned his head with a calm expression. He had already discovered a few dark apparitions in this area. However, the most powerful dark apparitions were low-tier devil emperors. Even if he couldn't release 1/10 of his true power, he would be able to deal with them. Hence, he wasn't worried. These dark apparitions should be guarding the space channel. The other party noticed his presence and immediately flew over from afar. If they didn't see Wang Teng acting like a devil-armored dark apparition, they would have launched their attacks immediately and wouldn't have asked this question. The devil god asked me to see if you have all your men. It looks like I came at the right time. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He retracted his gaze from the dark apparitions in the distance and took out a token. He got this token from Devil Emperor Bare Brain when he sneaked into the dark apparitions on the No 29 defense planet. Sir, the giant devil race dark apparitions were shocked when they saw the token in Wang Teng's hand. They knelt on one knee. The patterns on the token was the symbol of a high-tier devil emperor also. This aura couldn't be faked. All the dark apparitions knew about it, so they didn't suspect anything. Get up and answer my question, Wang Teng said calmly. Yes. The giant devil race dark apparitions replied respectfully. They were completely frightened. They stood up immediately and said, Sir, our first batch of troops has been assembled. We can head to the front line immediately. However, based on the Devil Emperor's order, we won't be crossing the dimensional rift for now. Oh? Wang Teng frowned. He was right. He asked again, why don't we attack immediately? The giant devil race dark apparition in the lead was stunned for a moment. However, he was just curious why this sir didn't know the reason. He didn't think too much and replied, the higher authorities want to gather all the troops and launch an attack at once to catch the humans off their guards. After he finished speaking, he immediately felt the temperature around him dropping multiple times. He could feel a chill all over his body. He shuddered uncontrollably. Sir. The giant devil-race dark apparitions were stunned. They shivered in fear at the same time they were astounded. This lord seemed to be at the same stage as them. They didn't expect him to give off such a terrifying aura, as expected of someone who was valued highly by the higher authorities. Invisible imagination was the scariest. Hence, they started to respect Wang Teng even more. Wang Teng retracted the coldness he exuded and said, "How much longer until we gather all the troops? We will need more than a month. The other dimensional rifts need to gather all the troops, so we will need more time." The giant devil-race dark apparition said, "More than a month." Wang Teng frowned even more. More than a month later, the dark apparitions would launch their attack. It looked like the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters had been breached. A terrifying war was imminent. Wait? Wang Teng suddenly noticed something. He was shocked and asked again, "Are there other space channels?" Yes. The giant devil-race dark apparition felt even more puzzled. Why does it seem like this sir doesn't know anything? It looked at Wang Teng instinctively and saw him covered with pitch-black armor. His eyes were crimson and cold. He was indeed a powerful presence from the devil armor race, huh? Wang Teng snorted when he noticed that the other party was observing him. The giant devil-race dark apparition's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to think too much, after all. The other party was sent by the higher authorities. He couldn't guess his identity. As for the human spy, he didn't think in that direction. Dark apparitions would never become human spies. The devil armor dark apparition in front of him didn't seem to know anything, but he was a real dark apparition. How could he be a spy for the human race? At most, they were from different factions. He didn't belong to the same faction as their boss, so he was sent to investigate the situation. Wang Teng didn't know what the other party was thinking. His gaze flickered slightly under the black armor, but his heart gradually turned serious from the other party's words. It wasn't hard to tell that a large number of dimensional rifts had appeared in the human territorial domain. If not, they wouldn't need more than a month to gather their troops. This war would be terrifying. The scale of it would exceed his imagination. The dark apparitions would definitely send a terrifying army. A series of thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He looked at the giant devil-race dark apparitions with a cold gaze. Should he kill them? They were all dark apparitions. Killing one was enough. Killing two was a gain. He only hesitated for a moment. The army of dark apparitions was getting closer, so he acted immediately. Dark constellation force erupted from his body and turned into more than 10 black vines. They stabbed towards the giant devil-race dark apparitions like javelins. Chapter 2939, Wang Teng's Motive, Dark Tyrannosaurus. Son of the City Lord, too, you, the giant devil-race dark apparition, didn't expect Wang Teng to attack them. He didn't have any time to react. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Roar, roar, roar. The other giant devil-race dark apparitions were in no better state. They couldn't react in time and roared in anger. Splat. The next instant, more than 10 black vines pierced through their muscular bodies, namely their hearts, heads, or mouths, within a split second. These giant devil-race dark apparitions died. There were low-tier devil emperors, but they couldn't resist Wang Teng's sneak attack. They got killed instantly. World Devourer. A strange purple glow appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. A whirlpool appeared on his palm and sucked the giant devil-race dark apparitions in. He used the World Devourer ability of the Devour Nihility Beast to refine these dark apparitions and devour their origin of life and origin of life to replenish his body. This was the reason why he came to the Darkland. If it was the Devour Nihility Beast clone, it wouldn't like to devour dark apparitions. However, Wang Teng didn't find it uncomfortable. To him, dark apparitions were his tonic. It's time to leave. Wang Teng glanced at the dark apparitions in the distance and activated his space power. He could feel mid-tier and high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions in the army. In his current state, he had no chance of winning against them. Thus, he could only leave. In an instant, the space in front of him vibrated slightly, and Wang Teng disappeared on the spot. Not long after Wang Teng left, the space in this area started distorting again. A figure covered in black mist appeared. A terrifying dark aura enveloped his body. It was frightening. Space fluctuation. Powerful individuals came here just now. Why did they kill the dimensional rift guards? A puzzled voice came from within the black mist. But soon, it stopped paying attention to them. It thought that the guards angered a powerful presence and got killed. Based on the space fluctuation just now, the other party should be a high-tier Devil Emperor too. With their ability, killing a few low-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions was a piece of cake. If they weren't outside the space channel and he met them coincidentally, he wouldn't have paid attention to them. He had to admit that dark apparitions were known for their coldness and indifference. In the previous battle, even Devil Titan dark apparitions were used as sacrificial offerings for the Dark Altar. There was nothing they couldn't do. The survival of the fittest was the rule among the dark apparitions. The strong were respected. This rule was more direct than the human race. After Wang Teng left, he didn't feel anyone following him. He felt more at ease. He had expected this. If not, he wouldn't have killed the giant devil race dark apparitions before the army of the dark apparitions arrived. However, he couldn't guarantee that the dark apparitions wouldn't chase after him. That would be troublesome. 1,500 points of origin of life and 1,200 points of origin of soul. Not bad. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he scanned the attributes board. He was elated. As expected, it rose. The low-tier Devil Emperor was at the same stage as him, so the devouring speed was fast. The devour space gave him some feedback just now. All the dark apparitions were devoured and digested. The origin of life and the origin of soul turned into nourishment for him, nourishing his body. He showed no mercy to the dark apparitions, since the dark apparitions treated the human race as their prey and caused such a terrifying massacre. The human race fell into a catastrophe. He would give him a taste of his own medicine. What's more, the dark apparitions were the cause of his condition, hence the blame was on the dark apparitions. Nothing wrong with that. Thus, in his eyes, the dark apparitions were fish waiting to be slaughtered. Wang Teng left quickly. Unknowingly, he had already flown tens of thousands of kilometers away. The wilderness was vast, and there were almost no dark apparitions here. Under the sweep of his spiritual power, he still couldn't feel any signs of life. It was desolate and lonely. The wilderness was too quiet. No sound could be heard. Only a strong gale could be heard occasionally. It swept the power of darkness over from afar. Wang Teng remained calm and continued flying. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, when Wang Teng was flying, his expression suddenly changed. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. His gaze turned sharp as he looked into the distance. Boom! He stopped in midair and took a step out. His entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of light as he landed on the ground. Some distance away, a grayish-black mountain range entered his vision. The forest was dense, and there were all kinds of strange trees baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was a ghastly sight. However, his expression remained calm. He wasn't affected by this environment. When he first came to the Darkland, he was in a dense forest. It was similar to this forest. Compared to that time, it was many times better now. At least he could still move. The first time he came to the Darkland, his physical condition was terrible too. He was seriously injured and couldn't move at all. A small figure suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He wondered how she was. Chapter 209:40 Wang Teng's Motive. Dark Tyrannosaurus, son of the City Lord, 3. However, with his clone, Viscount Snow around, there shouldn't be any major problems. Wang Teng was 2 worlds away, so he couldn't sense what happened to the clone. However, he knew whether or not the clone had disappeared. As long as the clone didn't disappear, it wouldn't be a problem. While he was thinking, Wang Teng had already landed from the sky. He entered the forest and hid himself. After some time, a rustling sound was suddenly heard from the forest in front. Then there was a loud explosion. 2 auras, Wang Teng blinked. He stood on the trunk of a pitch-black tree and looked at the forest in front. Boom! Dust flew into the air. Trees fell and the ground trembled violently. Swoosh! A figure shot out from the dust and flew towards Wang Teng. Roars were heard. A huge dark star beast dashed out from the dust and chased after them relentlessly. Boom! One was chasing while the other was escaping. A terrifying explosion occurred, causing the ground to shake violently. This was the first living creature Wang Teng met in the past few days. In an instant, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw the appearance of the dark star beast clearly and was slightly surprised. This was a huge Tyrannosaurus. It was covered with pitch-black scales and its head was huge. Its fangs were hideous, and there was sticky liquid splattering everywhere in its huge mouth. It gave off a strong stench. It's a star beast with a trace of dragon bloodline. This is rare. Wang Teng was surprised. This dark star beast was probably a high-tier imperial-level star beast, which was equivalent to a human martial warrior at the Heaven Realm. It also possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, so it wasn't weak. It mustn't be underestimated. Roar, the Tyrannosaurus roared in anger. A dark golden glow quickly congregated in its mouth. In front, a figure's expression changed slightly. He stopped abruptly and darted to the left. Boom! A sly look appeared in the Tyrannosaurus's eyes. It twisted its neck and aimed its mouth in the direction where the figure was moving. Then it closed its jaws in the blink of an eye. The dark golden light in his mouth congregated into a dark golden ball of light. It spurted out and shot towards the figure. Damn it! A furious roar was heard in the dark apparition's common language. The figure didn't have the time to think. He twisted his body and slashed his black battle blade behind him. Boom! A black blade glow collided violently with the dark golden ball of light. A violent explosion occurred. Bang! Unfortunately, the figure wasn't Wang Teng's match. He was thrown back by the residual impact and vomited blood. This was a devil-armored dark apparition. It looked the same as Wang Teng. What a coincidence. The first living creature he met after the past few days was a devil-armored dark apparition. Roar! The dark Tyrannosaurus roared and charged through the forest with its huge body. It charged towards the devil-armored dark apparition violently. The devil-armored dark apparition was just a low-tier devil emperor, which was equivalent to a Cosmos stage martial warrior. There was a huge difference between him and the Tyrannosaurus. However, Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to act. He continued waiting. Boom! The devil-armored dark apparition wasn't willing to die, so it roared in anger. It was a noble among the devil armor race and possessed a noble bloodline. How could it die in the hands of this beast? As it roared in anger, a thick, dark aura erupted from its body and congregated into the outline of a huge devil-armored dark apparition above its head. Roar, a terrifying roar, resounded in the air. Under the command of the devil-armored dark apparition, the giant devil-armored dark apparition charged towards the Tyrannosaurus. Boom! The dark Tyrannosaurus froze on the spot for a split second. Then it continued charging forward. Crack! Clear cracks appeared on the outline of the devil-armored dark apparition and spread to its entire body. Within a few breaths, it shattered completely. Bang! Countless black droplets of light floated in the air. The devil armor race, who was hiding in the devil armor shadow, was exposed in the dark. He was thrown back violently. Large cracks appeared on his armor. He was seriously injured. Too weak. Wang Teng shook his head. However, this was the first living creature he met in the past few days, so he decided to save it. When he killed the giant devil race dark apparitions, he felt a little regretful. He didn't ask about the situation in this area, so he couldn't find the place, even after searching for so many days. He didn't expect this place to be so vast. After so many days, he still couldn't find a city of dark apparitions. Now he needed to find a dark apparition to ask about the situation. This dark apparition was lucky to be able to live longer. Roar. The dark Tyrannosaurus roared and charged towards the devil armor dark apparition. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow the devil armor dark apparition. It loved to eat dark apparitions with abundant dark force. They were crispy and delicious. The devil armor dark apparition's gaze flickered. One could see the fear in its heart. It dragged its injured body back continuously and made its last struggle. Boom. The dark Tyrannosaurus arrived in front of him in an instant. It bit the devil armor dark apparition with its huge mouth. The sticky liquid in its mouth dripped onto the devil armor dark apparition, causing him to shiver. I'm going to die in the hands of an animal. I'm not willing to accept this. Chapter 2941, Wang Teng's Motive, Dark Tyrannosaurus, Son of the City Lord, 4. An unwilling roar erupted from the devil armor dark apparition's mouth. It resounded through the forest and alerted many birds. Crack. The dark Tyrannosaurus didn't care. It took a bite, but it missed. There was nothing in its mouth. Where's the crispy prey? It widened its confused eyes and shook its head furiously. It scanned its surroundings with its cruel and cold beast eyes. Finally, it saw its prey on the top of a tree not far away, as well as another prey that looked exactly like it. Roar. The dark Tyrannosaurus was infuriated. It roared in anger. Its prey was snatched away. It was a provocation to him. As the overlord of this area, it wouldn't allow this to happen. Let's go. The devil-armored dark apparition was in a daze at first, but when he heard the angry roar of the dark Tyrannosaurus, he immediately regained his senses and shouted, "No, hurry!" Wang Teng placed his hands behind his back and replied calmly. The devil-armored dark apparition was speechless. However, he was more anxious. Was this fellow an idiot? He was a low-tiered devil emperor just like him. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He wanted to struggle to get up and run away, but boom. Wang Teng waved his hand and a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. It gave off a powerful aura, decided, imperial level. The devil-armored dark apparition widened his eyes in shock. He froze on the spot. The dark Tyrannosaurus stopped in its tracks too. It raised its head in astonishment and looked up at the powerful presence that suddenly appeared above its head. There was only one thought in its mind. Fuck. As the overlord of this area, he felt the threat of death. He curled his tail and turned to run away. He didn't want the overlord anymore. All he wanted to do now was to escape. The Ant-Man Queen Elizabeth appeared in mid-air. She didn't understand what was happening, so she lowered her head and saw the two devil-armored dark apparitions. Her pupils constricted slightly. "Elizabeth, it's me," Wang Teng used voice transmission. Master Elizabeth was stunned. The vigilance in her heart dissipated, but she was still puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I'll explain later. Help me kill that dark Tyrannosaurus," Wang Teng said. "All right, leave it to me." Elizabeth looked at the dark Tyrannosaurus who was running away with its tail between its legs. A relaxed smile appeared on her face. It was just a high-tier Imperial-level star beast. She could take care of it in a few minutes. She didn't know why Wang Teng asked him to act, but since it was his order, she didn't question it. Boom. Elizabeth pointed in front of her, and a dark yellow glow shot out from her finger. It shot towards the dark Tyrannosaurus. Roar. The dark Tyrannosaurus didn't have any time to react. It roared in anger and got penetrated by the finger glow. Its huge body fell to the ground and it couldn't get up anymore. It was dead. No matter how powerful the dark Tyrannosaurus bloodline was, it wasn't a match for an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. Done. Elizabeth looked at Wang Teng with anticipation in her eyes. She seemed to be waiting for his compliment. Not bad. A smile appeared on Wang Teng's face under his armor as he spoke using voice transmission. A happy smile appeared on Elizabeth's face. Wang Teng looked at the dark Tyrannosaurus in the distance and waved his hand. He picked up the attribute bubbles. Dark Constellation Force 7,800. Dark Constellation Force 7,000. Metal Constellation Force 95000. Dark Gold Dragon Light Bullet 3000. Dragon's Blood 1. Wang Teng was stunned. A hint of surprise flashed past his eyes. There was nothing surprising with the Dark Constellation Force and the Metal Constellation Force. He had already realized that this Dark Tyrannosaurus was a dark and metal element star beast. However, the battle technique attribute bubbles surprised him. Dark Gold Dragon Light Bullet. Wang Teng immediately remembered the skill the Dark Tyrannosaurus used. It was powerful, but he managed to get it. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, an enlightenment appeared. It was the activation method of the Dark Gold Dragon Light Bullet. In summary, it was executed by combining the Dark Constellation Force and the Constellation Metal Force. The domain could be instilled and it could release great power. This attack was considered a dragon-type attack. Hence, it was more powerful than the attacks of a normal star beast. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the attributes board. Dark Gold Dragon Light Bullet, Universe level, 1/5000. Well-versed, this skill was able to reach the Universe level. That meant that the Dark Gold Dragon Light Bullet wasn't its real power. Its attack could be stronger. What's more, 3,000 points of attributes allowed this battle technique to rise from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Wang Teng was able to execute it skillfully. This was not bad. Although he had barely stepped into the well-versed stage, well-versed meant well-versed. He wasn't a newbie at the foundation stage. Anyway, this skill reminded Wang Teng of the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast's Dark Obelisk Dragon Light Beam. Even Elizabeth received the Dark Obelisk Dragon Light Beam, but he didn't. It was frustrating just thinking about it. Now he had a dragon battle technique too. However, it couldn't be compared to the Dark Obelisk Dragon Light Beam. After all, the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast was more powerful than the Dark Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 2942, Wang Teng's Motive, Dark Tyrannosaurus, Son of the City Lord 5. That was a dark behemoth. To Wang Teng, this Dark Tyrannosaurus's potential was at most at the ultimate stage Imperial level. Let's see if I can get some attributes from Elizabeth next time. Wang Teng thought to himself. Wang Teng was stunned by the attribute bubbles again. Dragon's blood. The attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's body. His inner cosmos turned into a drop of dark golden blood. There was already a drop of crimson blood beside it. These 2 drops of blood were special. They gave off a powerful pressure. They weren't ordinary blood. Dragon's blood, without a doubt, this was the dragon's blood. The origin blood of a dragon star beast was the drop of blood that allowed them to possess the dragon bloodline. Wang Teng got the drop of crimson dragon's blood from Landon. It should be a fire element dragon blood. The droplet he just received was a mixture of dark and metal dragon blood. What's the use of this dragon's blood? Wang Teng frowned. He was puzzled, so he took it out and let it float above his palm. He observed it carefully. Dragon's blood at this moment, an exclamation was heard behind him. Huh? You know about it? Wang Teng looked at the devil-armored dark apparition in surprise and asked calmly. Of course. This is my target. At first, I thought that this beast wouldn't be hard to deal with. I didn't expect it to advance to the high-tier Imperial level temporarily. Gacchus gritted his teeth and said. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought based on the ability he displayed just now. If this Dark Tyrannosaurus hadn't advanced to the high-tier Imperial level, it wouldn't be his match. It looked like this fellow was unlucky to have met a star beast that achieved a breakthrough at the last moment. Thank you for saving me just now. Gacchus bowed at Wang Teng gratefully. Then he asked, What's your name, Justin? Wang Teng used the fake name he used previously. Justin, I don't think I've heard of you. You're not from Black Armor City, right? Gacchus said. You must have a high status in our race, since you can contract an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. It's all right. Wang Teng felt that the other party misunderstood him, but he wouldn't explain himself. He just replied calmly and asked, Why are you holding the dragon's blood? For cultivation. The dragon's blood is a good thing. It can strengthen one's physique. This dark Tyrannosaurus might have dark and metal attributes, but it won't affect my cultivation. Gekus frowned. He was surprised. With your status, you should know about this, right? No, Wang Teng replied calmly. All right, it looks like you have better things. You don't have to search for all these miscellaneous resources. Gekus shook his head and said enviously. He seemed to have thought of something. How do I use the dragon's blood? Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He kept the dragon's blood and asked he could try it out when he had the time if it could strengthen his physique. You can just eat it. The Devil Armor Race's scripture will help in digesting it. Gekus wanted to say something when he saw Wang Teng keeping the dragon's blood. However, he noticed that Wang Teng seemed interested in the dragon's blood, so he didn't say anything, and just explained. Wang Teng nodded. He asked again, Are you from Black Armor City? Is it far from here? Yes, I'm the 138th child of the Black Armor City Lord. Gekus seemed proud as he revealed his identity. Wang Teng was speechless. He was flabbergasted. Why did the dark apparitions have so many kids? No wonder there were so many dark apparitions. It was as if there was no end to them. However, he didn't expect this devil-armored dark apparition to be the son of a city lord. His status wasn't low. He was the 138th child, so he probably didn't receive much attention. But the child of the city lord was still the child of the city lord. Normal devil-armored dark apparitions couldn't be compared to him. Wang Teng might be able to use this identity. Coincidentally, he saved him. Wang Teng's mind worked furiously. The expression on his face turned amiable, and his tone wasn't as cold and calm anymore. He said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be the son of the city lord. Your bloodline is extraordinary. You're flattering me. Gekus sniggered and invited, Come back to Black Armor City with me. You saved my life, so let me entertain you. I'll accept it. Wang Teng nodded. Let's go. Gekus smiled happily. He felt that it was a huge gain to befriend a member of his race with a powerful bloodline. He treated Wang Teng as a devil-armored dark apparition with a noble bloodline. Wang Teng waved his hand and put away Elizabeth and the corpse of the dark Tyrannosaurus. He kept the corpse of the dark Tyrannosaurus into his devour space and started devouring it. Now he needed to replenish his origin of life and origin of soul urgently. He mustn't let any living creatures go. Wang Teng turned into a ray of black light under Gekus's lead and headed towards the Black Armor City. Chapter 2943, Black Armor City. Technology Development of the Dark Apparitions. Vera 1, Black Armor City. This was a huge city of dark apparitions. The city walls were towering, more than 100 feet tall. Many figures covered with dark force stood guard on the city walls, giving off a powerful aura. The entire city was made of some unknown black stone. Even with Wang Teng's experience, he couldn't recognize it. However, he could feel the hardness of the material. It gave off a metallic luster. There were some complicated and occult runes faintly visible on it. They gave off a faint glow and weren't very conspicuous. If Wang Teng didn't have good eyesight, he might not have noticed them. A saint-level defense array. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was astounded. This city was impressive. There was a saint-level defense array here. It was many times bigger than the Black Crow City he visited in the Darkland. Anyway, the strongest martial warrior in Black Crow City was at most a devil lord. He was too weak. The city in front of him was completely different. When Wang Teng landed with Gekus, he saw many figures with powerful auras entering and leaving the city. There were mid-tier devil emperors and high-tier devil emperors among them. How is it? My Black Armor City is quite prosperous, right? Gekus smiled when he saw Wang Teng sizing up his surroundings. Not bad. Wang Teng glanced at him as expected of the son of the city lord. He was the son of an official. He was truly good at boasting. Not bad. However, on the surface, Wang Teng just nodded calmly. When Gekus saw Wang Teng's expression, he was even more certain that Wang Teng had an extraordinary background. He didn't dare to neglect him. In addition, the guy had saved his life. so he became even more enthusiastic towards Wang Teng. Brother Justin, our Black Armor City is a good place, especially since there's a good place called the Charm House. There are beauties from all races inside, including vampires, the seduction race, the devil moth race, the phantasma race, the giant devil race, the spiritual bone race. You can find anything you want there. Brother Justin, which one do you like? I will definitely make arrangements for you today. Gacchus suddenly leaned towards Wang Teng and whispered to him in a secretive tone. Wang Teng? Brother Justin. What about the Charm House? What the hell is this? For a moment he didn't know what to say. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Wait, the others are still all right? What's with the giant apparition race and the spiritual bone race? Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at the devil-armored dark apparition in front of him. For some reason, even though his face was covered with pitch-black armor, he could still see a hint of pervertedness on it. What's wrong with that? Some people like big guys, while others have a fetish. They like skeletons. As someone in my generation, this is normal. Haven't you heard of pink skeletons? A red glow shimmered in Gacchus's eyes as he sniggered. If it had a normal face, Wang Teng could imagine it winking at him. This devil-armored dark apparition seemed a little despicable. I have a question. How do the spiritual bone race breed their descendants? Wang Teng hesitated before asking. You don't even know this. Gacchus's expression turned strange. Did your elders restrain you too badly? It thought that Wang Teng was a newbie and didn't know anything, so it felt even more proud. It explained happily. The spiritual bone race has a special way of breeding their next generation. Let me tell you, they do this and that, do you understand? Even if their partner is from another race, it won't be a problem. What's more, they place more emphasis on the union and enjoyment of the spirit. You will experience an extraordinary feeling. Gacchus was so excited he almost pulled Wang Teng to the so-called Charm House. Wang Teng was speechless. He immediately reminded Gacchus that he was still injured before the guy stopped. Gacchus brought Wang Teng to the city gate. Sir Gacchus at the city gate. A group of devil armor race guards bowed respectfully. This is my friend's first time in Black Armor City. Give him a pass. Gacchus waved his hand and said proudly, Yes. The leader of the devil armor race guards was a low-tier devil emperor too. However, he was extremely respectful towards Gacchus. He hurriedly nodded and replied to him politely. Very soon, they completed Wang Teng's pass and offered a token to him. Gacchus nodded in satisfaction when he saw the token. He brought Wang Teng into the city and explained this is the mid-tier Devil Emperor token of our Black Armor City. Normally, we only distribute it to mid-tier Devil Emperors and some people with high status. With this token, you can walk around the Black Armor City freely and enter many special places. For instance, you need a certain amount of authority to enter the City Lord's residence and the library of Black Armor City. Normal, low-tier Devil Emperors and below can't enter the City Lord's residence easily. Only those with mid-tier Devil Emperor tokens and above have the right to meet the City Lord. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like using Gacchus to enter the city was the right decision. If he came alone, the guards wouldn't let him in easily. They wouldn't give him the mid-tier Devil Emperor token either. Also, he didn't expect the Black Armor City to be so strict. There were different levels for the venues. Low-tier Devil Emperors and below didn't have much power. Chapter 2944. Black Armor City. Technology development of the dark apparitions. Vera. 2. And the library. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He suddenly got interested. Since the mid-tier Devil Emperor token had the right to enter the library, why didn't he take a look? He created the Chaos Constellation scripture. The dark scripture was a part of it that couldn't be neglected. He might be able to find something useful in the Darklands library. Wang Teng entered Black Armor City easily under Gacchus's lead. There were no obstacles along the way. No one stopped him. The Dark City was unexpectedly prosperous. There were all kinds of dark apparitions on the streets. It was very lively. There were all kinds of stalls on both sides of the street. Some sold weapons, some sold medicine, and some sold the meat and blood of strange star beasts. Everything was no different from a human city. If the weapons didn't give off a thick, dark aura, if it wasn't for the fact that the medicines were pitch black and green, or that they looked exceptionally scary, if it wasn't for the pieces of flesh and blood placed on the stalls, giving off a bloody stench, and the eyeballs and organs placed on the stalls without any concealment, everything looked no different from a human city. Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. He walked along the streets without shifting his gaze. He felt the unique style and charm of the dark apparition city. This was a new experience for him. What astounded him was, the technology of the dark apparitions was on par with the humans along the way. He saw many technological products. There were even flying cars and spacecrafts. Wang Teng turned serious. The development of dark apparitions exceeded his imagination. If they possessed advanced technology, it wouldn't be a good thing for the human race. Low-level dark apparitions didn't have any intelligence. They were just tools and cannon fodder for contamination. However, high-level dark apparitions were different. What he saw this time was completely different from what he saw in Black Crow City. Wang Teng took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. There was nothing he could do now. He could only wait for the right time. Fortunately, his journey gave him a new understanding of the Darkland. When he brought the news back to the human world in the future, the humans would be able to make preparations. Gekus raised his hand and called a flying taxi over. It landed in front of them. This flying car had the characteristics of dark apparitions too. It was pitch black and covered with all kinds of dark patterns. The overall car model was exceptionally hideous. Spikes protruded out from the body of the car. Wang Teng suspected that if the spacecraft crashed into someone, the victim would have a bloody hole all over his body. If there was a car accident, it would be terrifying. "Let's go." Gekus opened the car door and got into the car. He didn't forget to turn around and greet Wang Teng. In his eyes, Wang Teng was like a country bumpkin. He was extremely curious about everything. Wang Teng remained calm and entered the car. The Devil Armor race was huge, so these flying cars were exceptionally huge too. Even with the Devil Armor race's size, they didn't feel crowded. Also, the interior of the flying car was extremely comfortable. It was comparable to a human flying car. This flying car technology is passed down from the human race. The human race might be weak, but they know how to enjoy themselves. There's still a long distance between the city gate and my lodging. It's convenient to take a flying car without flying. Gekus leaned against the back of his chair lazily and said, for some reason, Wang Teng wanted to hit it, especially when he heard the other party saying that the human race was weak. He couldn't control his urge. You're the weak one. Your entire family is weak. Wang Teng took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm down. He was filled with doubts. Was this the image of the human race in the eyes of the dark apparitions, weak? Wang Teng found it hard to accept this term. The human race had powerful martial warriors, but to the dark apparitions, they were still extremely weak. They looked down on the human race from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Teng wasn't convinced. Anger boiled in his heart uncontrollably. What's wrong? Gekus didn't know that his words had ignited Wang Teng's anger. When he noticed Wang Teng's sudden silence and the tense atmosphere, he thought that he had said something wrong and asked, the dark apparitions are so powerful. Why do we need human technology? Wang Teng snorted and said unhappily, Brother Justin, you've touched my heart. Gekus clapped his hands and agreed. That's why I reject the higher authorities' decision. Why do we need to make use of human technology? There's no harm in using human technology daily. However, if a war breaks out, we won't need to use these technologies to suppress the human race. That way, we can display the power of our dark apparitions. Great minds think alike. Wang Teng sneered in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. I didn't expect Brother Justin to have the same thinking as me. We've finally met today. I regret not meeting you sooner, Gekus said excitedly. Who wants to meet you sooner? Wang Teng was speechless. He continued, I wonder how well the dark apparitions have mastered the human technology. I'm not sure about that, But I heard that they're able to create a divine-level spacecraft. Gaius thought for a moment before replying. Chapter 209-45, Black Armor City. Technology Development of the Dark Apparitions, Vera 3, Divine Level. Wang Teng was shocked. This wasn't good news. The power of the divine-level spacecraft shouldn't be underestimated. It might not be able to kill a God-stage martial warrior, but it was enough to threaten a God-stage martial warrior. It was enough to influence the outcome of a battle. If there were a few more immortal-level spacecrafts, the impact on the battle would be even greater. Wang Teng sighed in his heart. He stopped thinking about it and looked out of the car window. When he saw the dark apparitions passing by the car, he couldn't help but want to attack them. These were all nourishment. Killing them would definitely replenish his origin of life and origin of soul, right? Wang Teng was restless, but he had to suppress his thoughts. There were too many formidable warriors here. It would be too dangerous if he acted here. It was inappropriate. He needed to find a weaker city to kill. It would be best if there were no low-tier devil emperors or dark apparitions above that level. Black Crow City is not bad. Wang Teng really wanted to find Black Crow City immediately. He suffered many losses when he was there. This time, he would attack it first. Anyway, the most powerful dark apparition in the city was just a devil lord. It was extremely suitable for his current situation. He felt that the dark apparitions in the city were weak, but there were too many of them. Wang Teng wanted to accumulate all his gains. His body wasn't suitable for a battle, so he could only wait and grow slowly. We're here. Geika's voice pulled Wang Teng back. The flying car landed slowly and stopped steadily at the entrance of a small castle. Wang Teng and Gaikus alighted the flying car. Then they walked towards the castle under its lead. Brother Gaikus, this is my lodging if you don't mind. You can stay here first. Gaikus smiled and said, "Thank you." Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He didn't reject the offer. He was new here, so he didn't know anything. It was more convenient for him to follow the son of the city lord. Follow me. Gaikus was elated. He brought Wang Teng into the castle. A group of servants were already waiting inside. They were all mixed bloods, and all of them were exceptionally beautiful. They gave off an exotic vibe as they bowed and greeted respectfully. "Welcome, Sir Gaikus. This is my guest. Treat him well," Gaikus ordered. "Yes, sir," the beautiful servants replied respectfully. "Brother Justin, you can do whatever you want with any of these mixed blood servants," Gaikus said generously. "Wang Teng, good riddance. Is this the legendary beautiful concubine you can play with?" He knew that mixed bloods had a low status in the Darkland, but he didn't expect a dark apparition like Gaikus to give them away so easily. Tragic. He wouldn't be interested. Even if these mixed bloods were beautiful, he wouldn't be interested in other people's beautiful concubines. "All right, I'll go and recuperate. After I recover, I'll bring you out to have some fun." Gaikus left after giving his order, leaving Wang Teng behind. "Wang Teng, sir, please follow me." A beautiful mixed blood lady walked in front of Wang Teng and said respectfully. Her appearance wasn't much different from a human. You could only see some faint black patterns on her skin. They were shaped like patterns and were very beautiful. There were patterns on her voluptuous arms, her magnificent breasts, and even her beautiful face. It didn't destroy the beauty at all. Instead, it gave off a special charm that made people want to take another look. He couldn't stop himself. Wang Teng glanced at her, then at her, and then at her again. The mixed blood lady blushed slightly, as if she was embarrassed by Wang Teng's gaze. She lowered her beautiful eyes slightly and looked up at Wang Teng again. She didn't know what to say. This demon. Wang Teng clicked his tongue and retracted his gaze. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Lead the way, sir, please." A strange look appeared in the mixed blood lady's eyes. The blush on her face didn't subside. If it was someone else, they would be salivating. She turned around respectfully and led the way with her voluptuous figure. Her amazing curves were enough to make any man lose control. What's more, the clothes these servants were wearing were really very cooling. Wang Teng was worried that they would catch a cold. "What's your name?" Since he was bored, Wang Teng asked calmly. He wanted to get some useful information from the mixed blood servants. They might be servants, but they knew more than the normal dark apparitions outside. As the saying goes, there are 9 ranks of officials in front of the Prime Minister. These mixed bloods might be the lowest form of servants, but if they were released, they would be treated with respect by some low-level dark apparitions. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were still Gacchus's servants. If they weren't, they were nothing. Sir, my name is Vera. The mixed blood lady tilted her body slightly and replied. Vera, Wang Teng repeated in his heart. He nodded and asked, How long have you been here? For just 3 months ago. Vera paused for a moment. A voice suddenly appeared beside Wang Teng's ear. Sir, don't worry. Sir Gacchus hasn't come to visit me. Chapter 2946, Black Armor City. Technology Development of the Dark Apparitions. Vera. For Wang Teng had a strange expression. Is this servant coming out? Wasn't it good to follow the son of the city lord? He didn't believe that this mixed blood lady would lay her eyes on a dark apparition from the devil armor race who appeared out of nowhere without knowing his background. They were both from the devil armor race. Even he couldn't tell who was more handsome between him and Gacchus. He was face blind. This was the truth. Wang Teng felt that all the devil armor dark apparitions looked the same. Vera felt speechless when he saw Wang Teng's lack of reaction even at this stage. What was going on with this devil armor dark apparition? Could it be that he was different from the playful and perverted Gacchus? Was he not a dark apparition? But that wasn't right. Gacchus didn't hide anything from them when he spoke to the devil armor dark apparition. She heard everything clearly. This devil armor dark apparition wasn't a good person. Do you know where the Black Armor City's library is? Wang Teng asked. I know. Vera was surprised, but she still nodded and said, I can bring you there. You can leave this place? Wang Teng asked in surprise. With Sir's permission, I can leave. Vera smiled. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. He stared intently at the mixed blood lady in front of him. Sir, we're here. This is the most luxurious guest room in the castle, please. The mixed blood lady brought Wang Teng to the door of a guest room. Then she took out a token and opened the door. She gestured for Wang Teng to enter. Wang Teng nodded. He took the token and walked in. He glanced around him and was satisfied when he saw how extravagant it was. Gacchus seemed sincere towards his benefactor. Then he turned and glanced at the servants outside the door. He scanned them one by one and finally fixed his gaze on Vera. He said, Come in. The others can leave. Yes. A glint flashed past Vera's eyes. The corners of her lips lifted slightly as she nodded. The other servants didn't say anything. However, when they left, there was a hint of mockery on their faces. From their point of view, Vera was a little stupid. He gave up on young Master Gacchus and wanted to curry favor with this devil armor dark apparition who appeared out of nowhere. He was extremely stupid. Close the door. Wang Teng sat down on the leather sofa in the living room and said calmly. Vera seemed to have thought of something. A tinge of red appeared on her beautiful face again, and a seductive smile appeared at the edge of her lips. She closed the door and walked towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't say anything, he just stared at her. Vera swayed her beautiful body and walked over. Then she sat directly on Wang Teng's thigh. A soft feeling flowed from the armor into Wang Teng's body. Although there was a layer between them, this armor was formed by his force. It felt the same. Gasp. Wang Teng gasped. This mixed blood lady's body was really soft. She was indeed a beauty. Sir? Vera had a seductive smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to attract people's attention. She looked at Wang Teng lovingly. Wang Teng didn't reply to her. Suddenly, he placed his hand on a certain part of her body and started rubbing it gently. He would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of her. What's more, she came to him willingly. He felt the softness in his hand and asked, Tell me about the Black Armor City. Vera's face turned red. Her entire body collapsed in Wang Teng's arms, as if she had lost all her strength. She let out an alluring moan and panted slightly. Her warm breath landed directly on Wang Teng's face. Other men wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. However, Wang Teng's gaze remained calm. His hands didn't stop moving. He didn't waste any of his gains. Sir Vera took a while to regain some strength. Then she said in a sweet voice that could make one's body go weak, "Are you just asking me questions at such a beautiful time? What else can I do?" There was a smile on Wang Teng's face. He exerted force on his hand and squeezed the soft ball until it deformed. Ah. An exclamation came out of Vera's mouth. She bit her lips and rolled her eyes at Wang Teng bitterly. "Am I not beautiful?" "Beautiful, very beautiful." Wang Teng chuckled. "But what do you want me to do? Sir, you're so naughty. Why are you asking when you already know the answer?" Vera patted Wang Teng gently and said sweetly, "But I really don't understand what you're saying. Why don't you demonstrate to me?" Wang Teng teased. "Let me serve you." Vera rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. She thought that he liked this style, so she slid down and knelt in front of Wang Teng like a beautiful snake. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and pressed it on her head. Then he slid it down slightly. Vera thought that Wang Teng was finally going to make a move. She sneered in her heart. Her gaze was filled with disdain, but on the surface she remained extremely shy. She raised her head and looked at Wang Teng lovingly. Suddenly, a strange dark red glow flashed past her beautiful eyes. "Is it fun?" Wang Teng remained expressionless. His large hand slid down Vera's face and landed on her neck, rubbing it gently. Chapter 2947, Black Armor City, Technology Development of the Dark Apparitions, Vera 5. "Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Vera's expression froze. She sensed something and her heart dropped. Wang Teng sneered. He exerted force on his hand and grabbed her throat. Vera's face turned pale, and he couldn't breathe. He grabbed Wang Teng's arm tightly and struggled, but he couldn't move it in front of Wang Teng's strength. "You're just a low-tiered devil emperor. How can you hide from me?" Wang Teng replied calmly. "Ugh." Vera kept struggling. She kept kicking her long and plump legs. Her pupils constricted violently, and her eyes started to turn white. She couldn't breathe anymore. Wang Teng grabbed her throat and sealed the force in her body. She couldn't resist at all. If not, a low-tier devil emperor wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Wang Teng could only release the power of an early-stage cosmos realm martial warrior now. However, he could also release his spiritual power to the early-stage cosmos realm. It was more than enough to deal with a low-tier devil emperor. After some time, when he saw that the mixed blood lady in front of him couldn't withstand it anymore, Wang Teng slowly released his hand. Vera's body collapsed on the ground. She clutched her throat and started coughing violently. Her face turned red as she stared at Wang Teng in fear. She couldn't help but retreat with all his limbs. In her eyes, Wang Teng had turned into a terrifying devil. He wasn't just a low-tier devil emperor or a dark apparition. At first, she thought that it was a piece of cake. After all, her enchantment skill had never failed when dealing with low-tier devil emperors in the past. In the end, she met her match. At this moment, Vera felt like crying. She shouldn't have acted in such a hurry. She should have observed longer. She wouldn't have acted rashly if she hadn't waited too long in Geikis's castle and never had the chance to act. What's more, she finally found a loophole. Wang Teng's concealment was amazing. He looked like a normal, low-tier devil emperor. No one could tell how terrifying he was. "Come over." Wang Teng leaned against the sofa and said in an unquestionable tone, "Mister." Vera looked at Wang Teng in fear. Her mind spun furiously as she tried to think of a way to get past this ordeal. A stiff smile appeared on her face as she crawled towards Wang Teng. She said in an aggrieved tone, "Mister, you scared me. Don't try to fool me like this. I'll be honest with you. I used the rest of your skills." Wang Teng stretched out his hand and placed it on Vera's head. He rubbed her head as if he was rubbing a husky. Vera's expression froze. The corners of her eyes twitched uncontrollably. She felt extremely humiliated. What kind of weirdo was this devil-armored dark apparition? Why didn't he play with her? Why did he have to rub her head? What kind of fetish was this? Come, tell me who you are while I'm in a good mood. Why are you using your charm on me? Wang Teng asked. Vera's pupils constricted and her heart sank. She finally confirmed that she was exposed. Looking at Wang Teng's mocking expression, she gave up struggling and said firmly, "Kill me, I won't tell you." "Oh, you have a backbone." Wang Teng looked at her in surprise. Chapter 2948, Mixed Blood Alliance, Looting the Library, A Brief History of Darkness. 1. This lady was so timid a moment ago, but now she was resolute. Wang Teng sized up Vera with interest until the other party felt guilty. "What are you looking at? Do whatever you want. If I frown, I will write my name Vera upside down." Vera frowned and gave off a shrewish vibe. Her charm and gentleness were gone. Was this a showdown? You're not acting anymore. Wang Teng sized her up with a smile. This lady was interesting. She was different from the other ladies he had met in the past. To be able to control herself so freely, she must be a talent. Even if ladies were fickle-minded, not many of them were able to face life and death calmly. Maybe this was her true face. Wang Teng thought to himself, silently to him, this lady no longer looked like a servant. Instead, she looked like a fierce character who had been in the street all year round. Hence, the seduction in front might just be her daily method. This kind of woman loved to use this method to protect herself. Although Wang Teng was smiling, his face was still cold and indifferent in Vera's eyes because of the armor. No one could see through him. Hence, she was determined to die. Unfortunately, before she could achieve her goal, she would die here. She hoped that the news would spread quickly after she died. If not, they would send someone over again. At first, she thought that this castle would be a breakthrough point. She didn't expect it to be a wolf's den. There was such a terrifying low-tier devil emperor. Normal low-tier devil emperors wouldn't be able to deal with it. How troublesome. Wang Teng shook his head. A crimson glow flashed past his eyes as he looked at Vera. Vera's expression changed drastically. She had just used the same move as an expert in this aspect. She immediately sensed something amiss and wanted to evade Wang Teng's eyes, but she forgot. Her head had been in Wang Teng's palm since just now, hence she couldn't move at all. She wanted to close her eyes, but it was too late. A crimson gaze filled with enchantment stabbed into Vera's eyes. Bewitching enchantment. He used these two abilities simultaneously. Ahem. There was confusion in Vera's eyes. However, she frowned and was in a dilemma. It wasn't easy to control her. Her spiritual power is stronger than a normal martial warrior. No wonder she can execute her enchantment skill. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. This lady must be extremely confident in her charm since she dared to use it on him. She must have succeeded many times in the past. This meant that her spiritual power must be stronger than a normal person's. However, no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't be stronger than Wang Teng. He couldn't use much spiritual power, but it was enough to deal with this lady. Also, Heart of Darkness activate. The crimson glow in Wang Teng's eyes turned pitch black. An even more powerful enchantment seeped out of his body. There was even an extremely evil and strange power. It sounded like the whisper of a devil in Vera's mind. In an instant, Vera fell for it. The last vestiges of consciousness disappeared in an instant. Her gaze turned blurry and she was completely enchanted. Wang Teng smiled and waited quietly. After some time, Vera woke up. She shouted in astonishment. "What did you do? I told you that I've done what you did before." Wang Teng looked at her calmly and smiled mockingly. "Do you believe me now?" Vera couldn't remain calm. She hurriedly checked her body condition, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any signs of Wang Teng's skills. This made her even more anxious. "Who on earth are you?" She glared at Wang Teng and asked in a low voice. "I should be the one asking you this question. You don't have the initiative now," Wang Teng said calmly. "Answer me, who are you?" "I." Vera wanted to reject him, but she suddenly realized that she couldn't resist. She opened her mouth and said, "I'm an intelligence officer of the Mixed Blood Alliance. Vera is my real name. Mixed Blood Alliance, intelligence officer." Wang Teng's expression turned strange. If he remembered correctly, the mixed bloods in Black Crow City seemed to have a loose organization, but this wasn't strange. Where there was oppression, there was resistance. These mixed bloods possessed half of the Light faction's bloodline, so they weren't valued by the dark apparitions. They were even discriminated against and humiliated. As an intelligent race, it was normal for them to resist. However, in the Darkland, mixed bloods had no advantages. They could only hide in the dark and play tricks. They didn't even dare to resist violently. They knew the difference between them and the dark apparitions. The dark apparitions only needed one formidable warrior to destroy the mixed bloods. Vera realized that she had revealed her hidden identity without any resistance. Her face turned pale, and she stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. What did this devil-armored dark apparition do to her? Why couldn't she reject the other party's question when she didn't feel anything and there were no signs of being controlled? This feeling was too strange. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.